Probably.
Probably, it's gonna really mess up that.
Yeah.
algorithm. I know, she's gonna be all over it, see that I can.
Read this.
So
This is for that.
I,
It's called the monkey, I think.
on the spot, I just did a, they're all over the list and I was going to. But- Okay.
So the live stream has started and we are currently.
I'll let you do that.
I'm
So
sorry.
you did it right now. And then I did.
Okay.
Well, I'll mute it again right now, but at 8:30 it will go, it will be broadcast. That will be.
Okay.
That's what.
You should play this as your on hold music for everyone to listen to. You guys are, of course.
Wait.
Are we supposed to start at 8:30 or 8:45?
Yeah. 8:45, but they're just testing everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nothing, no one's here. So.
Okay, great.
streamed. Great. Okay,
You guys get to start with the welcome here and Eric. so
Okay,
I'll let
yeah.
you kick it off.
welcome to goal setting, day one. There we go.
Okay.
No.
We're already ahead of schedule.
No, I think we've already had a meeting, we've already done some work together, but just want to reiterate, I'm really pleased and happy to be with this group today and to take on our exercises and goal setting and prioritizing and figuring out how we want to move forward the next couple of years. So, yeah, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, here. Well, there was a lot of information that we threw at you, who, raise your hand if you read through all of that stuff that we sent you. Kind of. It's a lot. Thank you for if you did. Everything from some articles in the Public Management Magazine about effective goal setting to very tactical and all the summary from the communication. It's all there and it's a reference there for you as you walk through today. I think the way that we've outlined this agenda is for you to kind of be interactive, is to really get comfortable with the content, but ultimately what we're looking for is coming out of here with a really high level sense of what success looks like, what are outcomes, objectives. We're going to talk more about that, what that actually means. If those of you that are new to kind of strategic planning. But from a staff perspective, this is the good stuff. I think Ian was actually saying, I'm really excited about council goals. So if the lawyer is excited, I mean, we're doing something well.
That was a few weeks ago.
We'll see if you're still excited. It really is our playbook as staff and council working together. So the more that we spend time over the next 2 days to get agreement, it's going to yield a lot of I think success for us as a team. So we kind of know where each other is headed. To me, that's where the good work is. So I look forward to working with you all and creating great goals for Ben.
Okay, great. All right, well, good morning. It's good to see some of you again and nice to meet you in person for the first time to our new counselors. With me today is my teammate Sasha Cannell. She'll be assisting, bringing energy to the discussion when needed, and also capturing anything that we're capturing up on the boards, on the sheets. She's capturing in the notes, and that way we can send all that stuff out to you at the end of the day or after our 2 days of working together. So you'll have that reference point. So feel free to take pictures of any of the content that you want to have from today, but just know she's also typing all that up. So you'll have that as capturing our time together. I want to thank you for meeting with me ahead of time. It's really helpful to understand what the council's needs are as we think about how to design our time together. And so I just want to start by focusing on the retreat goals that we've outlined up here, which is an opportunity for you guys to celebrate your progress, identify opportunities to build on your momentum, and then think about where do we need to refine the current goals. You're not starting from scratch. As you can see around the room, we've got lots of stuff that we'll be talking about that you'll be building on. And then also through those discussions of all the content around the rooms and the materials that were sent to you ahead of time, building this shared understanding of the current community and organizational context to help inform your refinements of the goals. Also, one of the things I heard from you loud and clear was we want some space and time to talk about what our priorities are, kind of as a council and coming into this as individuals. We want to understand where we feel like we're pretty aligned on stuff, but we want to understand where that alignment is and have time to talk about that. So we're going to do that today. And as you talk about where your priorities are, figure out where the alignment is, and then figure out where maybe there's some disagreement or a little bit of tension in how things are approached to help guide the dialogue around goal refinement. So we'll spend some time doing that. And then using all that content, we will do our refinement of the council's goals and make sure, I also heard clear, measurable outcomes. So that's what we will work towards today. For today's agenda, we're going to start with a little warm-up exercise on your agenda that you received via email. So we were going to do something around DISC, and we are going to reference DISC, but slight modification. But I think you guys will enjoy it, as well as I want you thinking about, does anybody love music? Yeah, a little bit, well, be thinking about maybe a song that energizes you, because we're gonna build a custom then playlist. And our clients have loved it, because we can, first of all, I think it's really funny that it really messes up Sasha's Spotify algorithm, and she gets all sorts of like new song recommendations, but we will play it at your breaks. During your breaks and at lunch, and then we send you the link afterwards. So some of these playlists, we've had a couple of really good ones this season so far. Yeah, that I like listen to in the car. They're so great. So be thinking about a song that energizes you, and we'll help to use that to bring energy to our time together. We're going to get into our environmental scan discussion, which is laying the foundation for the refinement work that we're going to do together. Then, as I mentioned, we're going to figure out where your areas of alignment or maybe tension are in the council priority discussion. You've got a 45-minute break for lunch, and lunch will be served in here. And then after lunch, we'll start to build on all of this and get into our refinement activities. So there's a mix of group discussion, small group discussion. You'll have some time when we do this exercise to think individually for a little bit and get some notes down. And then you've got a break coming at 2:15. We'll wrap up our goal refinement. We'll check in with how we're doing as far as progress in our dialogue, and then see if we need to make any adjustments to tomorrow's agenda. And then get you guys out here by 4 o'clock today. Any questions about that? About what we're doing, how we're doing it? Okay, maybe how we're doing it, but we'll get there. Eric, did you have something? Okay. All right, so before today, for our foundation for success, we need to talk about guidelines for success, but I feel like this is easier to do after we've warmed you up a little bit. So let's start with that. For our warm up today, we're going to do a communications exercise, because communications is critical for working together. I think I asked you about your styles and kind of your needs, and you all identified the different styles that you have. I also may have asked you to reflect on your DISC assessment. So reflect on that this morning. Think about, does everybody remember their DISC results? Sort of. All right, well, reflect on that a little. You don't have to know them exactly. This exercise is really individualized, and you get to self-select your style here. But we all come in with different communication styles, and if we can build awareness, understanding of our own style, as well as awareness of our teammates' styles, it makes it really a lot easier to understand where they're coming from when there's moments of conflict, or even just when you're having dialogue, maybe not misreading somebody else's motives or how they're showing up in a discussion. So our 4 areas, our 4 types of communication are listed over here on the board. And the first one is you can identify as outspoken or direct, quiet and reserved, thoughtful and analytical, or friendly and unassuming. So you will select one of those types, and we'll scatter you around the room, and we're going to pull up some question prompts. Now would probably be a good time to pull those up. Screen down. See them. You will, in your groups, discuss these questions. You have them, you're sharing them, Kate's sharing them.
And the staff is doing this too, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
everybody plays along. We just need to do that. Oh, they're there. Great. So these are the questions. You'll talk about what are some of the characteristics of your group style. How could others who have different communication styles, or I'm sorry, probably go in this order. Characteristics, in what ways is your communication style sometimes misunderstood by others? How could others who have different styles deal more effectively with you? And what would you like to tell the other styles about your style? So use those prompts to guide your conversation. And then you're going to get a second page, and you will design a t-shirt of like something that characterizes what your style is. Okay?
Yes.
See some really funny ones. All right.
Okay.
And then the friend, we'll see what you guys come up with, friendly, unassuming, but there's like a standard. I was gonna say, there's
One
like a
that's
standard
always the
shirt
same.
that always comes up the same. It's really interesting to me. So, who wants to select as our friendly and unassuming communicators? Okay, you guys are gonna work over there. So go ahead and gather. There's some markers around the table. So feel free to grab the markers around the table or to grab our outspoken and direct communicators. When you guys are ready, your nominees are running over there, okay? You guys are over there, thoughtful and analytical.
split up. I was like, how do you feel like?
You can.
A lot of people who do over there.
You can, do style. It might get shed some light on the different styles, and you can talk about where you resonate, so our thoughtful analytical folks. And then who are quiet, do we have any quiet reserved?
Yeah.
I think this was.
None? All right.
Yeah, you're quiet.
Sasha and I will, you're right. Are you the quiet reserved?
Yeah.
Sasha will work
I've been between these two.
between these two. Well, if you wanna work over here, Sasha will work.
Like, you're
By yourself, maybe.
with Megan. Oh, so you're right there.
I'll do it, and Stephanie's gonna join you.
Okay.
And we can talk about some of the variations that come up between the two, because you might, in different situations, you might show up differently. So go ahead and take like 7-ish minutes. We'll see if you do it fast. Without spoken direct, people are like ready to, I've done it great.
Where's the? You are.
So who's nervous? I don't know. I like brevity. I got that. So I know when people do that I do a lot, right? Ability to like make. Yeah, all they do like yeah, like. Question, right? Yeah. If you're too much
Like you can only say hello.
Oh, yeah.
I try to remember to.
Yeah.
You should say
I
that.
try, but I think I have a bunch. There you go. Right, yeah. I mean, I think, yeah. Okay, good, yeah. Yeah.
Good math.
Because I have a lot to say. A lot to say.
Okay, so. Yeah, different communities.
That happened anybody else? Right.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
That's not how I did it, right?
Yeah.
Not carrying.
I would say if others assume positive.
Yeah.
That would help.
That would help.
Yeah.
It says how other.
Yeah, Sarah,
Right, yeah, right.
Yes, yes, how, what are, so, yeah.
Right, yeah.
All around, but that helps. I see. Quiz.
I just did this at work the other day, I got right, so the case on. That I needed. Instead of like.
Yeah.
Or when you're, you're kind of like, it's not this, you like, get this, and like. Sounds clear, let's go over here. Anything else?
I guess that's.
Yeah.
But it's.
Oh, I like that.
Right, that. And then, okay, then you can put all of your.
Yeah.
Right, right, and it's, but it's,
That's what the email is going like.
it's a forced full email. I mean, if you are in a. Then when they tell you this,
That too is like, yeah, I don't know, there's something there about me, is that, yeah, like I gave them, I told you what I need to know, actually, you don't have to.
Right. So this is maybe a little more nuanced.
Yeah.
Like listening.
Some of the.
Yeah.
Get it
Yeah.
at point.
Because
Because it means. So I like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it to you.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of the circular. So it's an impatient, but not a.
Right.
Not a frustration.
I think, yeah.
I like that.
Good.
I'm doing the.
Yeah.
You guys, in about 2 minutes, you should be shifting to your t-shirt design.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta come up with a graphic or something.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna take a while. Yeah, maybe.
That's
Like you said.
Yeah. I care about you. Get to the gym.
Because I care.
Right.
Yeah, well, we need like, kind of like. I use the heart. I don't think
Yeah, it's good to say that. Maybe a heart, maybe a big heart. Sharp heart. Yeah, I think, I mean, it's friends I've seen. Yeah, I really like
You don't need to require two, and what is it?
Okay, you guys should be on your t-shirt design. You have 2 minutes.
This is. We'll put kind.
Right, exactly.
This is.
Right.
Together.
Okay,
Right.
this is information. Sure.
We're
We're gonna do so. Yes, information only on there, or I need action. Like, hey, guys. Yeah. Every time I run
Well, hold on. The t-shirts, is it friendly, is that like a Care Bear on it?
Every time I run this, everybody always says, just this. And it always reminds me of the Forrest Gump.
Yeah, right. It happens.
It's always like either like me trying to do it or like, yeah. I think I was not excited, I think that gets quick, like, there, and I thought this was amazing, because I care. We do care.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. So they.
You're over there. What are you kids? You're over there.
You never use any. Okay, we're not done yet. That doesn't.
Because he says yes and, bro. Yes and. That's the hard. It's yes
I
and.
saw you on, New York Times. article.
I know.
was like, hey,
That was so good. I don't know if I'm gonna get cash or I'm gonna keep it.
You looked great.
Yeah, the photographer
I was
was
like, that's so cool.
Yeah, it was fun. Where are you going in Spain?
Sleep above.
A lot going on.
Yes. There, there was good, you know.
Oh my god, I know. I should like, we should yeah.
I don't even know why it's like by the crafts. Nobody should go for their prioritizations. Oh my God.
Like the, you know, black, I use that.
Well done, guys.
Oh, hey, okay.
So all I do is focus on your retreat.
Yeah. You noticed. Oh, you felt alone, right? Like-
I do, but nothing else.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
You're a.
Hey, maybe don't.
Yeah.
All right, how are we doing, guys?
Not the same.
Oh, love it. Yeah, you gotta do your t-shirts. Yeah, they're still going.
Oh, we're supposed to put it on our.
No, you have a separate sheet.
Oh, down there.
You can move it. I mean, just, yeah, you can, you don't have to duck down. I just.
But that's not gonna work. Well,
I know.
Oh, there's no.
You don't do that, I know you don't, because you don't.
You guys are the first ones about the trend. Every time I've done exercise, the friendly. Always became.
She's all weird. Dirty emoji face.
Like, you don't know. They have a.
That's what you think of.
It's your t-shirt. It's your t-shirt.
Wait, we need that.
Or like. Is that the t-shirt? Okay. Oh, is it like? 11, nice.
Yeah.
You guys can just do a quick slogan.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost done. If you need a refresh on with refreshments, now's a good time.
Well, the coffee's out.
Oh, the coffee.
Coffee is coming, you guys, your coffee is
We
coming.
need some hydration.
It's coming.
I'll take that back. You need hydration now. Too.
Oh, look at, the signal they need for the.
I know, I
So
saw.
cool. I wanna see if we have any.
They have a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, okay, good. We should bring them to the meeting.
Yeah.
And give them out.
I'll text them.
Yeah, so you can get them at City Hall or something.
Nice drawing here.
Oh.
Yeah, under pressure.
I don't know, I want to.
You might show them.
Sign.
Yeah. Are you over there?
Like. Talk about
I'm
it.
thinking like.
Perfect, yeah, that sounds good. That's a good time to bring it like there. I love it.
Really hard.
Yeah, I don't know. Right. And they're putting in touch with. The guy who made it happen.
Awesome, yeah. I mean, they're ready to-
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome.
Okay,
I think they did it.
let's be brief. See what you guys came up with. So we can do like a little tour. I mean, you guys can sit if you want, but you're gonna sit a lot today, so. Why don't we start over here with our outspoken direct group and we'll make our way around.
Of course, we should, we definitely should.
She wants to go first.
They were done first, so I
Yeah.
thought we'd start here.
What do you?
Okay, so just tell us a little bit about your conversation and some of the points you came up with here about your style. What should we know about our friends who are outspoken and direct?
Well, we're very direct, outspoken, that's a lot point. A lot of it is like wanting to know what we need to know so that we can make decisions or take actions. That means we're probably kind of blunt, sometimes without niceties, like saying hi on the email before asking a question.
Except me, I don't like that.
Yeah. Try to put the niceties in there. We come across as impatient, we might not preface things, might just jump right into it. A lot of this we talked about is because we trust the people we're working with. So we just want, you don't need to, we just want to know what the information is. It could come across as we're not caring or we're rude or insensitive. So as far as working with our styles, just assuming positive intent and that we're coming from a place of wanting to help. really thinking about what we like is just to tell me what I need to know, right? So it's not that we don't want to hear from you, but we also want that information. Steve had this acronym, bottom line up front. So if you're sending a long email, like, but what's the point, right? So if you can even put at the top, hey, this email is about, or I'm gonna need this from you to ground us before we read through it. This is also if you're extremely online, like me and Ian, too long didn't read, TLDR. Sometimes on a really long Reddit post, someone will put a TLDR at the top. Here's the point, here's the bottom line, and then you can read the information, same idea, right? And all this is because we wanna help. It's not because we don't care what people have to say, but we wanna take the action that's gonna help. So that was our t-shirt. We're sharks. We're always moving forward and we want you to get to the point, but we also care. We're caring sharks.
Great.
It's
It's
just a love place, that's all. It's a love
Yeah. But if we don't keep moving, we'll die.
Okay, any questions or like reflections of what they shared? Does that feel accurate?
Yeah,
Yes.
Is in your interactions?
Yeah, I've heard like some of those phrases uttered by specific people who have been in this group. I guess I'm wondering like, what is I love the shark with the heart. It does make me like a little bit worried, like what it's about, like what happened, like you don't want to make a shark mad. Yeah.
True. Some of it is like, sometimes it's okay to say, hey, like, slow down, or hey, like, I need to talk this through with you. I think that's something that this style can do, as well as recognize that we need to do that sometimes. So I think that is welcome, and we won't literally die on 1,000 shows.
It's a vegetarian check.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe sometimes.
But that is a good observation as we move through all of the styles, is that sometimes it's about figuring out when you need to call for like some element of compromise. Of like, my needs aren't being met and being able to verbalize that, versus some people just want to shut down because it gets complicated, and dealing with humans is sometimes hard. And so we just kind of revert into our own styles instead of asking for what we need. Okay, let's shift over to our quiet and reserved group. Megan and Stephanie.
Okay,
Okay.
so we basically, reflecting on the questions, we like to listen to others before we share our thoughts. It allows us to kind of read the room. And then, we like to have space and invitation to discussion, and providing information with enough time to process it. So it really, yeah, like to know, like, all aspects of it before making a decision. And then sometimes it can make us seem unengaged or that we don't have any strong opinions, but we really do. We just don't always vocalize them all the time. And then I think it was just space, give us time to process, respect, and opportunities to engage. And then we came up with like, we're better together. Yeah, so just bringing everyone along and making sure that all viewpoints are heard, but also, trying to come to a consensus. So,
Questions or thoughts on our folks who are quiet and reserved?
I love the invitation to discussion. That's really,
Yeah.
like that, helpful.
What does crafting opportunities to engage look like?
Crafting opportunities to engage. What do you mean?
Well, like opportunity to engage is up there,
Oh.
so if, I mean, like, in a classroom.
Right.
Maybe it's, let's hear from people that we haven't heard from yet, or
Right,
what does that look like to you?
right, or just maybe even like has everyone, I think Melanie does a great job of this, just making sure that everyone has a chance to voice their opinion and just checking in before, like, moving on to another. Yeah, that's kind of how I go about it.
I'd echo my experience that the sharks can roll over this right here to the
Yeah.
detriment of really valuable input.
Right.
And then you get to the end and folks say, well, I really should have said this. Well, why didn't you? Well, because you give me an opportunity. to.
Right.
I didn't feel welcome
Right.
to bring that forward,
Right.
so it's really important.
Okay, excellent observations. All right. Let's move. Are you guys ready to move? You're ready? Okay. Let's shift over to how does quiet and reserved compare with our thoughtful and analytical group? Go team.
Thoughtful and analytical. I think we're all part of, we all have a little of each of these communication styles in us, right? But I picked this circle because there are only two people here and there are too many people that have spoken directly. But I really do identify with this, especially, I'm just gonna go to our t-shirt. This is supposed to be a nerdy emoji. So just so you're not like looking at this and distracted by it while we talk. So our communication style, we can be quick decision makers with enough information, but we're also open to revisiting. We can be very direct and diplomatic. Or I should say direct yet diplomatic. Assertive and open, meaning we like to be active listeners because really getting information is the most important to us. What can people most misunderstand about us is that we may look like we're flip-flopping, but really we probably just gained new information or had time to process something. So then maybe we change our minds about things. And then to be most effective in communicating with us or us with you, providing good information and having a solid framework for it.
Yeah. Questions or observations for this group?
Can you talk more about the framework for decision making?
I mean, I kind of see that as, like, values driven, that then get informed by information and data. So it's procedural or it could be substantive, and then you fit things in, and, but you know, be willing to revisit. So it might be that you need to revise your approach to something because it doesn't fit with reality, when the big event was or something like that. Or maybe there's a conflict, but then how do you resolve that through trade-offs or something like that?
But for me, you know, sometimes if we're being asked to make a decision on something, but I feel like it's part of a bigger issue or part of a bigger whole, but we're not allowed to talk about those bigger holes, like that is a challenge for me for sure, to be able to like, feel like I can solve a decision without having that as a framework. Other questions? I'm curious, one of the things that sometimes comes up, either with thoughtful and analytical or quiet and reserved, is the need for time. You guys talked about being really direct, so is like time, sometimes having enough time to process, how does that play in for you guys? Or did that come up at all in the conversation? Because sometimes you get all the information, then you need time to
So
reflect on it.
we didn't have enough time.
That clock was ticking.
We're gonna get to discussing that. Get there.
I don't know if you're being serious or joking, but I'm curious if that does play in for you, because sometimes that can come up as an issue when you're doing policy.
Yeah.
Of like, did we have enough time? Has this conversation had enough time? Are we ready to make the decision?
I would say in general, for me anyway, never feels like we have enough time. Like I would really appreciate more time. The reality is we have really long meetings as it is. So
Okay.
by the time we get close to the end, I'm like, okay, that's enough time.
Okay. Yeah, I just find that can be an important element of compromise and working with people who are really thoughtful and analytical, is identifying. Are we ready? Like, when do we need to make this decision by, and like making sure you know where the give and take is.
I was not on council yet, but watching you all go through the UGB expansion. And that was a really fast process. I
We
felt
didn't
some
need
of
more
that.
time on that one. Yeah.
Well, but I heard some of those concerns from some of the
Yeah.
folks that were on, yeah, that was really fast. And I'm not saying it was wrong, I'm just saying it was fast. Yeah, so.
I mean, I know I struggle with that sometimes with the time, because I think this is also, I relate to this, I guess, the need to absorb the information, have some time to think about it, have some dialogue, and then maybe, you know, come back to the decision. Even though wanting to move forward, like this is, and for me, sometimes it's sort of, well, I can come to the side. Challenge.
Honorary number.
Yeah. Pardon?
Some C in your P.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also think it's really interesting to think about how the styles overlap, right?
Yeah.
And the different needs of times. Okay. We ready to shift over to friendly and unassuming?
Come on, guys, let's go over.
And you guys came up with a unique t-shirt design. Every group I've ever done this with does the same thing.
It started with our t-shirt, it's a friendly dog thing, I just need a little love. So our style is really, we like to come into a room, read the room, be inquisitive, calm, ask questions of people that are there. The issue with that is that we need this warm up, like that's what we need. We can't get right to it, which is sort of an opposition to cross we need a little warm up, when we're having these, conversations or meetings. And we want to focus on preserving the relationships in the room and, just, withholding judgment and being patient. We talk about patience a lot with our style. You might think that people think that maybe we care too much about what others think, and that we're avoiding conflict, and not taking direct action because of the warm-ups and the questions and the this and that. So we just want to tell others, be patient with us. We just need a little love. That's all.
I feel like cookies help.
And cookies.
All right, questions, observations?
What the tension between these two was pretty interesting.
This is just very different.
Hold on. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, how's your-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that generally speaking, warm-ups just setting high, right? So, not much. But this is well done.
Well, we can't warm ups, we just need like warm up the room a little bit.
I get it, but I'm going.
We have a fun fact about
Yeah.
No,
that.
I mean, I told Sarah when we spoke, I was like, no trust games. I don't want any, we don't need a lot of warm up. I think this group is like ready to go.
But I find that,
Fully admit that.
I mean, there's a lot of research behind why you do a warm-up conversation, because it gets your brain working, and like it's like you wouldn't go for a run without doing a little stretching first, like the run goes better if you did.
You don't stretch first.
My analytical, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll send out
We
the
love stretching.
articles. Making the case for warm-ups, but yes, trying to select a warm-up that's not gonna make people disengage is really important.
That's why we do yoga. Friendlies do a lot.
Yeah. All right, well, the last part of our warm-up, I want us to go back and take our seats, and I want you to share a song that energizes you quickly, and we'll build your playlist so that we've got some energy to infuse the rest of the conversation.
Later.
Sometimes people get so jazzed about their playlist and they're like, I really need to add this other song, and so you can do that later at the break. But let's just start with one. This is always fun. For most people, hopefully this doesn't confuse everybody out of that
I'm
crazy.
just gonna go Chapel Row and Hot to Go.
Okay,
Put it on there.
Sasha, got it?
It is, I mean, you can't put the kids version of it if people are offended, but.
Okay,
No, no.
okay, adult version,
Smile on faces by Stick Figure.
smile and faces,
Smiles on faces.
smiles on faces,
You go with your t-shirt design.
got it, Steve?
Nothing from Nothing by Billy Preston.
No. Who else is ready?
Oh, Push It by Salt and Pepper.
Oh, my 100%. It's gonna be a good playlist, I can feel it. All right, who else has one?
Respect.
Aretha,
There you go.
all right,
I can't hate that.
classic. Mike, you got
I
one?
have to think about.
Got a time for a moment,
Really
you're
bad.
thinking?
I was gonna do, Good Luck Babe by Chapel, but I feel like.
That's
too
okay.
heavy.
You know, no, there's no such thing.
It's like your last night.
Let's do Good Luck Babe, but this is pretty cool version.
Good luck, babes, you're free to go. Sasha's my turn, she's excited, that's what I.
But I watched the Grammys last night,
Yeah.
so I'm just like, all of these are fascinating.
Let's see, who else is ready? Stephanie, you're on?
I'm just gonna channel the swearing in, Matt Kearney, I'm coming home.
Oh, great,
Good call. No, good.
okay, Kate, you got something?
My fallback is always that.
Yeah, thank you.
One more time.
One more time. We've done this exercise
I'm
before,
telling
and I
you,
knew
you
that,
did it
I knew
before.
Kate was gonna give us something.
Eric, I'm counting on 9.
I know, I'm kind of looking for some 90s stuff.
Speaking of Depeche Mode, Chapel Row.
All right. All right, our ones who have been
The
thinking on this,
shower,
what do you got?
shout it all out. Oh,
Shout-
geez.
shower
Of
checker?
course, yes.
You got it?
Wow.
That's 80s actually. Oh, I need to do, yeah.
We can add more later, we can add more later.
That's fine.
Okay, who have we heard from?
But You Need to Calm Down by Taylor Swift.
Okay, that little T Swift on the
And
list.
the radio.
I still think.
Still thinking, okay.
Modern
Modern
Love.
Love by Bowie. My Love,
Modern.
Modern Love by Bowie, okay? And Ian, did we get yours?
Oh, I'm scanning it back to me.
Scanning from that?
This is a joke, but I always say this to people. It's like in the famous words of Motley Crue. Don't go, don't just go away, just don't go away mad.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna put a little Motley Crue in there. All right.
Wait, can I change mine?
Of course.
You can add another one.
Radio Gaga by Queen.
What is it?
What did you say?
Radio Gaga.
Radio Gaga by Queen.
Yeah, we need to be, you have to be.
Okay.
It's don't go.
Well,
away
for,
mad.
do anybody who is still thinking, did you come up with something? Or you can add when you come up. Okay. You wanna give it some more thought? Okay, I'm gonna respect style, so I'm not gonna interrupt anybody. Okay, our last thing, now that you guys are warmed up, you are gonna get to enjoy this incredible playlist, which we will continue to add to when we get into our breaks, but we need our guidelines for success. So I put these up here intentionally so that you can also consider that you have these guiding principles in council, and we'll talk about those tomorrow as we wrap up our work together. But equity, inclusive leadership, environment and climate, fiscal stewardship, governance, and partnership. So you have those to help guide you through our dialogue over the next 2 days, but what else do we need? I talked about the agenda and what we're gonna do. You guys are gonna have some in-depth conversations about these goal areas and the things that you care passionately about. So what do we need to be successful in those conversations from each other?
Honesty,
Okay, why is honesty important?
just if people
What does that mean?
feel strongly about something or disagree with something, then we should talk about it
Okay,
and don't just be quiet.
all right. So honesty, let's go there, have the conversation.
Space to talk about a goal, but then maybe room to discuss the strategies to achieve it. Like I think we were asked to think about a broad enough goal, but then also make it specific and measurable, and I feel like that's sort of, that starts to leach into the strategy a little bit. But I don't want to lose sight of here's what the goal is, and I don't want to get too prescriptive, but I feel like we need to get sufficiently prescriptive so that we know what we have in mind. So that,
Okay.
we're informed by what we're thinking about, I guess.
Yeah, and that can be a tricky one, because I think people's, what's the right way to frame this? Sometimes people's perception of what is the right level of detail can differ from person to person. And so as the facilitator, I just want to make sure that you guys are okay, that I'm gonna kind of gauge just based on the energy in the room, like if I feel like we're going too far down into the weeds. Pulling back up and maybe parking something because you want to be able to give good insight, if I'm understanding you, on what what you mean in those outcomes. It's like providing those additional supporting details so that staff understands fully what you mean. But if we're starting to get too much down into the weeds, maybe we can utilize the parking lot to capture it, but not spend too much time. Is that okay?
Tell me what you think about this, because sometimes maybe the weed is the goal. And I think, at least from my perspective, the worry is that if you put the goal out there, but you don't have enough specificity in it, then you worry that you're not gonna be achieving your goal. It'll be something else that you weren't thinking about. So you can read the goals and say, oh, this means this to me, this is this. But if it doesn't mean that to anybody else, you're gonna be really frustrated.
I want to second that. I think it is really important because I think I hear from the community, like, this is the city's goal. Why isn't the city doing this? X, Y, Z that supports X, Y, Z, A, B, C goal. So I think it is, important for us to make sure that we hash out, clarity around stuff. Our goals today.
And Gina, to add to that, I would say, outcome oriented, right here, really what are we driving? Then is it measurable, this outcome?
Okay, so so if we get into the details, making sure we're tying it to an outcome. And then if we go down that path, making sure we're checking in with the group of like, you know, this is a gut check here. Are we too far in the weeds at this point? Is everybody still coming along in this conversation? Or is this something for later? I'll check in with you guys. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I ask you a question
yeah,
about the guiding principles?
yeah.
What is the history of those? Like when were they written? Were they agreed to by all council like 2 years ago?
Yes, in this process last time,
Are
where we
we,
came up with those.
are we gonna, talk about them in this-
Tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, it's part of tomorrow's agenda, so I wanted to bring it up today, just to shed a little light on it, that they exist. And that you have them and that you can use them, as guidelines for success, but know that you're gonna have a chance to revisit that tomorrow. Make your modifications. Okay, so we're gonna leave space to discuss the goal, we're gonna focus on the outcomes, leave space for strategies, and if we start to go too far, I'll check in with the group and see what we need. Good, okay, what else?
Just, I mean, understanding and finding consensus among 7 people, and that maybe your strategy or your emphasis is not 1, 2, or 6 other people's in the room. Just having some understanding about that for all of us.
Do you feel like it's better to drive for 7 rather than 4? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should
I
as
think
much
so.
as possible.
I think so, right?
And with
Yeah.
consensus as well.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting, this is an interesting point and a rule, and you guys we can definitely do that. All goals that go on are consensus based. Some groups we work with, it's either consensus or majority. But if consensus is the guideline you guys want to set, then we can do
I
that.
think we should strive for that, but in the end, it's, the majority is gonna vote on enacting these into
Okay,
policy. But I think we should strive for that today. as much as
okay,
possible.
so strive for
But like,
consensus.
what if we get 10 goals that like 5 people?
Then they
We
won't-
can't have 10 goals.
No, then if there's not even 4 people that want something, then yeah, we're not even close to consensus, so I think we can consider that.
Okay,
Well, I mean, I think for me, it's helpful to think about how we use the goals, so it does help set the work plan and it prioritizes the items in the budget. And it's also an opportunity to think about activities that we come across as we move along, we can't anticipate everything, and so we're often using them to link back to a framework that we think that there is a consensus on, but in practice, it doesn't have to be everyone agreeing on something. It's just, here's something that we think is important and a way for us to eye our activities and hold ourselves accountable to.
And to go along with your area, being flexible to when new data comes up, do we adjust our priorities? Or do we have the space to allow for that?
Yeah, and we do that regularly.
Yeah.
So.
okay, so we're
terrific,
striving,
too.
find and understand consensus and striving for consensus, but that the majority will, if we're stuck on something.
Yeah.
We'll pull and figure out what the majority is, okay.
I think we're gonna have to get into the second bullet right above that in order to better understand where there is consensus. Or where there is, because I do think some of it is about the house. There may be a broad, agreement on something broadly speaking, but some of the specifics may be a little bit harder and helps us kind of narrow and clarify the goal a little bit of that without spending too much time on it. It's gonna.
Right, and I think that it's important to remember that in setting the goals, some of the reasons why we want to try to keep them higher level is there will be specific budget and work plan built
Yeah.
later that we make more decisions on. There will be decisions at the time when something comes to us from a goal that we can change or make decisions on or vote on, so not everything is decided today, right?
Yeah.
Right, and we do have some time after today we're gonna hear more about the strategy part in detail over the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Right.
So some of this will be iterative.
Yeah, today, we're gonna talk about process later after the break, so today is not your end all be all. Okay, what else do we need?
The only thing, and it kind of goes with honesty, just like respect and that's my theme today, I keep on saying it. Respect and just a safe place to air opinions.
And the space to do that, I think, right?
Yeah.
Making sure everybody gets a chance.
Yeah, underlying phase. All right, so if I'm not hearing from everybody, I'll try to, if the mayor doesn't just instinctively do it, I will check in and make sure that you guys all feel like you're having an invitation to the dialogue. Okay? What, anything else? We're good? You guys are ready? People are like, let's go. I can feel it. Okay. Well, let's get into our environmental scan. So I want to just set this up so that as we're doing this and staff is going to be sharing some information about the progress on the goals, I want you to be thinking about these exercises build on each other. So they're designed to there's a sequence here. And I want you to be thinking about in each of these goal areas, if you haven't already after reading the agenda or just knowing what your priorities are, be noting 1 to 3 things that you hope to focus on in each specific goal area. Because when we get into our council priorities discussion, that's going to help you. So we can pass around some of these Post-its so that everybody has some. You put markers and they're out there. Okay. You guys should all, if anybody needs more, let me know. But just be thinking about that as what, your 1 to 3 priorities in these goal areas, things you hope to focus on. Maybe, thinking outcome focused, what's the outcomes that are most important to you in these areas as staff is sharing some information about the progress. As we go through the progress review, we will also, I invite your discussion on flagging anything that you're interested in refining. So we're not starting from scratch, we're refining these goals. And if there's something that you want to make sure that we come back to in our refinement discussion, I don't want to go too deep into it right now. I want to make sure that we get through all 5 areas and just highlight that's something that I'm really interested in refining. So, and we'll I'll mark it up so that we make sure we don't forget to come back to it. Okay, anything else I wanted to share before we got into that? I think we're ready.
Do you want us to provide it from here, or do we want to just walk from?
We can walk from area to area.
Yeah, actually, let's get up and we'll kind of huddle around
Yeah.
each school area.
Do you guys want to have an area where you'd like to start? We've got
Yeah,
accessible and effective.
Overarching.
Yeah, some overarching considerations.
So those are all up
Yeah.
here. So
So,
let's all start up here. Good. People always complain about having to sit at these things all day, and we made some sections of the room for you, so now you'll get plenty of opportunities to move around.
well, and this is all in the packet that we sent you last week, but, so we're gonna just kind of go through each of these goal areas, but I'll start off with high level things, which we, kind of just piggybacking off of what Sarah's saying, a lot of the work that we did over the last 2 years is pretty foundational. You'll see in that status report evolve, or this is the next step, so just paying attention to that. Right, always striking the balance of new policy with core operations. Sometimes we are so focused on being responsive to policy concerns. What I don't want to do is, in 2 years, we've so focused on all these new things that we haven't, paid attention to the actual business of listening, responding to customer service, operating and maintaining our infrastructure, all of that. Incorporating economic development, we think there's a big opportunity right now with housing growth. There's more job creation, more higher wage job creation, there's some synergy around economic development and also maybe an opportunity to connect with our business community in new ways. These strategic with limited resources, so this idea of just being a little more concise. So I like the idea of you're generating some, where you want to put your time, but again, not losing sight of the outcomes that we're trying to achieve, which is kind of this next item. And we'll actually give you a process overview. So there's a lot of time to focus on those details through the work plan development. So please know this isn't, I think sometimes you put a lot of pressure on the today and tomorrow, like this is gonna be perfection. It's not, this is more just the start of the conversation. We've got a couple more months to fine tune it. And then just this reminder of what our community said through that survey, our top issues, really it's around affordable housing, traffic congestion, traffic and transportation and growth, the big issues from that survey. So we just see some of the data there. We keep going with the
Yeah.
specific areas.
Any questions about any of this?
I'm
Okay,
gonna mix it up and go to this one since we're right here.
Sure. Public safety, I'll cover this one. So what we'll do is just, here's the status report and what, just you have it as a reminder of the strategies and actions. Some of the accomplishments, we are meeting our response times for both police and fire. We're still leaders with cardiac survivability. We have created an alternative response system for mental health, which I think is really successful with the crisis response team. Our deflection program is up and running. Our automated traffic enforcement RFP is on the street. We have used, some of the new counselors saw our Arctic room. That's the infusion of technology kind of coming together. So I'm not gonna hit all of these. We've got technology plans for both police and fire, so we're really trying to leverage technology as part of our response system. On emergency management, our continuity of operations or COOP plan has started. We have our emergency management program that really, I think, took shape this last 2 years. Council's going to be seeing our emergency operations plan. So we had a plan that was developed in 2016. We're in the process of updating it. You're going to see it here soon. We've got more communication efforts towards fire and emergency response. Okay, so considerations for the next 2 years. We actually created some very specific things for emergency management in light of the LA fires. I think a lot of community concerns. So we have revising building codes to address wildfire resilience. Continuing to work on our natural hazard mitigation plan. Identifying specific risks. And then collaborate with partners to update our evacuation plans and modeling. So I think, knowing that evacuation plans are dynamic, but there are some things that we can do to better communicate to our community about where there's pinch points in the system and how we're working through those in the emergency situation.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So the second bullet there under emergency management, what's the difference? Talk more about natural hazard mitigation plan, how that's different from wildfire, how it's big.
Well, like,
Trying to understand.
yeah, so using
That flood.
all of the above. So we talk about natural hazards. It's just the climate is changing. It's the bigger
The
picture.
bigger picture.
Exactly.
What about the kind of, because I feel like this is very much like kind of short-term, but periodic frequency. What about the kind of longer-term, more chronic recurring hazards like wildfire smoke? Do you see that as fitting in here, or is that under a different umbrella?
Well, some of that is just building, looking at our infrastructure, and making it more resilient. So we can't say we're gonna stop climate change, right? We have to adapt to it. So one of the items that you'll see, and there's a lot of crossover with infrastructure, is our building. If there's a brick grant that we're trying to apply for our water system to make it more resilient in case of a wildfire, right? We were talking about that. So I think there's the things that we can do on the front end through climate, for our climate action plan. There's things that we can do from a disaster happens and how do we prepare for it, like this is more of a preparedness. And then there's the world is changing. Let's just build infrastructure a little differently to adapt to that. So I think it's in all three of those areas. Police, so we have the matrix staffing study that we presented to council last fall. As a guidepost, I put the PSU community survey in the council goals, so you can see what the community is wanting us to focus on. A lot of that is traffic and neighborhood kind of livability issues in general. Of course, implementing the automated traffic enforcement that we're this goal period we've developed, and then the next goal period will be about implementation. This idea of facilitating a multidisciplinary team to more effectively deal with neighborhood livability issues. So we're doing this on 2nd Street right now, where we want to do more of that, like geographic areas where we're seeing a lot of issues. And it's a way to engage with the community and more preventative strategies. Reducing our calls through partnership. That's been a theme with police. We've done mental health. Our focus right now is parking. I think animal control with the county is another one that we spend a lot of time on. We could reduce some of our officers should be responding to that. We should be coming up with different ways of responding. And then we do have the opportunity with the opioid settlement funds. So these are funds that are coming in every year result of these massive settlement agreements, so we're wanting to leverage that towards some of those partnerships. With fire,
Erica, are they only targeted in that area?
so the opioid settlement funds have to be used for, there are some specific criteria as well. It's not just.
But it's not only within the police.
Well, pretty much, it's kind of, we're looking at Kate, yeah, for us.
For us, in
because-
terms of what we provide,
Yeah.
so we have given money, to the county to help fund global crisis response
Okay.
team. But yeah, in terms of what we do, most of it relates to we're not.
Thank you.
With fire, so strategic plan that has been complete, you know, we have the levy that we're operating under, so we've got some sideboards. So I think there's a lot of just refinement within those sideboards, looking at our tiered response system. You know, we have that basic life support unit, deciding how to continue to invest in that. There's a longer term relationship with a rural fire district, so this levy expires in a couple of years. We need to start having conversations now. What's the next step? Do we do another levy? Is it time to look at a fire district? I think some of those conversations need to occur over the next couple of years.
That's what you're getting at with funding and governance
Yeah.
options, it's about that
Yes.
longer term, okay.
Correct. And then same kind of in conjunction with that is a capital plan. So, you know, as we grow, where's the next station going to be? And that's done in partnership with the rural district. We have some training needs, facility needs for fire. What does that investment look like? That all kind of feeds into that longer term. structure.
So Eric, is there anywhere else that this will pop up, but working with the neighborhoods on the fire mitigation? And maybe just setting a goal for having this many consults and looking at how, would that go with emergency management? Okay,
Yeah.
so just put a pin on that, I think
Yeah, it-
some kind of,
we're just sharing kind of what we think as staff, but this is just a starting point. So that's a
Yeah.
perfect example of please add to that. And we've been, Renee and I were talking about.
What do we want to have here?
just put neighborhoods under emergency management,
Here.
yeah,
Um,
just to come back to that.
It's like community engagement, right?
Yeah, so I didn't know if it lived somewhere else, but
Education,
but maybe talking about helping people help
It-
themselves,
It could go into the accessible and effective government, but
Right.
let's just put it.
yeah, just for later.
I think,
Can I ask a question, another question about so typically emergency management is like kind of a county level led. So, is there gonna be an additional funding request for emergency management that comes in this year's budget? And, so I'm just curious, like, voter, taxpayers, residents are already putting resources in, it goes to the county, it goes to emergency management. Is that being covered? What really does the city have to do? If that perspective could be provided to us, I think that would be,
yeah, just real quick, so.
but I do agree, I mean, the neighborhoods obviously are clamoring, so.
Yeah.
I mean, that I.
The county provides, so there is an infrastructure where the county has oversight. And then all of our peer cities have emergency management as well. We just sort of staffed that up. And we had a grant, we received a grant for a second emergency management position. So I don't anticipate any more positions. We have a grant funded position that was started. Our emergency management also oversees our risk and safety programs as well in the city, which are very city focused.
Yeah, I think it's been great having Carrie on board. I think I agree, Gina, we're not the leaders on the emergency management. County is leading that and the state, frankly, for larger things, but having that person that is our person for the community, for us, for our staff, and to be that liaison is really.
And so, yeah, Carrie's leading all our internal plan, like our continuity of operations plans.
Our resiliency efforts
yeah.
internally, because it's not just natural disasters, it goes into cybersecurity. How would we operate as folks continue to serve the community should we encounter events such as that?
Right.
Eric, items here that you guys would want to flag for refinement? Make sure you focus on.
Great.
I mean, I think the wildfire stuff is just in terms of preparedness and hardening, I think it's generally captured there, but being explicit about that, it seems it's a really important part of the adaptation to the changing climate and thing that the community is very concerned about and really could. It's not a question of if we're gonna have fire, it's when, it's just how ready are we gonna be? I think it's just really important that we're talking.
And I mean, like, to my mind, things the city could do, and I don't want to jump ahead here and like get into actions, but like helping people,
you know, make it easier for people to clean the yard debris out of their yards, to make their homes more defensible, to create that defensible space, like little programs that are, you know, relatively low cost, but have a big impact and are really visible in the community, which in my mind seems like city role and a really great opportunity.
Do you have a?
And that was not an idea that came.
Do you have an
I think that's
example?
underneath.
Because I'm interested in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Let's come back to
I mean,
that,
we
yeah.
do, I mean, so like, for example, you can take stuff to the landfill, you can
Right.
take your debris to the landfill, but for people that don't have the means to take all the stuff to the
Right.
landfill,
Yeah.
it's like, how about providing a program to help people like,
A local
Get it there
bin to
curb.
put that stuff in or something
Mhm,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And you guys are gonna be able to get into some of those
Yeah.
specific ideas, so again, this is a great time to be like jotting down your notes
Yeah.
of like the things you wanna see in rural areas. I think if there's any of these that fall off the list that are already on here, or things that you wanna flag to maybe modify, that you know, you don't wanna forget about, this is a good opportunity.
Well, the only one that's on there that we haven't been doing as much on, just so we haven't had as much opportunity is around gun safety. And, I don't know if that still needs to be captured here, or if we just wanna capture that in sort of our legislative agenda.
You wanna just flag it for
I-
refinement for more discussion later?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it needs to sit in the goals anymore, honestly. I
Because
think,
that's where it is now, right?
yeah,
It's
and
equal.
well, I think it was just because we wanted to be
Mhm.
explicit about it a couple of years ago, but I think we just can rethink how we frame that, and you know, one of our representatives is going to be doing a bill on gun safety, and we should support that, but I don't know that it needs to be like an action or a strategy right now.
Well, one of the reasons it might be important is our council rules would allow the mayor to take unilateral action on lobbying state or other issues in terms of writing letters without necessarily consulting council directly, if it directly aligns with our state. or-
Yeah, but there's other ways to authorize me to do that, right, or to council to just do it.
Because isn't it already in the advocacy stuff?
I'm not sure that we called it out
Legislative
exactly.
agenda, we did not call it out, but we could.
We can add it,
Maybe we should add that. because
Yeah.
Then that's.
then that
effectively-
covers that.
Okay,
We're
you
doing
guys can
that.
decide, I'm gonna let you decide how.
Yeah.
You taking
Well,
it.
but just flag it, yeah.
Flag it,
Yeah.
flag. Anything else you wanna flag?
Is there any way to be more specific with the opioid settlement funds? I mean, it's pretty specific, but I just don't know if there are specific programs. I mean,
It's like paying for a position, basically.
it's just a position.
Yeah, we're using it right now for the deflection position within police, right, to help get folks into treatment.
Right.
Or within our department.
Within our department, that's,
to
and then
support, yeah.
the rest of the funds have been, partnership funds for the county for the stabilization center.
And are we contributing to the crisis team as well? financially?
Yeah, we're filling in like that for, so that we can have that folks respond in the nighttime.
Because that's the alternative response.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys wanna flag that one for refinement, for more
So we
discussion?
should answer your question.
You answered it. I don't know if it's helpful to spell that out a little bit more for folks.
Let's consider.
You know,
later.
when we talk about like being measurable
Yeah,
items with,
right.
you know, the public, so that's really clear and understandable, like a position and, you know, direct support to those crisis response teams. I think it's important.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, Megan, to your point, I wrote down here, consider a budget offset for the police because that's funded with opioids and just to where my head. went On that, so.
Okay, flagged.
Yeah.
Flagged, more discussion.
Before we move on, I spoke to Chief Riley and I said, if you had a wish list of 3, what would it be? And he said home hardening and landscaping, but that first one right there, getting off the levee. In the future, which is right there, and then keeping those metrics for response times, particularly cardiac, because like he said, that's something that the community really values and is important as we grow to have the strategy still in there.
So they're all.
That was his wish list of 3.
What was the third one?
It's response
yeah.
times,
The response times, it's in
Oh.
the.
It's already there.
but I think it's a core function and we need to
Yes.
keep it in
Yeah.
there.
Yes, that was his.
All right, cool. Anything else on public safety? You guys ready to move? You're gonna come back to it, so it's not like.
Yeah.
You're not totally done. Okay, who's, Russ, transportation infrastructure.
So I won't make you read the fine print. The only thing that is not captured over here is the existing goals was around. Collaborative with CIC to pursue long-term sustainable transit. So you haven't really translated in transit because it's kind of this, we're just supporting them in whatever they do, one has to go around transit. So over the past couple of years, really focused on funding, adoption of the new SDC methodology, the phase 1 transportation fee, those are big successes. The amazing job that Sarah and now Chris have been doing in the grant program with getting Hawthorne, in the overcrossing, will be market.
It's just gonna keep right on.
We'll see how the new environment trends around Grant. We completed the hydro study, so that was looking at, doing electrical generation within our existing water system. Two areas were identified, Aubrey and out at the Outback facility. We're moving forward, looking at the Aubrey side and then trying to look at Outback in the future. We're maintaining our roads, PCI, pavement condition index is just a grade for our roads. That continues to trend in a positive direction especially with the influx of funds from the transportation fee. We've also made improvements and got new equipment on doing our multimodal maintenance. And that's the direction. So looking forward, one of the things that we've identified is trying to create a more efficient governance structure around decision-making around the transportation policies and standards. We've been working with council over the past couple of years, and you're going to continue to see a lot of projects come in. We want to make sure that we're getting through those quickly, getting the right information out there, having the right discussions, but getting them on the street. So we've spent the past 2 years really focused on getting the projects ready to go. Over the next 2 to 4 years, a lot of stuff's going to be under construction and moved in the streets. So you can see a lot of construction contracts and a lot of disruption started today for the closing of only. And will continue through the next 2 years.
So on that point, I think the idea has been talked about is maybe lifting up transportation bond oversight to be more than just the bond oversight, or general. And I think we should also have a conversation about the council subcommittees, how that to work more efficiently.
Yeah, and we're also streamlining the operation. What is our transportation decision kind of within the organization, in staff level? And so we can make quick decisions as well, but also make sure you get a constant voice from staff and the transportation world. So yeah, really, anyone needs a subcommittee in TBOC. One of the things we want to understand from council is, because as you go around, when you get to housing, does council want to take on a big housing discussion? From a staff perspective, if we do a housing discussion, we would say maybe we want to throttle back on the transportation fee discussion. So we're going to bring phase 2 in front of you by July. Then there's supposed to be this community discussion between phase 2 and phase 3 about looking at other options. The question for council is, if you want to have a housing funding discussion at the same time, do you want to have a transportation funding conversation at the same time? So that's just a question. We do want to keep the airport in council's focus for 2 reasons. One, the tower is under construction right now, and then we're also in the midst of getting people here to actually operate the tower. There's a shortage, so not much we can do about that. We're going to do that.
We know.
Nationally, yeah, because the tower is under construction. We'd really like to have people going in there, and Redmond already has issues with getting workers out here. The other conversation we'd like to have with you is making sure that we've got sustainable funding for operations out at the airport and have a good solidified plan, which is going to be asking questions of the budget cycle of council. Do you want to subsidize the airport, or do you want it to be self-sufficient? If you want it to be self-sufficient, then there's new fees and revenue sources that we're going to have to look at through that process. So we're looking for some guidance from council there. On the transportation side, we're all going to kick off an update to the standards. I'm not going to go into all the details of that. That is a community conversation that's been happening for a while. We just want to make sure that is focused in the right direction. We are really going to be in construction, so you're going to be seeing a lot of things we've been talking about for 2 years are actually going to come to fruition. So want to make sure that council is fully, kind of kept up to date on what the improvements are, where they're going. It's meeting the intent of the council goal. And we have clear alignment with you. We are going to continue with the adoption of the second phase of the transportation fee, really start to get more in the programmatic elements, like the bike master plan, the ped plans around that. We're actively in our 3rd round of trying to recruit transportation engineers to come in to actually start those. We've been unsuccessful, but we're in the 3rd round now. We have off ramps if we aren't successful in this recruitment, because there's not transportation engineers out there, about getting those moving, because we can't sit anymore. We want to make sure that we're maintaining the operation and maintenance level of the system that we're not only building, but we got to make sure we're going to maintain it in the future. That involves some conversations with the park district that we're involved in now, just making sure we have a constant line of maintenance levels across that. We're going to begin to talk about the TSP. We're not going to really start it in this biennium, but you're going to continue your conversations around the TSP. We want to start that process because there's a lot of legal things that get tied to that once we start the transportation fee. Deliver 2 mobility hubs, one at Troy Field that the city's going to deliver in conversation with CET, and then we're going to work with CET to deliver one on the north end. They have wanted to do one on the south end of town, but the roads aren't connected through kind of the Stillwater project on the south end yet, so we're gonna still hold on that. Yeah.
On the engineer, transportation engineer, are we just not offering that money or what?
It's across the board. It's been hard to recruit, just like any other business. And when you get to the economic development, everything you hear on the economic development housing applies to us and our teams. There's also just not that many transportation engineers out there that are looking for work. So if we are not successful or partially successful, we're gonna augment by consultants because we got to get this work moving. On the water services side, we're right in the middle of the collection system master plan and stormwater master plan, those are also foundational elements for the growth plan, when we really start looking at UTV and infill. We're gonna continue to work at the state and county level and the federal level to acquire additional land out back, as Eric talked about, around resiliency. We really want to put a pre-sedimentation pond out there. Also allows us to put the hydro unit out there, do the wells and things like that. So that's just a big kind of behind the scenes process that's gonna probably take a couple more years. And then we want to continue to chase money in the grant area around that. We think our best success right now for grants is around resiliency and wildfire, because it's such in the news. So we're real focused on getting money out for the Outback facility to do these improvements, to be able to kind of bolster the water system out there as well.
Okay,
So.
I would like to just put a note, of safety. I'm gonna have a conversation about
Yeah.
goals and metrics and outcomes around safety. I don't wanna do it right now, but I think that that's part of the transportation and infrastructure discussion.
I agree.
Goals and outcomes, okay,
Yeah, just
and
with
goals, outcomes,
metrics just around safety. And this is always what happens with transportation, it's very project focused, so you get down into these little things, and I think they're important to say, things like deliver to mobility hubs, but I also want to make sure that we're capturing the values and why, and
Yeah.
linking it to measuring,
That's exactly.
right?
Yes.
Because things are getting safer.
I want to make sure that
Yes.
when our teams are out talking about it, our engineering, like they are in alignment with council direction, because, you know, we're around transportation decisions that are being made on the system.
And you can keep saying it over and over, people go, why are you doing these things? Why did you change the road? Why are you building this thing? And I think we just need to be really clear that that's the priority.
Yes.
So,
For all modalities.
exactly, yeah, so.
Yeah, data-driven outcomes.
So we can,
after
I wanna
the
have that
fact,
conversation,
that kind of
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And I think it's one of the things we hear about regularly from people, in my experience, in most forums. It's interesting how it can quite show up the same way in some of the data, but it's what we hear about. I think I hear regularly from people concerned about safety in all kinds of different ways in the transportation system.
Right, yeah.
And
other actions that you guys want to flag for refinement?
The transit one.
Yeah, I think
I
let's
want
put
it
a
to be
star on
strong.
transit, let's talk about that.
Very strong, as strong as we can make it.
What our role is gonna be there, yeah.
it's gonna be very challenging until we know the outcome from this legislative session, in my opinion, the trajectory of where it's going. So it may be something that we have to revisit in 6
Yeah,
months.
sure,
The strategy
yeah.
on that.
I think it's important not to leave.
Yes, no, I agree.
Maybe
Interesting.
one thing we heard from the public.
Yeah, being open to revision and that kind of question.
Okay. Russ, where does sewer and water fall? I mean, water we discussed a little bit. but
Water
sewer-
services, so the collection systems master plan
Okay, so collection.
is sewer. We're also doing facility plans.
Yeah.
Both at the water reclamation and the filtration site.
Okay,
Those are just kind of more kind of general operations. plans.
I mean, one thing in my day job that I think we're kind of like coming up against is like water outside of the city and how the city can impact that, or how, you know, we have Avion.
The
terms of
yeah,
expansion.
Avion discussion.
Yeah, so the expansion, so I mean, is that gonna come up as
In
part of
the
the
growth,
master
in the
plan?
growth plan,
In the
it'll be
growth
a
plan.
big discussion,
Yeah.
so I think that's
Okay.
where that
Okay,
probably belongs, that all of this will be.
Okay.
Yeah. For us, making sure we have clear line of sight with
Yeah.
Avion is really critical for you to make good decisions.
Yeah.
on growth.
I mean, is there something that has to happen faster on that to make sure we're ready in 3 years, 4 years
Well, it's
on water on the east side?
from the city side, from the city side, we'll be ready because we just redid our master plan. We have a good model, so we can do everything we need. It's always, and I don't want to go too deep here, but it's always been nebulous on what level of effort and what information we're getting out from our water partners in the area, you know? And we
That's
don't have
partly
much
why I
control of
asked
the.
that.
Could you just
How
put
do-
water
Yeah.
partners?
Yeah.
water partners, I
Yes,
think it's the
Yeah,
partnership.
let's just,
Yeah.
I think that's a. important thing.
I mean, I came up, I think, oh, there are discussion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me?
Yeah,
We know, like, what?
That's a big thing.
Okay,
Just there's a bunch of maybe on water, their ability to deliver water on the east side of town.
It's just, it's,
Water.
It's a dependency.
you don't get to look at all their books, you don't get
Yeah.
to look at all their, you don't have the same transparency, right, so. I feel like just like that before. So yeah, that's.
you guys are gonna talk about this, we're gonna talk about safety, flagged,
Transit,
up here,
yeah,
transit.
And also just know, when we say water partners, who we're out tracking groundwater rules, well.
Right. Yeah, all those bigger discussions.
Anything else you guys wanna flag in this area?
Yeah.
One more umbrella goal that I think helps explain the why behind a lot of the other actions is just addressing traffic, reducing traffic, and you know, we talked about how we measure that, or reducing it compared to today, or is it where we're predicted to be in 20 years, but I feel like that,
It's not something
It's not-
explicitly.
yeah.
it's not just like, oh, we love transit, it's because of the effect that it has on moving people efficiently.
Yes.
You know, and I feel like that kind of ties a lot
I
of the other
agree with
ideas
you.
together.
Yeah, congestion would be a good.
You call it efficiency, not congestion.
Efficiency?
Yeah, that's kind of like around your transportation policies too, from that, right?
Okay, and I wanna add, I don't know. How exactly to phrase this, but, budget, basically, we're not getting a lot done for the dollar right now, and I think we need to have a discussion about. And it does overlap with policies, because our policy is that we build roads a certain way, and that basically is using up all of our budget, so that means we're getting less done than. Maybe. we need to.
Is that the
So it's
governance
kind of-
structure conversation?
No, I think it's a budget. I think it's like a budget contracting approach, budget, related to our structure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Approach.
Is some of that about the standards, like, I mean, hearing one number, is it?
I think part of it's the standards, but part of it also is like we have this like synergy policy that we have to do, like the only project, for example, is $2 million over budget. It includes water and sewer that wasn't supposed to be part of the street budget. Now they're getting SNC funds or whatever going to it, but there's still this
They
$2
come out
million.
their own funds, but we're even having to throttle back because of the amount of synergy that we've done with utilities.
So I think it's.
Okay.
Budget approach, safety, water partners, reducing traffic. Anything else on this one? Okay, I think we have time to get through one more before we take our break.
Okay.
You guys with me still?
Yes.
Are we shifting up to
Let's go, we're walking this way, so.
accessible
Oh,
transit
let's do
government?
that.
Let's do that.
Yeah, okay, good.
She's there.
There's a big list right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for the current biennium under accessible and effective city government, there are 3 strategies. The first is around advancing the city's commitment to equity, and specific actions around there, around supplier diversity, community benefits, the equity framework. Creating resources and connecting community members who have experienced acts of discrimination and language access. There's also one around expanding community engagement with an emphasis on underrepresented community members with some very tangible actions there. They range from our neighborhood association trailer program that was a smashing success to engaging community members with new innovative approaches and tools. And then one around implementing process improvements and efficiencies to meet the needs of our growing community around best practices for information sharing between council, community advisory bodies that we talked a lot about at the summit. You'll see that pull through. And then some of our new facilities, the Public Works campus and planning for a new city hall, and then asset management. So how do we make sure that those infrastructure assets that we are being good stewards of and planning for appropriately? So some key accomplishments, we piloted our equity framework, and that will flow through to the next considerations. A lot of relationship building, both internally and externally. There was some accomplishments around supplier diversity and community benefits, some procurement code changes and some pilots there. We've adopted a language access policy and are in the process of implementing some new approaches to community engagement, the Ben Flagpole City Fest, the state of the city, really focusing on meeting people where they're at. And you saw that reflected in a lot of the inputs into council goal setting. Council compensation was addressed. Council advisory boards, really asking the questions, being curious, how can we improve that? How can we make sure that our community volunteers are feeling like their time and their talents are being valued? And that's flowing through to you as council. And then we are really actively using asset management. We're using models, making really data informed decisions on our infrastructure investments. And then the right of way code was adopted. Seems like so many years ago. As we move forward into the next biennium and goal setting, some considerations are continuing to evolve our community engagement with a focus on reaching into the community and measuring effectiveness. And Renee, did you want to provide some additional thoughts
Sure,
on that one?
sure. So, as Stephanie said, we're continuing to look at what are the engagement opportunities, not just happening at council chambers, but going out to the community, like listening sessions, Q&A sessions. We thought the Q&A tree code session went really, really well, where community members could learn and then ask questions, but how can we take that around town? And then looking at the goal, researching innovative tools to engage with underrepresented voices. We have gone through a Spark program with our OPM office. And we have two ideas that we're exploring right now. One is renting space at LCA. So having an actual office space where Kathy from our team can either maybe 1 day a month, maybe 2 days a month. Counselors could also go, have a computer, help community members with services. And then we also have access to their community room. So we could have meetings there. So again, going to where people are. And then we're also in early conversations with Deschutes Public Library about building on their novel idea concept, where we would maybe pick a book or subject matter related to our goals, bring in a speaker, have a panel, and we do this twice a year, quarterly. So, and that's great because we can reach David.
That kind of rhymes with the citizens assemblies a little bit to me.
Yeah. They have a great reach with, youth and a lot of people who treat the library as their second or third place. So, looking at that, and then neighborhoods, we touched on it briefly over there with public safety, but, neighborhood districts are going through a lot of change right now. And you might have seen that Envision Bend has really stepped in to wanting a leadership role with working with our neighborhoods. So an idea is that we want to discuss with all of you is that we could possibly contract with Envision Bend to work with the neighborhoods. We're hearing from neighborhoods right now, they need a lot of help with making sure their board members know what to do, their board members are still engaged. How do they run meetings? How do they social media, newsletters? So there's a lot of training opportunities that quite frankly, we just don't have the time and capacity to do right now. So could Envision Bend take on that work as well as manage the funds that the neighborhoods need? So we're actually having a meeting this evening. So they've, I'll be honest, they've kind of ahead like this. We're trying to pull them back a little bit, but at the same time, it's great. They have an interest because they want to do the work. So we just need to figure out how it works with us.
As a neighborhood board member, it's a lot warmer, the neighborhood associations went from being the NIMBYs, right, to now there's younger people, if you can call them young, who like want to be involved. And they're trying to kind of wrest the neighborhood associations from the old guard, frankly, like that's happening in a lot of neighborhood associations. So you guys will see that if you haven't really interacted. And so I think that's a really, really promising idea. Because I think, I like the neighborhood associations as a channel for productive conversations with people in the community who care.
So one thing that's right in front of us, we need to find a way to keep them engaged between now and whenever we make this decision. And one idea that came up, Stephanie had a great idea, is having them work with Carrie and learn more about wildfire preparedness. I think the old farm already has a panel scheduled.
This is our opportunity right now, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think we need to set goals around that, and
Yeah.
everyone's engaged on that topic.
Yeah.
So-
So there's where we are with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, continuing with the theme of making sure that we're we're reaching new voices, and really connecting with community is building off of what we heard during the advisory body summit to provide more intentional connections between council goals, the advisory boards, committees, and commissions. And then looking to engage youth in the community through a youth advisory committee. That's something that's come up. In a lot of conversations, there are some opportunities out there. So is this something that we move forward with? On the supplier diversity, we're really in, now that we have the policy in place, focusing on education and outreach in the near term. So that's education and outreach with those businesses who would be part of this program, but also internally with staff to make sure that we're adjusting our procurement processes to support this. And maybe as a future phase, thinking about, do we want to set some goals on a percentage-based policy? So what percentage of city funds would we want to focus on supplier diversity? Continuing to nurture our community partnerships to build that coalition to stand against hate speech and discrimination. So working with a community partner to do this. The city is not well situated to hold that because of data privacy concerns. So how do we partner with someone to move that forward? Every few years we do a refresh of the council rules. So we're coming up on that time frame. And then as we get close to opening the public works campus, that's set to open this fall, shifting our focus to planning for a new city hall and related catalytic development. And that may flow through to.
I just want to say, like, I'm super interested in the youth advisory committee. However, I don't know how I feel about being accountable. Kind of thing.
I think youth engagement is something we've been like
Yeah.
hearing about a lot. But I also, yeah, we'll have a good discussion about that, because I'm not sure advisory committee is the right thing. And we had some specific work on it that came to us and it sort of fell apart in the last year. So that's kind of been on our radar. But yeah, I think it's worth talking about. Part of that committee.
Engagement. So there's nothing up here.
No, there isn't, and I think that it would be a new refinement, so yeah.
I think if I can just comment on that, I think that that's, I think, an example of one of the ways that we continue to do, innovate and experiment with things on how to engage parts of the community, how to effectively engage.
Right,
That's- It's like a specific action, so that, and I would really like to see us talk about how to use the civic assembly
Yeah, oh yeah,
model once or
right.
twice more.
Flag
Is that
civic-
up here already?
No, just flag civic assembly is something to talk about.
Especially as part of these big.
Oh, I think it was.
things that are
Yeah,
coming out.
I wanted to ask, I feel like in the survey that we completed in December, I think it was in the opt-in one, there were 0 Spanish language responses. And I wanted to ask you if you feel like the city is, does that represent a problem or a barrier? Because I feel like if we were really being successful with a lot of these things, I would have expected at least a handful in the opt-in. And since that wasn't there, to me, that suggests that we're missing some kind of opportunity for engagement. And I mean, I have ideas, but I was curious if you have thoughts about, do you feel like that will be addressed by these sufficiently, or is there something else that we need to be considering?
I was gonna just put a star on the language access policy as something to talk about and set some measurable goals on.
Yeah.
So
It's
that's
been sitting there
ties
for
into
4
that.
years now, I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
and we're still not where we need to be with that.
Right, and if we have that partnership though, with like, whether.
I think that's the
talking
key
about
thing.
LCAs.
Yeah, I was just gonna highlight, amplify, like, rather than focus on, look, we're gonna go find people where they're at, like, I think we should be building community partnerships and relying on the, you know, the trust that they have built with their community a little bit more, than just trying to like pop into a, you know, community center and say, we're here.
I think as Andres often says, it's building those bridges to
Yes.
make those connections.
I mean, we
So
heard
you wanna
that
add
very,
community partnerships up here.
Yeah,
is
just
something
put
you
it-
wanna
Yeah,
come
I
back
think
to.
that's gonna
a
be.
couple of us met with LCA last week, and I think that's one of the things that we heard from them was that, you know, they're speaking about themselves. We're trusted with the Latinx community. How can
Yeah.
we partner with you more to leverage that trust? And I think that's probably true with several different
Exactly.
audiences in the community. It's a theme that we can apply.
I think the
Yeah.
office hours will help with that, certainly.
I don't know if it's here or there, or if it's not something you want to talk about, but, when I look at supplier diversity, on that, also community benefit agreements are something that are sometimes done in terms of, living wage type stuff, so I don't know if it's there.
that.
Yeah,
We're doing.
Yeah.
so, and
But I don't know if that,
we
Is the-
neglected to include that up here, that unintentionally. So we have policy in place to help support the community benefits. As we are moving forward, we're finding ways to incorporate that into some of our procurement processes.
okay,
There are some limitations about how you can approach that.
And
And there's
so,
some lawsuits right
there's some
now
lawsuits
that are,
around that.
kind of clouding the issue.
So we're shying away from putting that out there, or, I mean, I
We're-
said,
we're trying-
Yeah.
We're piloting and using our kind of our alternative procurement process, like Progressive Design Bill, to implement, I think, some of the more blunter tools that the state are now in question because of some lawsuits. that have been-
We can add it into the procurement point process by having, you could get additional points because you have these really important programs that are aligned with the council's priorities, but it can't be a punitive process. There are also some opportunities that we didn't include up here, but should have around apprenticeship programs. So we know apprenticeship programs are really important and there's a lot of community interest and effort to do that. So the city can be a great partner.
so these do live in this kind of area?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I would say
Yeah, or the
apprenticeships
economic
are there.
okay,
Yeah.
right, oh, yeah,
Roll
yeah,
all
yeah,
that
okay, fair
stuff.
enough. Yep.
I just, sorry. No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, I heard everyone say the word partnership a lot, and it's not in any of the strategies. And I know it's there for refinement, but I don't know, maybe I just don't understand your language for refinement. Are we just talking about the bullet points?
Those are the old goals, so we're saying now we want to add.
Yeah, as you wanna change,
So
so
we
if you wanna
just-
change these, it's like
Yeah.
the
Making
making
sure-
sure,
it's
it's making
making
sure that as you guys
strategy to-
absorb
okay.
this context,
Okay.
that we're not missing important, key things that you wanna make sure you come back to as you adjust your goals.
Okay, and I think if I can just make a connection point, so as we develop the council goal framework and as we take your input away and start to put this together, we can link back to those guiding principles, and in those guiding principles, it's around equity, inclusive leadership, environmental climate, fiscal stewardship, partnership and governance. So that's the lens in which we approach this work. Well, it may not be explicit in the current set, know that that was part of the intent of the vision. So we can be more explicit as we go through for this.
The only other thing that I would add, and maybe it falls under community partnership, but it's just the climate with immigration, just safety somewhere. I mean, and that could, I don't know how that works.
I mean, it's part of maybe the coalition standing against
Yeah.
hate misinformation in those areas,
Right.
but I think that's,
Yeah.
which I should talk about.
And I think that may be partly why we didn't get responses. Also, people after the election, that anything to do with government.
Yeah.
I'm not talking because they're fearful about what it might mean.
That's also not,
Harder to reach.
it's really common whenever we are working with other communities anywhere. It's surveys don't land with Spanish speakers.
Yes.
No matter what, like.
Culturally, it may
Well, we heard
Culturally,
explicitly, like, no more surveys.
Yeah.
Like,
But then also we want.
build a relationship, you know?
Cool.
Okay, anything else on this one?
Yeah, one more
Right now?
Yeah, one more thing.
Yes, please.
On, response, the feedback I have heard from the community many, many times, and what I felt myself was that you give feedback to the city and there's never that response loop.
Okay.
And I think, so, yeah, I'm responsible.
Yeah,
Just leave it.
Yeah.
I second the motion.
I like that.
Okay, something to come back to as you guys get into.
We're not doing that today.
discussion. Thank you for asking the questions just about process, because some of you have done this before and some of you are new to it, and so I don't want to leave anybody out, so please feel free to keep asking questions and just checking what we're doing. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will pick back up over here with affordable housing and sustainable development.
Yes.
No, I. But.
And now.
So, 79 bucks. and-
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
That's what it's.
Yeah, so 79 bucks.
Jobs.
It's all there, but.
Yeah.
And then some. Some of it. It's not. It's like my other one. Sitting on here, it's bumped me out a little bit. But it's. Yeah, let's, like, so right now, it's like almost.
But they can do a housing and economic.
When I was like, I was like, okay, I can go there,
$79 at Best Buy.
I'm gonna do that.
And-
I've been wanting to let you know about anything. But that's.
Oh, yeah, I keep it as two, but so I'm taking my little notes right here. Yeah, so,
I got one.
yeah,
Yeah.
take another Apple cool thing.
What are you doing, sharing things?
No, I was showing her using my pencil to take notes right here.
I believe that.
She was digging it.
What
Mr. Chance, you had the chance.
Not in the back.
That might have been fun, but- So there's- So, no, it's perfect, okay. It's pretty cool. This is the line. And
You're doing.
We're okay.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to, yeah. This is the one supposed to have that world. But,
Was this the middle of the when? Yes, I'm aware of that one. Definitely.
Yeah.
And like one of the, I think this is one where one of the parties kind of, I think the developer, one of the developers, I think was named on Sands. Yeah, so if it's a city, he might have. No, it's totally fine.
Whatever you feel, yeah.
Right now, one
Yeah.
just got the other one, I think is this one, it's a plus representations on through. Yep, a couple people are appealing it, there's an appeal process. It's actually, regular land use. I mean, it's a. Looks like only this law says it's technically not, it looks like the name of it's a right. Hearings officer, here's the appeal. City can hear it, then we're not, so there's the there's but yeah.
Yeah, so I have a couple little graphics that I was gonna do, and then we'll put the process, but we'll finish these two first and then do that. Does that sound okay? And then I just have space under each, so
I wrote it down, just, hey, I can't really reject it, but the process of the statute, that says the city's probably gonna appear. That's what I told you.
but
What is city?
I hope so.
Well, US.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on, come on.
Talk about it.
that's, okay, that was. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do like three.
So I think it's that one. I can't remember.
Oh, gosh.
Totally different. Totally different.
Wait, do this song. I'm supposed to be at the meeting?
They are similar.
Yeah.
This statute.
You're gonna call on YouTube and I will. Yeah.
Said. Each party's significant. Issues that you
Perfect.
No. Yeah, you did a good job. No, it's because no, I know, it's the applicant's the, it's look.
Renee, you know the dance?
Oh, yeah, I did that.
No, I didn't. I didn't, yeah, thanks.
I know, it's both me.
And I have to say, I'm really good. Her change.
Did you see her put it now? You should see her, she's like this. With like a perfect split, and like the long legs. I said, I'm not. Well, I would say. I would say like almost. Like they're not really. Yeah, you are. $5,000. And they're like, man, they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's like.
I know we don't say wind country.
Should be good.
Like how
Right.
have these roles
But I think-
boundaries.
She got shots by her.
She beat up like state.
Right, so.
Yes.
She got-
The reports are going that way, so the other way, so that's great.
I heard dance speech band and she goes to she never did a white so well.
And I'll speak by tomorrow, pick them up after.
She got like super into it and then the 49ers lost. She's like crying.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, long as they get out to do it.
No problem.
Like, oh my God, it's like naked.
I love her, I love her. Funny, my brother.
There we go. There we go.
I mean, seriously.
I had like a ton of them, just I need, like, I don't know if I wanna.
Oh, that's somebody
I don't
about-
wanna. myself because.
There was a club in Boston that played the song when I walked in because it was just like, it was like a little teeny club. They're really good and they're walking.
Here she is.
Here's my like walk out, what's it called? A walkout.
Yeah.
No, my brother, he's he's like, and he wants everything, like, he, not like the football, Taylor Swift. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I want to be her. I'm like, she's not playing. But she is. I don't hear her.
Like she is, let's be real.
I mean,
I just feel like one thing of people like.
I hear.
Yeah, which is, you know, some.
What the cheese thing.
Yeah.
So we're gonna. It's next.
Yeah, somebody's over here.
And you want to make sure you got one with the lunch.
It's more than snack.
Yeah.
But now that the Niners,
The night, well, the last Super Bowl, the Niners.
last year he had like extra jersey, Niners jersey, he said he was like hanging out.
Like, it's so nice. So, one is water. And then it looks like
We have those two and then we can do shot.
the other one.
That'll be like.
Pretty nice.
I might do that.
Hey,
I don't, I like it.
Yeah.
I know, right? It's so good. It's so good.
Okay, you guys, it's your 1 minute warning.
1 minute warning.
I am.
Got all that in the news.
That was my first concert.
Wow, cool. That's a great. Yeah.
You've been influenced. This was, every night, well, because Best Buy last week.
Sarah has that.
I tried that. I did. Yeah.
Really, you don't want that laptop?
Sarah, if you need to get sponsored by Trilby. Stephanie's just working on a great one. That's yeah.
I could have a.
All right, you guys, let's pick up over here at affordable housing and sustainable development.
So I was very hard
Yeah.
We've got some thoughts on how to make up a little bit of time. We're almost there.
Yeah. All right. This is kind of a big giant goal, right? And so it has a lot of stuff in it. Just to follow kind of Stephanie's lead of spending a little more time on what we have been doing. First strategy is really around growth and kind of integrating the climate friendly and equitable communities around growth. Second is around economic development activities. So it has things like Jennifer Ridge, surplusing land, our core area, air traffic control, beginning some of the work with the economic opportunity analysis. And then the last is around the housing continuum. So everything from emergency shelters to transitional to affordable to market rate housing, rental housing. There's some accomplishments, quite a few things. So we did add the Stevens Road tracks to the urban growth boundary expansion, implemented the tree code, the site-specific tax increment financing tool that we can see here soon. The policy's been approved. Applies to affordable housing properties. Nice. Oh, surplus. Surplus, huh? Juniper Ridge, large tract sale, so that is, the Taylor Brooks is taking down about 200 acres of that. The SDC methodology update has been complete. There was some crossover between the transportation of this one. For a housing grant, we were successful with that. Sustainable shelter funding, yes, I know there's some question marks around some of the grant funds. That we were able to dedicate, American Rescue Plan Act funds because we were holding that in case we needed to operate our shelters. Thankfully, the state has stepped up, which we were able to deploy that for more services out into the whole community. The construction excise tax, this is for assessed on industrial commercial land that is being used to provide funding for services that's been implemented. The temporary safe state area, that's a partnership with the county of Juniper Ridge. Those nonprofit providers are there as we speak. Today's the kind of the first day of the launch of that. All of our properties have been acquired for a new city hall, the Bed Central Districts, the 100-acre expansion that we talked about. Targeted sector analysis is pretty much complete. It's now kind of that foundation for the economic opportunity analysis and strategic plan. Our permit times are way down from where they were 2 years ago. There's more work to do there. Rehab on the Lighthouse Navigation Center is done. David Commons has opened. That's a permanent supportive housing. The rules and regulations for the airport that'll help us get to that sustainable funding is complete. And analysis to impediments of fair housing is completed. The climate friendly area study, so where would we invest in those specific areas? So that's been completed. The consolidated plan, which guides some of our federal funding, is completed. Air traffic control tower is all completely funded. And then legislative influence, I don't know what that.
We have it.
We have it.
We have it.
So, Eric, as I recall from the briefing you gave me, the city permit time was not down that much, the parts we control.
The part we control is down, the part that the applicant, and so that's actually a focus of the pro housing grant is to, how do we get our applicants better positioned so that they can move through the process a little bit quicker, so that's what elements.
Right. But I remember us being relatively steady, about 62 days in-house for the city. Am I right on that? or-
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point where we're now starting more outreach with like their consultants and their teams to look individually at permits and say, what's going on in your office? Because how do we make this faster together? Okay, because we can't squeeze our timelines too much further unless we have a lot more staff on the line. So the ones keeps kind of like, let's keep it steady and predictable.
But just external to the city processes, the times are down. Is that fair to say, or? is
Our,
that-
our
I mean,
processing, like, especially like the building permit,
Yeah.
the turnaround time, the plan review, that kind of thing, the stuff that we. But then it's iterative, right? So you submit corrections and it goes back and forth, and
Right.
we can separate out how much time is with the city versus how much time with the applicant. Right. So I think there's more fine tuning that needs to be done through, some of that work and then funding it.
And there's still hangovers a little bit in the community that we're changing the conversation, but make sure we understand what projects go south and bring them in and talk about them more than just like a holistic, everything's on fire. So
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I would like, I don't know if this is where you're going with that, but like, I would like the city to kind of take some ownership on the permit time and just say the overall time. Like, we care about the overall time. We're not gonna. Sure, we can analyze the data if we want to, but like ultimately, if the permit takes 180 days to get, you know, that's a delay in housing.
we're very easy, and we're just trying to demonstrate like how we're now in this storyline together, because yes, there was a bunch of stuff on our side that we try to turn around. So.
And I would add,
You have a good week on the right.
Yeah, that's right. So on the kind of considerations. And I mentioned this earlier about really, an opportunity that came from the summit is the growth plan that is really gonna be a big driver for all of this work. So that's infrastructure plans, land use plans, climate friendly and equitable communities, all that. To take that body of work and involve the boards, committees and commissions collectively, right? So it's not just, we're not siloed and just going to one of them. So we see that being a driver. The growth plan is the sort of this foundation of it is around the contextualized housing needs analysis and employment opportunity analysis. And then we get into buildable lands, and then we get into housing capacity. It's a 4-year process, right? So this is kind of the focus over the next 2 years. Housing and homelessness, implementing the pro housing grant to incentivize housing production, fine tuning codes. So going back to this idea, both on the transactional side, but also on the policy side. So looking at the pro housing grant and $1 million that we've set aside for consultant outside expertise to come in and help with, looking at our codes, going more towards a form-based code, less prescriptive of our uses in an effort to be more permissive with housing. Unlocking infill for small developments after assessing the housing production benefits. So we often run into this as a barrier for that infill. And so just being a little more flexible there. Establishing, and this is a pretty big one, establishing a diverse stakeholder group to match funding for affordable housing with data from the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. So this would be a la transportation, where we formed a funding group to identify all sorts of funding options. I think there's some conversation around bond financing, et cetera, that would fall under that. We're on the scope of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, much like TBOC, to kind of match what we have been involving them in, which is broader than just the capital A affordable housing. Continue to surplus land, some of that's underway right now. Secure, stable, ongoing funding for shelter continuum, so that's in process with the legislative session. If those recommendations that are in the governor's budget hold true, we'll be in pretty good shape. Continue to partner with the region to address the high rate of unsheltered homelessness. So I think we've got a fairly good balance between capacity building and enforcement inside the city, but we have issues on the outside of in the more rural parts that we want to be partners with. Economic development, we are entering into some uncertainty. Growth is really slowing down. I think sometimes we often overlook the job side of the equation. We're very focused on housing, so maybe we're placing more of an emphasis on job growth, job creation, increasing wages. The City Hall Bench Central District, I want to see that much more front center. It's kind of a tie over from the accessible and effective government that probably belongs here moving forward. We implement the urban renewal investment strategy that deploys TIF funds. I think you're gonna see the next meeting to not just look at that piece, but let's really, what is our investment strategy for all of our urban renewal districts? And then another kind of tip to take the core area advisory board and elevate that to be providing oversight for all areas. And then build a more programmatic approach to cities' economic development strategies based on input from the target sector analysis. So we have kind of contracts with EDCO or, of course, with Visit Bend for our tourism and marketing, but we want to be more holistic, more intentional, and more in a leadership role than economic development.
And how you suggest that could separate goal.
I think, yeah, I'm kind of saying this goal kind of lends itself to an economic development goal, and a lot of these kind of three.
So you kind of talked about.
Yeah.
You guys okay just putting economic development here?
I'd like to talk about that.
Yeah, I think I wanna understand that better.
Let's put it to top.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
it's-
like
it's-
to talk about it,
But it's more, it's not like in a specific area down here, it's, you're talking about.
We need to talk about
The
that.
whole area.
We'll talk about that. Yeah.
I want to talk about the expanding scope of the 5-year vision.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That already.
It's already
up
up
here.
Under housing
Which
and
one?
houselessness, just maybe sort of bullets, the broadening the scope of.
Okay.
And also, underground houselessness. What we actually trying for.
Yeah, I think, I like to see metrics and
Yeah.
at all levels of the continuum. I think that really helps the public to understand, like when we had our 500 shelter beds, we had the 1,000 feet restricted.
Yeah, we're getting into the time period with the ONA that we're
Yes,
gonna give it
exactly.
numbers.
Yeah.
So I think we could maybe refer to
To tie
those.
into the-
But also with houselessness, which I don't think.
No, they don't give us. them.
Yeah, so I think we need to.
Okay, so you guys are good at metrics and outcomes at all levels?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, did I miss something? There
well, I
was-
think in
there's a lot-
particular around houses.
Metrics for houses.
Does it make sense to talk about things like processes in accessible government? As far as like, because permitting is so related to housing, but it's related to all growth, and so I don't know if it should live here forever,
Either way.
but I think we need to keep focusing
It
on
already
that.
has a lot to it, so.
I know.
It might be that.
That's why I'm just trying to think if there's a way to,
Just permitting?
yeah, I mean, I think just continuing the work.
Yeah, we're-
And I want to acknowledge we've done a lot there, and we
Right.
just need to keep moving it forward, and keep getting better, and keep looking at our processes, so.
Okay.
We're trying to focus the team on conversion, like, it's really important to convert every project that comes in now.
Right.
Out of the ground, so we're part of that story.
That's what we're seeing more of this project, just pausing because the economy is not.
And even today, with the tariffs launching, there's a whole nother conversation about projects.
Mike, to your point, the point in time counts going on, right?
Yeah.
Any early returns on that?
You don't really hear from.
Yeah.
Okay, any other refinements, topics you want to flag here?
Yeah, I mean, it's so. Is funding on there?
Yeah, the funding,
somewhere?
It's funding
And-
Yeah, so it's match funding for affordable housing with.
Yeah, and
And I-
I can reword something, yeah.
Yeah, just so that as long as that includes like financing, because it's a complicated, it's not just about like us going for a grant and then us doling it out, like there's a lot of mechanisms.
No,
So looking at bonding.
it would be like that
all those
puzzle in the
things that we-
TSP, all things.
You could have funding and financing.
And you're
Yeah,
gonna
funding and
have, the housing
financing.
analysis, how the state's gonna have to say each AMI ban, like, what are the cities doing to achieve the housing needs within the state of like, which is completely different.
And I guess what I'm talking about is like, there's a lot of specialized expertise around financing for affordable housing. It's, more than tech and there's stuff the city can do to help, so I just wanna make sure we're embodying that.
Yeah.
Public-private.
That's
Yeah, we want-
And I think that there's, cause that's what I'm thinking about too, but I think that there's that, is that kind of in the continue to find team codes with the framework? That second bullet under housing and housing.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's kind of the long range planning of work of stripping down the
Yeah.
zoning and development code, so it's
Right.
simpler and it's more permissive for housing.
Okay.
Just more of that.
Well, I think I'm more than towards the public-private partnerships, the flexibility to make some of these projects pencil when you come to like high cost of infrastructure and just all of the above, just ways to.
So maybe just
get
capture,
projects
does
off
this
the ground.
capture that to make sure
maybe
you guys
under economic
revisit?
development, just flag something about private. Public-private partnerships, yeah. Like, if you guys, everybody knows, yeah.
What's that? I don't want to. Florida. I ran on and seemed to be really popular in resident, and I see it sometimes in the city's communication are complete neighborhoods. And we're not super explicit about that, so I think that.
Our old, yeah.
But I would say, I want to throw out the idea here, we're looking at, maybe an economic development goal area. What if we thought about saying a complete
or complete neighborhood goal area and kind of merging transportation, infrastructure, and housing. It's not. It's a. Okay, I'm It's just a gonna mess. I'm just gonna put complete neighborhoods.
We're just underlining.
Where is it? Up here?
Because it will lead into everything that we do with the drug plan.
Yes,
Yeah,
does
so
that help as an overarching?
There's like a
goal?
discussion about what's in there, and then there's a discussion about how this is written to communicate with the public.
Yeah.
Right.
That we have in schools, so I think it's, you know, we can talk about that, I mean, I think that's part of it.
You think about support for renters, so either in the application process or like banning junk fees or promoting transparency and lease agreements, but I feel like there's so much pain around renting and we have so much growth in tenant
That's right.
markets.
Right.
I mean, I know this is already so overloaded, but
Yeah.
is there an appetite to talk about what we can do for renters?
I'm just gonna put renters here so that you guys can revisit this. I'm sorry, we do need to keep moving, so I just
Yeah,
wanna make sure we capture the topics and then.
we all get to do our 3 things.
Yeah, you guys, and that's why I don't wanna shortchange that process.
Yeah.
So I wanna make sure we get there. I know. I said one to everything, guys, but not. Okay, let's do environment and climate and then we have one more thing to touch on before we get you into that, so.
The last whole area is environment and climate, 2 primary strategies. One is around moving forward with the community climate action plan and sustainable development. And then the other is around protecting watersheds through conservation, water stewardship, and anything partnerships as well. So some of the accomplishments, the community climate action plan update is nearly complete. That'll be between the council in March, April timeframe. Go through the process of identifying possible electrification policy options and bringing together feedback, AHAC, and CC to discuss that and provide some feedback. Planning for microgrids and energy storage pilots at the new public works campus, so really walking the talk there. A number of code updates, tree code, auto dependent uses, and some erosion control. Expanded water conservation incentives through low irrigation and landscaping. And then continuing to be a strong partner in the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. That collaborative has been focusing on developing some tools for water management. And there should be a plan coming out for this year.
I'd like to add accomplishments of working with our tribal partners on water. And I actually just remembered, I didn't see that anywhere else. But I think that was also an effective government.
Yes.
It's a big meeting.
And then considerations looking to the upcoming set of council goals. So as we move forward with the updated community climate action plan, there's some priority areas and items that have been identified around developing and launching an energy navigator program, installing public EV charging stations, launching community partnership programs to facilitate community-led CCAP action implementation, which is really at the core of the community climate action plan. It's about those partnerships. And enhancing electrification policies based on input from the council advisory bodies. We are also due to do an update to the water rate methodology and are looking to do so with a conservation focus. And then completing facility plans for the water reclamation facility, focusing on environmental stewardship and the Outback facility on that wildfire resiliency. So again, you'll see there's connections between many of these different.
Wondering if some of our work on hardening resiliency with neighborhoods might live over here a little bit.
Yeah.
As a climate goal.
Yeah.
So
Sure. Hard neighborhood.
just put wildfire neighborhood.
That
Or-
community resilience.
Yeah, community resiliency.
One of the enabling functions for electrified community is grid modernization, and that's not something we have lots of control over. But I think it rhymes with what we want to do if we want to. And so, any kind of advocacy that we can do to improve the grid such that when we have microgrids, we have all the solar going north and south of town. That
Do something about
There
it that's
is,
beyond
yeah,
just our
it is part of our
facility.
climate action plan, basically the green grid, right? So we could emphasize.
we just don't know, own,
We can, yeah, we can,
yeah,
we can.
but you can influence it.
There are some tools that are somewhat untested that we'd like to try would be cooperative agreements with our power companies to, you know, basically commit to free power for prevent, basically taking blue sky and making it all of the city. It's,
We're gonna get.
part of it is
Do that?
they are very open to doing that.
Wow.
It's just, it's complicated. It's very, very, somebody probably.
I mean, I just.
It's just
You guys should have a conversation about that later.
Thanks for flagging it.
Yeah.
Got it. Flag on public EV charging stations, so that like the.
And I wanna, but I feel like water conservation, would like water conservation to be part of our water system planning, and right now it feels like kind of a separate plan, like, oh, green. So anyway, I don't know about how.
There
we
is some
integrate-
in there, because like our long-term water plan at this point, conservation's been a big part of that. As we've grown, we have increased water. It's just, yeah, it may seem isolated, so if you want to weave that together. we can
Okay,
definitely do
so maybe just, I'll just flag it here, just a connection with infrastructure and renewable. Okay. Okay, other things you want to make sure that we don't miss? Or things you want to flag for refinement?
I want to ban gas powered leaf blowers, but.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna have that on your tree,
But
right?
air pollution.
Air pollution.
I think, yeah, I don't know exactly where to bring that up.
If you're next, in the next.
I know, yeah, leaf blowers and,
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Dragon
family.
Yeah.
You got to accept it, that's where we're there.
Okay.
It's more of an action.
I know, it is. Yeah.
All right, doing the next exercise so that you guys can get those out of your systems, so we can learn about them. Okay, cool, great. A couple more things before we can get to our council priorities discussion. The spot analysis, Eric said that you guys received that in your packet. I think unless you have questions about what's in there, I think we can go ahead and skip any lengthy discussion about it. We were just gonna maybe highlight a few key points, but if you've read it and you all seem very prepared, unless you have, are there any
A lot
questions
of them,
about
a
it?
lot of them were kind of, well, the considerations that we talked about in the goals, they're kind of,
They're in
be a
there.
bit of a repeat.
Yeah. A little redundant unless there is a question, a specific
Is
question.
there a way to capture sort of, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it, but just to capture federal uncertainty
That's
somehow.
exactly what I was thinking, Melanie.
Yeah, and so when we did that, we
If
put
not,
that
then what?
spot analysis together in December as a leadership team. And that was not, but now, and so I was actually going to say that,
Yeah,
but I
Maybe
would
we
say
can-
that now.
Maybe just put it under general consideration.
yeah,
I
I
would
would.
update it there.
How did you?
Just
uh,
federal uncertainty, and I
Federal.
don't think we need to go deeper than that, but I think we want to acknowledge that some of the things, we're gonna continue to plan and move forward, but we may need to pivot, we may need to adjust depending on.
Okay. Anything else like that? You wanna raise? Any threats? That we haven't already touched on? Okay, quick update about just community engagement. Kate, I think you were gonna tee this up and then see if the council had any questions or discussion points that they wanted to have on this topic.
We can really do a TLDR.
Mhm.
The community engagement really echoed, it was in the community survey. It was really an experiment, right? We tried getting out of council chambers, we did 3 open houses, we had the online open house, we did a couple pop-ups in December, which were just opportunistic, we tagged along on a couple tree lighting. So in your packet, there was a roll-up of all the verbatim comments, and then a little summary, which I belatedly got cut off in a few places, so I can get you the full description, but really does, we have the most like overall on housing and transportation. So again, it's really in line with what we saw in the community services. I think, as you know, the power in those was really the chance for folks to talk directly to council, or if they had a question. Russ answered a lot of questions, Stephanie, Eric. So it's really those interactions, and then the comments that were what we've seen in other places. Of course, I think just stepping back, it isn't a representative sample, right? So you have to get with a little grain of salt. There were a couple groups that really mobilized their members, and we've heard some things quite a bit. But yeah, I guess just for council, were there any key takeaways or surprises Any of that for you, that you?
I think there was a really good value in just walking into a room and just sitting down and chatting with
Yeah.
people. And I tried to sit at a table and be like, okay, what is your top? And I'd be like, what's your top thing? Like, tell me your number one thing, right? Safety in your neighborhood, concerns about growth, concerns about fire, right? None of it was super surprising, but I think it was really valuable to have those face-to-face conversations. And, you know, people were leaving, you know, they were leaving notes and sticky notes and things too, which was really good. So, yeah, I really thought that it was a good use of time. Great.
I heard positive feedback and also recommend a library because people use the library voice when they're talking. They don't yell at you. I thought was very nice.
Steve spoke with Mike Walker.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
Good job.
really appreciate,
Yes.
thanks Steve for his time.
There's something like, it was, I got a part of that conversation. Yeah.
You will see very engaged people show up to these, but I also saw people I'd never seen before,
Yes,
people who had never commented before, so I thought that was really good.
Being at the community center, I think was, or just a trusted place, again, I talk about that, you know, more just being in these trusted spaces. You know, and some of the responses, I was like, oh, we don't do that, we don't do that, we don't do that, we don't do that. And so I'm wondering if in the future, maybe we could lead with a little bit more like, here's what we do and here's what we don't do. Maybe that might help.
Funny,
Are
you
you talking
say
about
that, we
that?
talked about doing that exact thing.
Got it.
So yes, we should do that exact
Yeah.
thing.
I wish I could help you with that.
One of the things we've talked about too is like just being able to have a 2-minute conversation with someone to level set like this.
Yeah.
We are doing, this is what we do on this.
Yeah.
So we've been working on like the best general communication tools, just to ground everybody in like what we can and can't do in
Yeah.
these spaces, right? So.
And yet the empathy of listening to somebody, even if you know, is so valuable, right?
We are the first place that people go. So even if it's something we don't do, it's just listening. is key.
So I think we learned a lot from trying this, so we can improve it for 2 years from now. But yeah, if you have any feedback outside of this, specific feedback for next time. Let me get it. But thank you for trying it and going.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's really important for the elected officials to be there.
Yeah.
That's really
Yes.
important.
I'll ask, actually, maybe I'll ask, start with a question, is, as we were gathering feedback through all the different, listening sessions and whatever that we did, was stuff being posted to the council goal setting website?
The online open house, yes, anyone who submitted for the online open house, their comments were getting uploaded daily.
Okay.
So that was reflecting what people submitted to the website.
And like the public could see those comments?
The public could, yeah, for the in-person open houses, we weren't putting those on the open houses.
They were right before.
Yeah.
Right.
But they're in the pack, and they'd be summarized.
Yeah, they're public
and They're
right
not
now.
public.
I just really think that, that people start off and they don't realize like, oh, people have said that, and if they can see that on our website, then it's like, okay, great. Yeah, some of that's cool, that was nice. Okay. Great. Well, I think it's a good practice. We love when we get the chance to work with organizations who do that community input intentionally before going into goal setting. I think it's really helpful for council and really nice when you see those consistent themes with other work that you're doing. Really beneficial to set the stage for your discussions that you're going to have. All right, we're almost ready to get into our council priorities discussion. Stephanie's gonna just start, and again, I just thinking to some of the questions that Gina was asking earlier about process. Let's just outline the process that is ahead of you before you get into mapping out all of the things that are important to you, because that way you can see where you're going to get an opportunity to not just discuss it today, but also as you continue to work through this process. So Stephanie we'll talk about all those things, and I'll try to highlight some key points so that you can recall what the process is as we move forward today and tomorrow.
So I know that we've gone through this process at a high level, both with council orientation and with council a couple of months ago. But I think as we're in the midst of it, it's really helpful just to go through the process and how all the puzzle pieces fit together. So there's the council setting inputs that we've been talking about this morning. Kate mentioned what we heard from the open houses. A few weeks ago, we went through the community survey pieces, the spot that we touched on briefly this morning, the considerations and the accomplishments from the current council goals, and then our open houses. So all of these feed into the council goal setting inputs. What we didn't call out explicitly too is for those of you who are recently on the campaign trail and as you're out in the community, what are you hearing from community members? What are the priorities? What do members want to see reflected the next biennium. We, right now, are at this stage, the council goal setting with the objectives here. So over the next day and a half, really celebrating progress, identifying these opportunities, determining refinements on the current council goals, building that shared understanding, exploring new priorities and identifying those areas of alignment and where there's some dialogue to be had with the goal of refining the goals with a clear measurable outcome. So what are those things that council wants to achieve over the next biennium? As staff, we're going to take all of the information back, and we have a staff workshop on the 13th. We're coming together to create that council goal framework. So if you recall, the council goal framework is our goals, strategies, and actions. So the way that this all works together is we have the goals, and just as a reminder, goals are statements of general direction leading to an outcome, states the results that you want to achieve and the problem that you're trying to solve. So an example of that is to strengthen the city's workforce knowledge and capabilities. So I would like to, I'm an example person, so walk through an example on how all this ties together. Goals are supported by strategies. So strategies offer a means for accomplishing the goal. They don't offer specific projects, but rather guidance for future policy and operational decision making. So we want to identify a number of strategies to support that goal. Continuing with that example of strengthening our workforce, that could be to seek opportunities to promote and implement succession planning. So again, it's broader, it's not really tangible actions. And then we have actions. And actions support and implement one or more aspect of the strategy. It's a specific task, project, or program. So that's where we get into the details. And I know I want to jump straight to actions. I think there are many in this room that feel the same way. We want those tangibles. We really need to start with what's the problem we're trying to solve. What do we want to accomplish before we get into those very specific details? That said, sometimes it's important to talk about what those actions are, because I think that can help to translate the vision the council has. So we'll develop that framework. We'll bring that back to you on March 5th. And as I mentioned earlier, as council, as over the next day or so, you revisit your guiding principles, we will be overlaying that over the framework as we develop it. So we want to make sure that what's really important to you is reflected in that framework. Once council adopts the framework, that's when we get into the details. And that's that work plan development that happens late March. So we will, again, after we get your feedback, we'll come back together as staff and we'll create our framework, we'll take the framework and we'll translate that into the work plan. So that is where we break down and we create specific project plans for each of those actions that feed up into the strategies that help to achieve the goals. So that's where we look at timelines, dependencies, resources, objectives, outcomes, the KPIs and the metrics that will help to support all of that. And we'll also need to look for some dependencies. What are some mandates? How are we going to sequence all of this? How are we going to make sure that it aligns with our staff capacity, but also council's capacity to provide that policy direction and decision making?
Stephanie, will we have the work plan when we go in the budget?
Yeah, so that's a great point. Thank you for highlighting that. So as we start to pull together the work plan, we will bring that back to council before the budget is adopted. At this point, when we're developing the framework, we'll have a sense of whether some of the things in the framework or whether the items in the framework have been budgeted for or whether we need to make adjustments. And so we'll have an opportunity to lead that into the budget. We also make sure that we are putting the framework for the next biennium alongside the budget, and that gets woven into both the budget document as well as those budget discussions. What are KPIs? Key performance indicators. So those are, how do we know if we're achieving the outcomes that are aligned with council's goals?
I appreciated that you read a definition of what a goal is. So, and I read the article that you gave us. And so I'm curious if you're encouraging us with this goal setting to, instead of just say goal, accessible and effective city government, rather to make a statement.
Yeah, and I think these, I would, as we talk about these are goal areas or goal themes.
Yes.
there's an opportunity to have very discrete goals with those clear outcomes and objectives.
I appreciate that. I think we should.
So kind of closing the loop here, so we will, after the framework is approved, we'll develop that detailed work plan. We are also anticipating that we'll be applying our equity framework and equity lens to the work plan. Going through a series of questions, and then also at this point, as we develop these timelines, as we develop the processes, we'll be incorporating the feedback that we heard at the advisory body summit. So how do we better and earlier engage with our advisory bodies so they feel like they are part of the recommendations? We're getting to them at the right time. Do we want to consider pulling together a couple of advisory bodies together and having an advisory body summit that's focused on a very specific council priority? So we'll be leading that in at that point. So I mentioned the draft work plan will come to council in April. Then we'll go through the budget committee in May, and all of the work plan gets adopted alongside the budget in June. So it was a pretty high level, quick overview, but hopefully it helps to bring all of the pieces together. All of the inputs that we were talking about this morning, why we're here, and then how the staff will be taking that information. There will be multiple touch points for council along the way. So this is not the only opportunity to provide direction. Yay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I love the visual.
Oh, and I forgot, after adoption, I forgot the most important part, right? Then we implement the work plan. So we will be continuing to do the quarterly updates, again, taking into account the feedback that we heard at the summit on better ways to engage with committees to keep everybody informed, not just our advisory bodies, but the community. And then we will be updating our council goal dashboard.
Which we tell all of the other cities that we work with about, and they just, Bend is the shining example of the council goal dashboard, so. You guys are the envy of all the other cities in Michigan. Okay, questions about this for Stephanie? Does this help give clarity as to kind of how these pieces are gonna sequence so that you know? We're not gonna do everything today. We're gonna do a lot today and tomorrow, but not everything. Okay. But I know you guys are excited. Let's get into your priorities. Let's do it. How I thought to tee this up for efficiency's sake is and then also I want to give you guys a little bit of time to just work independently at your space, just kind of mapping out your ideas. Because I want to pair you up so that we can move through the 5 goal areas in a more efficient manner. And there's no real rhyme or reason as to how I'm pairing you. It's for efficiency's sake and for you guys to get to hear from some of your other fellow counselors, and work together on stuff. So what I want you to do is take the Post-its, and this is really important. This is an important instruction. That you put one priority per Post-it, because what you're gonna do is you're gonna kind of round robin through these goal areas, and you will highlight your top 1 to 3, not 5, no cheating. Priorities or our desired outcomes. And again, recognizing that you are going to express some specific things and that some of you are going to be thinking at that outcome level. Ultimately, we're going to get to the outcome level, but if you just can't help yourself and there's something really specific, this is an opportunity for you to be able to express that. And then that'll help us elevate as we get into our dialogue, what the outcome is that you're driving towards. And you'll map these out in each of the areas on the boards. And I want you to put them on separate Post-its so that we can group and move things. And, you know, maybe the goal areas evolve a little bit and something moves around. So if it's not on an individual Post-it, then we have to rewrite it. And that takes too much time. So just follow that.
3 per area.
3 per area. Yes.
But only
Up
one
to
on
3.
each.
Up to 3 per area, so you imagine 3 Post-its in each area for each counselor. It would also be beneficial if you would put like your last name on like somewhere small on the Post-it, or I can see initials work too. And that way we know kind of.
Melanie, are you already writing yours?
Ready.
As any good
I
team.
tried to be explicit in the agenda for those of you who are processors and wanted time to think about it, like that we were going to do this exercise. And I also teed it up for you as we were doing the conversation, so I know some of you were taking notes. So I want you to take the first 10 minutes and just get your ideas down so that you can, and staff will be at the various little stations, so that way if you have questions or need guidance on how to frame or word something, they're there to support you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Um,
please.
Because there's a little bit of, it seems like the other goals, the big picture goals, well, yes, let's keep them as is. I feel like this is a little bit harder for me if I don't know that everybody else is also feeling the same way, that we should have economic development be a part of the housing goal, or if it's a separate goal, so it might help direct my priority list a little bit differently.
Well, right now, economic development lives in this whole area. And there's economic development considerations over here. So if you have things specific to economic development that are very important to you, they're gonna live here for right now.
And should we label it like economic development, so?
If it's not explicit, if we can't discern that. But this is the opportunity, like the whole purpose of this exercise. So you guys expressed a strong interest, and we haven't really had time as a council to talk about the things that are important to us in a setting. This is your opportunity to do that. It also is going to help us see where I feel like there's a lot of alignment, and just in my discussions with you. And so it's going to help us really see where there's alignment. And it's also going to help us identify where there may be some tension. So that'll help us get through the whole refinement discussion and make sure that we're spending our time efficiently. Like if there's alignment, let's maybe start with those areas, get those ones completed, and then be able to spend a little more time where we have tension in areas so that we can have that dialogue. Does that make sense? Does that feel clear?
And I'm sorry, just to clarify, are these supposed to be targeting goal strategies and actions, like all inclusive, or are we aiming for one?
We are always aiming for outcomes.
Okay.
However, I am not going to, if there's, again, like I said, some of you are really wanting to express something specific, this is a good time to just note that. Or at least when you explain your ideas, when we kind of do the reporting, you can highlight like, this is specifically what I have in mind. But we are always, I'm gonna continue to encourage you, outcomes is where it's at, okay? That's what we're driving towards. But sometimes, as Stephanie also mentioned, we want to hear what your thinking is behind the outcome. All right. Good. Parents. So first, 10 minutes by yourself, and then I'll tell you what your parents are. Okay? And the 10 minutes is important so that there's no like group think, it gives you some time to jot down your individual ideas. What do you need? Are you supposed to?
I'm gonna get wrong.
They smell like.
Yeah, some of them are scented. I bought the scented markers during the COVID period, so you could test themselves. Anybody else need supplies? Yeah.
I don't like art. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. Probably take.
5 more minutes. You guys have 5 more minutes. Came over by a minute, but 5. Okay.
This is the camera. I've seen it both ways all the time. I always think it's stupid.
Catching it as an air, so. I was according for us.
It's a big.
Right here,
like right
Yeah,
here.
it sounds like you have your down.
Right here.
Loading on you.
I think we have to.
I can ask.
2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Present to you the.
But you guys will have a chance to do some thinking at each section.
I don't know. I said play sports, I think that's okay.
Where's that?
But you can always tell the season moms, why they have the.
I just don't really want to hear. Here.
Yeah.
Well. On the style.
the market sleeping bag.
It's like a sleeping bag. Everything full of the second side. Thank you.
Or just make them feel at home, like down the chamber.
But there's not a crowd of people to warm it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, since Melanie stepped out for just a second, we'll wait. You guys have just another minute till she comes back and then we'll explain the next step.
I know.
It's got it easy now, for one. You're like, oh,
Well, no, we-
all our work.
We appreciate you for having a chance to do work. We look quite uninterrupted time to check emails.
Because we have a lot ahead of us, as you saw.
Yeah.
Next.
Our time will come.
Yes, it will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Questions, when it's
You better believe.
Yeah, we do, it's on you.
feeling really great about this process.
John, they would always, other people would make fun of me. I did not. You know, sneaky. I was like, I'm gonna go into the room.
Okay. All right, you guys have some ideas to get you started. For our grouping, I have, Melanie and Gina. And then Ari, Megan, Morris, and, Steve. And then our third group, Megan and Mike. Megan's perfect. Okay,
Where do we start?
and, I'll let you guys choose, where would you like to start?
I'll start over here.
We're gonna start at accessible and effective.
And then the idea is we're gonna get out
I'll bring it to you.
Let's staff.
Yeah.
So you go to your thing, so staff is there as a resource to help you.
Yeah. All
All
right, so Gina and Melanie are gonna work up here with Stephanie. Any, one of our groups who wants to start with, anybody want to start with housing and sustainable development?
Megan? Sure.
Yeah, okay, great. To work with Eric.
You
Okay,
guys want
great.
to, Megan, you guys want to read it for Megan?
I think we want to start with Russ.
Yeah, so.
All right, start with Russ over at transportation. And you guys don't get a ton of time at each station because we need to, so about five-ish minutes to map out your ideas. Where you go.
Yeah. Well, but they're gonna rotate.
Yeah.
The other thing I had.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can just talk about.
Well, it's good. 1 to 3.
Wait, tell me about yours while I'm writing. I think, yeah, I think it's one of the.
So when I'm blocking it, so I'm sort of.
But I mean, when you're talking about response for housing, you need to be, you need. Council.
Yeah. And all this stuff. The only committee I've ever served on where I felt like, oh, I was.
I kind of would, I think this is that.
Growth fund meeting.
I kind of, I mean, you did more.
But when it comes to, you know, like, and then those are the meetings, and share all these ideas, and then.
No, well, I think I mentioned that we are.
Yeah.
It's like.
Water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
so,
I think that's more on those two.
Just preparing, I think it's like, yeah, why they're.
I feel like that Riley is thinking about driver's license.
So, and I, you know, like, yeah, because you know, like, it's like the right.
Yeah.
So, you know, like how they like.
That's, you know, where you ask for.
And other culture.
Right.
Yeah, I encourage you. And I don't know what it's like.
It actually works.
Yeah, that was that.
We heard the neighbors say they don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly what I did, yeah.
Meeting minutes.
This is.
No,
more-
I mean, I can do it, you try on the student's website, and then you're just going to use it.
Yeah.
There's a last one.
Most-
This
so-
is different,
so
this
the-
is, very across the city,
All the-
design. No, coffee shop station, you know, on transportation. and other. So what I was thinking here is like.
It's successful for us to have different.
Feels consistent from department to department.
Like a transfer of the water, like the thing that we're talking about special discussion.
But it's the responsibility.
Well, yeah, there's. So but it's a very fun conversation. So most of you saying that it doesn't count on the books, you say, hey, we're here. We're different. Yeah, technically, so we're looking at what we can.
Yeah.
Policy.
Well, honestly.
Right, I mean, I think that's, I think the point is whether they do it, we do. Hey, man, let's not use water. But if, I agree with you, this is actually like our utility director, what there, we really don't have our control into the regulated rights.
Well,
But it's more growth. In terms of conservation.
Yeah, I guess.
Regulations.
You know,
I mean, politically, we don't have a dialogue.
You know, we've gone through the things and it's hard to, kind of makes sense of like. How much goes into street maintenance, and here's how many miles of sidewalk and.
Yeah, we can regulate landscape type of thing.
And all this money to the water department.
But in terms of like.
Yeah.
All that.
Probably should park about that.
People process.
But it is.
Probably allow people to be without.
Development process.
We're not fan of $70 or.
Need to just add the budget
Don't the answer.
Yeah.
How long do we have this? And then move a couple minutes.
Yeah, you guys have, any question? You have
Yeah.
30 seconds,
Yeah.
30 seconds left in your current groupings, and then you guys are going to rotate.
I want to, I just want this to finish up.
Yeah.
You know, I want us to actually get measurement for the east, west, north, south activity. Promote them, and then, it's your same point right here, I don't want to.
Yeah.
And I want to say, hey, folks per hour in an area. Do we have a, do we have
It's
a
just
metric
this.
we can show?
Okay, you guys, wrap it up, wrap it up, and you're gonna move clockwise.
Yeah, it's all.
I don't know, that's my.
See how we can partner
You can have at it, but this is the community bank market, do whatever you want. Okay. All right, we're moving. Time to move. Okay. 5 minutes at the next station, Stephanie had that. Good.
Right.
All right, we're picking it up.
Yeah, and then this is just. Yeah, no, yeah.
I feel very rough.
You feel rushed?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I hadn't had time to get to this one yet, so I'm feeling a little.
We'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna get to the debrief until after lunch, so.
Maybe that's going down the line.
Yeah, maybe during over. Uh-huh. Yeah, this is, because we're coming up on the lunch timeline, you guys can revisit these during your 45-minute break.
Yeah, it feels like.
And bounce over there.
I'm gonna stay here.
Funny too, this night.
I think you might
Yeah.
have.
This is reason that's important, funding here, is not here. But, I think this.
They're good for the bond, but then more terms, that's kind of like, basically, it's transportation plan, is really effective.
They're gonna change.
Public safety.
I don't. Good job on it. I have to look at it.
That has
All I had was.
Which I also have
Just skip the building code.
Now, more like emphasizing that, and then.
Make us fun, really, and wildfire. I mean, it's this, but it's just.
I think, Mike, the question every time, Mike was kind of.
You wanna go above the state, so how? Good question, because.
So I don't know if there's any.
Yeah.
And I think most of the inputs I've got.
But I don't want it.
Yeah. So just really mostly that's the baseline, the more new stuff. Doesn't do the existing part. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you can pull the new stuff. Yeah, when we get over to the environmental.
Yeah, exactly. That's like, that's what I'm feeling.
No, you're good. No, I think.
Essentially administer. I don't, so I have a question about this. Can you, yeah, so this box is struggle word, like, it's really kind of focusing on housing, like, it's about housing related to drug.
I saw a picture of Freya.
Yeah.
Great question. She was at mom with the Carrols. And not, the shapes I remember girls looking like ready to like. She's a good. Total class between all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was saying, she's a good one. With another rookie.
And I'm interested in.
They have that.
Getting those salaries.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
What is?
Or do we just?
Adding Flora, you were swinging the list, you added it 3 months. You threw it to the hospital program and set the loans for so it's girls and friends.
And.
Thinking ahead.
It's also.
So it's pretty good. Freya. Please, Freya, find it.
Right.
And I actually remember Freya.
And in part.
Yeah. I see it better with that. So, I was in Europe.
I think so.
They were okay.
All right, just over 2 minutes left, guys.
We're about.
Right.
I have a meeting or something.
I mean, that, yeah, that's. The big concern is that. Have a chance, and don't lose the focus on that. That is good calling. To be there in 6 minutes.
My one thing that I just had that idea, like each, maybe it's right, so it's just a group, maybe when I said it's like that, I'm not, they know what they haven't stated. You know, their evacuation rate, something, I'm just thinking about like the evacuation rates, like. I was wondering.
There's no event. It's a problem. You gotta put your, I mean, sometimes there's a single arterial. But when I just sat.
But you, getting up here, you know.
At the same kind of thing. I mean, well, no, I can't say this is your candidate. This requires some work.
It's just that, maybe like the. Look at us.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is what I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to get right information.
Live or go back. Well, and aren't they funding,
Yeah.
where we are gonna post the evacuation situation.
Yeah.
Go early, so you know the route out of the way, know your.
Yeah, how to get out of.
And then you'll get more refined information.
So everyone knows now, that's trained. Cupcakes. Well, put them in a bin, and then she kind of mentions,
Yes. Fire committee garage.
verbs like. Remember what excited.
have an emergency.
Excited.
Oh my God, that's. I love that.
Gotta move.
Okay, you guys, time to move. I need like some move music. Okay, on to your next move. On to your next one, that's your move music. All right.
Oh, boy, I've never been.
I have to really warm it up. Okay, good.
I know, where'd everybody go?
Oh, okay. I was thinking of like everything that came.
Okay.
Right.
But it's also not, like, it's fireworks, but
Yeah.
it's been.
Yeah.
I just remember that.
Welcome to my station.
And then I think.
So do we write on somebody else's if we like it or no?
Just pile on. It looks like people did. Well, I mean. Well,
Well, I want to measure better.
Okay, so let's close and then.
So I can write.
Let's, how we right now?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, that I think it has some kind of stage.
Right.
You know, well, they were. Yeah, teacher called us and I just didn't really like, but I was like, mine this morning. And then.
We're even looking at it on.
Grab our thing together, and I was like, naturally.
We have a- Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's what I hear about.
Cyclist.
Modern.
Yeah,
It's like this.
Not that it's higher.
How it's now.
It's really not. It's more.
So our thought too is like.
Yeah.
I have to check the share.
You guys have 2 minutes for making.
Like my daughter. But it's just so, I don't know if it's being, I was like, it's really big.
Community service hours.
I don't know if it's English now. What about that?
I saw this. Like, that's kind of funny. It's kind of clever. Oh, I see.
So,
Yeah. We talked about street.
Intern?
Question.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the street cameras.
No, it's still gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's fine, I'll let him know. And then we'll the Aaron behind you might have to get him chatting a little bit about.
Okay.
it.
All right.
Not somebody else.
Where?
Yeah, you would like to, again. street
There was some funding, I like something in here, and that's where, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we could. The community school. Like, that's not even possible. I was just telling you. Yeah. And I know that it kind of gets into the funding over there. But yeah, the philanthropic. And I don't know if those are like, oh, there.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, that's your 5 minutes. I think you have one more area to cycle through. Is that right? Two more. Are you guys okay? Can we get through two more?
We can do
Or
two
lunch?
more.
Okay,
And then do lunch. Let's do that.
all right.
Yeah.
Keep moving then.
Oh, okay.
You can get them.
Oh, man. I know, I wrote.
Oh, yeah.
I know, and I saw that.
Yeah. I said, what are you gonna be?
What I wanted to, yeah, I don't know. There's something about.
Yeah.
There's structural issues. We take the means that positive direction.
Are we demonstrating exactly?
I think all the problems. Well, there's no worry about it now, but there's other
We took it down, but some people will say.
And now here are the benefits of the tower, one maintenance plan up there that's like that.
Okay, maybe it's already done, but.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I.
Well, we don't, I mean.
I'm putting
We're not
with
gonna
this.
say we're doing our basic plans too.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, to build, is that like partner?
Yeah.
I mean, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just. It seems like we have.
Yeah. Cause the county law.
Future, right? It's part of the community, like what models without it. Yeah.
I do transit.
Yeah.
Like depression.
And they're not all good music. So, and then, so you can write it down, and I think you're also. What does that look like? This conversation. Well, that's that's.
Yeah, like what services,
Right?
Yeah.
Some, it's same parking, it's all things, right? But I understand we've got a lot of ish,
Yeah.
right? And we, you know, around town. Right. Right, and so not just 50 degrees, but I want like all. That is like measurable, the measured area.
Yeah.
You know, and 75% of them are asking for it. Right, here's that we, we're gonna, it's gonna be nice, options.
Yeah, and I'm so, I really like the, I think. Like. Transitional.
No,
like,
a lot of it, yeah.
Right.
Area.
It's really love. And I just, you know, one more like. Business oriented.
So one thing we wanted to follow, because we worked through this.
How do we leverage that?
Okay, you guys have a minute and a half.
And.
That's why I like having volumes, right? And then you put like.
Is that a minute and a half before
Like,
we go to the last one?
Before you go to the last one, yeah.
Right, not just saying, well, we wanna change that.
I like how like.
Values, really, we wanna change it to achieve better costs, so it's that 4 months.
And we're
So,
thinking about.
and I agree with this, and that's what we're thinking. Okay, go build everything, we gotta build like.
Housing.
These pedestrian like action plans.
That's all.
Yeah, we're actually priorities, and I'm actually, they're trying to phase 3 funding. We've got so much sort of, yeah, it's not just, you know, it's not current funding, it's like hack. Everything else to go after.
Especially if we're saying.
Yeah. That's, so that's. We're trying to figure out how to say all of that. With the available funds, supply is the biggest, we got a big, yeah, that was during our discussion, I think we also did this one. Quick building numbers, how do we, what's the best way to do this?
Yeah.
Yes, it's kind of this idea of funding and financing, looking
Yeah.
at public-private.
Yeah, the main trade.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good.
Yeah. I learned that when.
Like, it's
when
okay.
we did the two right next to each other, and I was like, oh, that's what you do.
All right.
And E3 is-
Last one.
We're moving.
Hey, we're ready. Hey, how about this?
Everyone's there.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, wait,
That is a time.
did we get the number?
Okay, last one, and then you guys are gonna take a break for lunch.
Right there, and it's playing.
Yeah, you get it, all engagement and.
I said, consider no gas. But I want to do it in ways that get us to too much.
I would like.
What's out there? I know. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now we can read the
I love it. It's a job.
I put this up there. I should share. Yeah. I want to do a conversation. I'm very willing to discuss this.
They have.
So we just-
That's real.
So, well, you get to sell.
There's any.
Education and, right, yeah.
But yeah.
It's right here. The other, you can see
There's three.
I can see your master. I tried to just find their infrastructure.
Right, in the service.
Oh, just from this. Stevens. So he says to- At some point.
That worked.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, yes, totally agree.
I see, probably put in. You know, that just conflicts. But I like in terms of this.
Yeah.
We have the-
You know, it's like, it's like, this is what we're trying to do. Yeah, that's why I was like, I think it's very.
Yeah.
5 years, right? Project. And what this strategy, so like.
And my other one, tool, it's got a.
Yeah, this one's such a good.
Where are we?
In home and outside. It's pretty, you know. It's a big deal. And-
Oh, you like her call.
You know, if there's like a no fault element, like that, that's actually so.
Regulate, I'm on the slash ban.
You guys have a minute and a half and then it's time to break for lunch.
But yeah, you know, like the accidents now that.
Maybe something about.
Has more data. Yeah.
Right, so I think, how do we tie this back to where our data? What are we trying to do? What's the problem? That was good. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going for hours.
Not sure. Yeah, I think, what are the options? Are they like five? So.
That's my understanding. That's, and I'll. When we've done that. But it also.
Yeah.
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 Yes, and if that was up. We better off looking.
Well, so you're trying to be able to.
You know, I mean, a lot of this stuff.
But that, I know, and it did, oh, it did, that's great, yeah, that's pretty done, so I'm gonna. Okay.
But that's what more of us.
You were in, what else was
Right, so we're gonna talk about what is the.
All right, you guys, time is up. What I would encourage you to do is to take your break first and foremost and get some food. But then also if you felt like you were rushed in any part of this, you are welcome to revisit any of the areas and, you know, modify or refine the ideas that you shared. So you feel like you had enough time to express what you wanted to express. And then we'll pick up after lunch with debriefing this exercise and going around and looking at the areas of alignment, because that's gonna set us up for our goal refinement discussion, okay? Well, great. You have 45 minutes to enjoy a nice break, so enjoy. Get some food.
Sounds good.
What did you remember of ways to get there? Oh, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know this now, but there's. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you want me to write it? Right here. Well.
Yeah, so.
That's probably right. It is how they're going to speak about things. Is it more important about the red?
And yeah, so I think, yes. No. So, yeah, so include into the grid, that's on there. But, yeah.
With these, like with the basically, because I like renewable energy.
Yeah, I mean, Arcadia does that right now, which we've done. Yeah, we do Arcadia, and we've been there for a couple, 3 years. It took about 6 or 7 months when we said we want to do it. And when the product was built out, and it actually went on our.
And so that's already on the evaluation. Is right now. That's kind of small.
Oh, I
So the idea would be to. Right, and then we had.
Yeah, and you're.
Yeah.
And then everyone's one. Mainly.
I was thinking about usually I was thinking.
So we do both.
Yeah.
That's how we're doing it. Yeah. But it's straight up 5% off. That's, you know, nothing else.
And it's, can you advance this on the bill, or is it on the bill?
Right off the bill, and I can pull up my bill, I mean, you can see it, but it being solar discount, and it takes your bill and it does 5% off. Okay. And it's right there. You only have one, and you say, you have to commit to being part of it for years. You can back out the income. There's no, it's free school, and I learned that there was. Yeah, they had like.
We're muted right now.
Which we don't want.
We're muted right now.
Which are shady, yeah.
It's just really nice.
It is,
In the summertime.
it is, yeah, it's really nice.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not.
Let's figure out, we're not breaking small, where there's a line.
Okay, before we get started, just a reminder that, I think you guys know this, but, this is a public meeting, so there are mics around the room that are picking up and hanging on your every last word, so just a courtesy reminder about that. To jump back into our discussion, I want to hear what you guys came up with in your groups and what are as you made your way around, and so that we can all hear and see the various priorities that you're interested in. And as we go through them, I think some of the groups were already starting to group where there were themes. And so we'll clearly identify the areas of alignment and highlight those themes. And then we'll also just talk about where the areas of tension are and give you guys a chance to have some more dialogue around that. And that'll set us up for our refinement process. After this is done, we'll see how the conversations play out, and then I will put you guys in small groups, or sometimes you may be working independently with staff to take the notes from these conversations. So you'll think about all of the context we talked about, the things we flagged for refinement, the things that we know are priorities of our teammates, and start to draft up what refinements might look like to these goals, which in refinements include additions, maybe things that need to be removed, or maybe things that need to be reworded because the outcome isn't reflective of the direction you want to go. Sound good? All right, that's our process. Do you guys have a preference on which area we start in? Which goal area?
I feel like we should end with that one, just because.
You want to end with that one?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let's start with transportation and infrastructure then.
So do you want?
Let's go over there and just look
Oh,
at it.
we're gonna go. Yeah.
I'm making you guys stand.
I
a
like
lot.
it.
Do you
I like
like
it.
it?
Good.
Okay.
It's good.
Keep moving. Keep moving the body. Okay. So I think how we can do this most efficiently would be to have the staff person, so in this case Russ, highlight some of the areas where he saw alignment, and then council, you can add to the discussion, clarify, and then talk about the areas where maybe there wasn't alignment. You can speak a little more about your thoughts on those topics.
Where there was alignment. So I think there's alignment around the increasing safety, focusing on things around, all modes of travel. Because you'll see that through notes like this, the master plans, the zero fatalities and serious injuries, KPIs around that, engineering standards. I feel there's a lot in there, expand, bike routes. There's also, I think, some themes around also how do we communicate this out too, right? How do we talk about transportation and deal with it? Measuring the impacts of infrastructure.
What would you say is the outcome in how we talk about transportation? What is it that we're trying to achieve?
In front of the community, what we're designing the system.
Okay, and so the community,
The
like, the community understands the why about your transportation.
Yes.
There was. I think there's data-driven decisions, but also whether it's kind of vision zero or kind of what are the pre and post analysis of our projects, what are those projects trying to achieve? And if I'm getting this wrong, let me know. Trying to summarize. I think there's interest in delivering projects we have going on. There's, like deliver this, and then also then focusing on what's next. Let's build what we got in the pipeline, but what's the next round of projects? How do we plan and prioritize those? Anything else on transportation?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about safety in all modes of travel. So I feel like the two ways that I think about that are as a percentage of our overall fatalities, Bend is more than twice the state average for people walking and biking that are killed. And if you're thinking about driving, I generally don't think about safety is not the reason why I will pick a different route or won't make the trip at all. But if I'm walking or biking, I will decide not to make the trip or take a different route. So I feel like safety in all modes of travel doesn't really capture the why we would prioritize some modes more than driving. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, but what I'm, like, I think that goes, like, what's the measure of success in that state, right?
For me, when I see that, the way I think about it, Ariel, is the studies that show when you add protected bike lanes, you narrow streets, it's safer for drivers too, right? So for me, that's the way I think about it, is that by adding the other infrastructure that we've been missing for a long time and thinking about safety first, it's not, right. It helps all the safety for the whole road, right? So, but I know also it's an equity issue of, we built one way for a long time. So it could feel bad to people to start prioritizing another mode, but really we're just bringing it back to the middle, right? We're bringing back equity where everyone has the ability to feel safe on the road. And if you make mistaken cars, you make a mistake. So as far as the externalities of people around you. So yeah, I think it's worth some discussion on how to talk about that. But for me, I also want to help the community understand it is safer for you if we add these things, right? And if less people are driving,
Yeah, it's the community, not like us right now, you know, but how do we? I think that's a way to not sell it to the community, but to give that
Help them understand.
help them understand, yeah.
Go ahead. Well, I put speeding up there, and I think
Yeah.
speeding is an issue for people who are walking and biking, but it's also an issue for people who are driving. If you have two cars that are going 35 versus 25, and they have a T-bone or whatever. I mean, I stood right next to a T-bone once when they're only going 30, and it was line on.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, speeding is an example of something that really is against all modes. There are some things like crossings that are primarily for people who are walking, biking, to get across the intersection, safer for them. I also reflect back on the focus group that we had when we were planning for the bond measure, and somebody saying, drivers expressing their concern for people who are walking and biking in the system to be safer.
Right.
And I think this focus on safety kind of gets at that. If it's safer for them, it's also safer for me.
Right.
From a physics standpoint, velocity squared, kinetic energy, velocity squared. No, I mean, seriously. So the energy of that collision, every time you go up a little bit, it's a squared in terms of patterns. The measurable outcome, right there, for me, one of the things I heard, and I see a lot of the emails, is you're killing me and driving my car across town.
Yes.
It's now 1 minute and 45 seconds longer for me to go on Newberry, and however they measure that, I mean,
The other side of
it's
the
valid. Right, so it's valid, and so even though I lean toward bikes and multimodal transportation, I wanna ultimately show that we can all move quicker if we increase the density of folks that are traveling in multimodal travel, and yet still preserve the option for people to transit safely. So that's what I'm going for with that sort of top center one there.
Yeah.
And can we increase with numbers?
Yeah.
To show that the average trip is shorter.
Yeah, that's what I meant by
Yeah.
like, this data is really important for the community.
Because they won't believe us.
Because right now we're saying, just trust us, you know,
Yeah.
if we do this, then this will happen, but.
It's a bunch of bike people.
They're not seeing,
Yeah.
they're not seeing,
But
it, yeah.
we try to use language of, I'm not gonna guarantee it's gonna be faster, but we're trying to get to a system that's reliable.
Yeah.
So you know, it's
Yeah,
gonna take you
reliability.
10 minutes to get across town.
Fair
And
enough.
you can rely on that.
And that was what the transportation bond measure, we really focused on reliability
Mhm.
and increasing like traffic flow essentially, so that if you go on a corridor, it's more efficient. Choice is the other word.
Yeah.
that was-
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Choice.
and the line.
Maybe
Yes.
reliability and choice.
I like that.
Yeah.
I want to invite Hey, did you have anything you wanted?
No, I mean, well, I think that we're capturing it with the transit,
That's what I'm looking at. Like,
yeah, okay,
probably
you're there,
true.
okay, then I'll wait.
And then
No,
I
no.
wanted,
I'm gonna make a comment.
I would
before
also
you
check
finish.
in with Gina.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we were talking, I think you were saying like, oh, we'll talk about the place where we have alignment and where we have tension, and this is maybe a little bit more on the tension side, but. And I put up there the engineering standards that, I feel like, we hear people talking about safety, and we hear, wanting to incorporate bike and ped, but then I hear like, oh, but our engineering standards don't say to do that, our engineering standards allow people to encourage people to drive 20 to 30 miles an hour through a roundabout. So like, I'm really interested in getting us to a place with our goals and our strategies and actions that tension gets resolved. We just shouldn't have that sort of disagreement, when it comes to like safety and our standards.
I'm not sure I would love to know if there's anybody who doesn't think that we should look at our standards and improve them.
That was
for
on my
safety.
list.
I think that's an area of alignment, actually.
Yeah, I totally
Okay.
agree. with
And I
that.
think, so I think that goes hand in hand with saying we want safety, reliability, and choice. How we build the streets is a huge part of that. Yeah, I would have connected, and I think that there's,
Your engineering standards to promote safety.
yeah,
That's what it's trying to do.
right, primarily, so.
Challenge with that is it's in many respects about things we're gonna do in the future. It's not about this is where we have problems today. Those new standards are.
But just what it's for, what it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we have to do both.
I also, that's a big sticking out there. Maybe smaller sticking notes next. I wrote so many words, including low and no cost
Yeah.
solutions. So I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. I think we're aligned on that. I think there's a tension between how engineering standards have been and where we want to go, but I think that's what we're committing to trying to figure that out. So I think we're aligned in wanting to do that. Yeah, great. Yeah, for sure.
Any other tension points?
I'm the only one who said the airport.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
go-
this is a priority for me.
Oh, I agree.
I have one, another one, sorry.
Because the other things, there's big ones around the transportation network. I do, the airport is a big one and I can get the reasons here. I also want to put, transit is the other one, kind of try to, and then Megan also put, around our water partners.
Yes.
And their ability to serve the growth.
Yes, that's
Because we're not quite sure how to manage this yet, but this is a significant issue. So.
Yeah.
I think the budget issue is an issue though, like I don't know, like when I look at the budgets that past councils have approved, I'm kind of astounded at some of what we're paying, and so I don't know that we will be all in alignment on project budgets and what projects accomplish. For example, Butler Market Road, just the way that project is going forward with grade separated bike ped paths, making it very, very expensive, and it's not letting us do the White Acres project. So, there's gonna be, I think, issues like that come up, so,
Sure.
yeah.
I'm
And
not
that's been
sure.
a tension
Yeah.
point for a while, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's been some
And that's what we've discussed in meetings. I'm not sure how to capture that as a goal that's measurable with outcomes, right? And so I think that's where I would want to know more or see more of this sort of. Some of it may just be your values and how you vote on items that come before us, or how we talk about the budget when we go through the budget process, right?
One thing that I know we were doing was this earlier revision, from 30% drawings or something that would allow like earlier community input. That might save on the time
Yeah, and that's,
and the cost of redoing.
yeah,
things.
and that model's working, I think, even, you saw, there was another Canada Riverfront, right? That those initial contacts, we did this on Butler Market, we did it in Wells Acres. But there's still that tension of, we have it right now, we went on Franklin, we're getting attention to put on street parking, and from a staff perspective, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
I got three different voices coming in my head, I can understand from everyone's vantage point, how do we make those decisions and how do we work through those issues in a timely manner where we don't have to take steps back on design?
So is there an outcome related to this one?
I mean, if I were to be really specific in the needs about it, I would say earliest project design alternatives need to present it on budget design option. That's what I would say, but that's, right now, we'll get three design options, and it's this one's a little bit more expensive than your budget, and this one's a lot more expensive, and this one's
Well, some of that will always be very, well, I mean, some of that is patient stuff. We may not be able to do anything have the original scope. So if you're saying you want an option that de-scopes something even further to get to original budget. I mean, I think that essentially might be what you're asking.
I mean, budget.
The tension here is the community passed the geo bond in 2020, we elected some new people, the community has expressed some values that maybe are not the same values in the council that puts projects on the bond or scope them, right? So for instance, having the grade separated things came from community. So what's the balance between often an early community involvement, wanting to incorporate their changes, wanting to meet the community expectations, and then that is gonna be over budget, right? It's gonna be
Wilson
more
Corner is a
than we
great,
budgeted for.
great example, and it was decided to put money into that, because originally that was just supposed to be a bike multi-use path project, and it turned into a complete road redesign project. You know, so we can do that, but then all of a sudden inflation hit, and that's where the real pressure came in. There was scope creep and kind of scope increasing, but when inflation hit, and basically nothing is coming in my budget right now, just because of basic funding.
But that said, I agree with Gina in that, can we have an on-budget option? And we just say, okay, so it's changed from the way it used to be, and so you can't do the things that we originally set out. And then we have to publicly state, okay, we're gonna spend to get to what we want, and just as long as we're open and honest about that.
Yeah, and when because we're watching like the remarket grant, especially as if hopefully that holds. Because that is going to actually probably help deliver the bond list projects. That we're doing again.
Yes.
Because we were on a trend where a difficult conversation was gonna have to occur. You get budget projects, prioritization.
I'm wondering if this could be flagged as something like to work on in the next phase.
So
And it kind of fits with
it fits
this.
with this, that's what I was gonna
Right.
suggest, is that I think you could come up with a governance.
It's sort of an
decision-
oversight thing,
A
right?
governance and decision-making that clearly defines roles of the committee, council, subcommittees, and projects, and where there's intersections and decision points.
Yeah.
It's part of
So maybe the outcome is a improved governance and decision-making structure?
And criteria, I mean, if that's partly what, if the
Yeah.
reviewer speaks,
Right.
about, we want one option, which just at least presents to us and the community. You wanna go with the original budget, this is what you get.
right, and it's much
That's all
more
we can do, right, and then there's a decision to be made about.
And we've changed our
Sticking
outreach
with that or not.
Yeah.
to do that.
And I think we need to.
I think we've done it on the outreach side, I don't know if we've done it on the
Yeah.
council side of where there's those check.
Right, and our concern is what we don't wanna be, and it's happened before, is we're at a construction contract approval at council, or project elements, which totally understand why, but the goal should be, we're not doing that at that point.
That's why
Right.
I want that
Yeah.
bullet point to be taken very
It's gonna
seriously.
be,
Yeah, we wanna make sure we're
It's
delivering
smoother for everybody.
on the vision of council, we know that way up front.
Okay, are you feeling good about the ones related to transportation? Is there anything
That's gonna,
else that the transit one?
the transit, so that I just kind of, what do we wanna accomplish in transit, just because that's the question, we really don't control the levers there, but it's an important part of our transportation system. Or we're just trying to help them figure out funding.
Yeah,
which is-
collaborate with
Actually,
COIC.
it's still a problem.
I wonder if it's still basically that,
It's,
but
collaborate
that's,
is so like.
and there's not
it's
really an
very,
outcome
it's
from
so
that?
weak and,
Yeah.
I get why it's there, and I understand that it's not ours, but
wonder
like
if
it's.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, depending on what happens in this session, there may or may not, it sounds like what's maybe may not be additional resources for the transit. But if there was, then that would present a different scenario. So.
Is it more like advocate?
I think advocate.
Or increase service level, really what you're wanting to do is increase service.
Yeah, the goal.
Yeah, the outcome is increased service
I
level.
don't-
But,
I think
but to me, when I say just so I clarify,
Yeah.
service level might not necessarily mean more buses everywhere, it might just be like
Frequency.
frequency, like
Right.
kind of the concept of like an east, west, north, south, just high frequency, actually less coverage and more like predictable.
And that's
I
what we
think, I
told
think
you.
what we need to be more assertive with. COIC or some.
Yes.
Yes.
And for a plan for
Yeah.
them.
Yes.
And what are the improvements and the changes in the system that they think they can make with the resources that we have
Yes.
available now? And then what else could we do? Like, what can we get done with what we have and what else? If you wanted to do more, what would that
So
cost?
maybe
and how to get
improving
there?
service levels and advocating for increased funding or something like that.
I think CT is gonna be with the kind of change of staff over there, they're reviewing their.
That's
their
already
model.
started.
Yeah,
But,
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, I don't know that there's a transit vision necessarily. Is there like?
They had a master plan, but I think they're kind
I
of
think
looking
they
at
want
what
to
they
hear
get.
like what our vision is too, so that they can incorporate it
Yes.
and they can advocate for it legislatively.
I mean, I've had people tell me that, you know, seeing more buses on the road that are only have a couple people in them, like, it's not gonna inspire people to support transit.
Smaller
And
buses.
I don't want, yeah, I agree with that. It needs to be right sized.
But yeah, maybe it's something different than buses even, you know, maybe there's a broader transit vision that, that we as a city could even actually help implement. And it's not talking about, you know, it's not mass transit necessarily, but it's like more transit options and not everybody has to have
Well,
their
like,
own car that they're driving.
the airport
Further
mobility hub kind of concept, really
combine different modes.
Yeah, why don't we,
have that
okay, look, who else is like really big on this airport shuttle?
Oh, I'm so big on this.
Like,
Huge.
I know, but like, I think it's important if, and we heard from Bob.
Yeah.
To have a couple of specific things about transit in our goals, so that they can say one of their biggest city is supportive of those things.
So can we just get to the outcome? And I think you guys have expressed like some specific ideas under this that'll help inform. Some
I think
refinement.
improve service
Just some combination of frequency of buses.
and reliability.
Hours of operations for buses, because that's what people need who work swing shifts, for example. You can't take the bus home if you work a swing shift.
Right.
So, and then, you know, more buses going more places would be nice, but it was.
I think
And I think one thing that's
Some
really important
combination
for
of
Ben
service.
is kind of the future you're sort of speaking to is this idea of linked trips.
Yes.
It could be that maybe you want to take a bus and then you want to take a bike and then you want to walk, right? And so, but it's one trip. And so how does the the transit system recognize they not an end all be all? Because I think sometimes where it doesn't really work that well in Bend, if you have those options to jump off of to the next.
Yeah.
Just-
And the hub and
Is there any
spoke
parking
behind
ride, like the hub, is that gonna include like parking when we talk about the hub?
They're talking up in north end of like a park and ride.
Okay.
And that's kind of like, I think the airport shuttle, they're also in conversations like, they kind of a hub and spoke model now, and everything on a Hawthorne, do they change that? And kind of, you know, what is their service delivery model, which is,
I wonder if it would be helpful for us to get a. Like some kind of a summary overview of what the current master plan called for. Right, just for the council,
Yeah.
get an update
Yeah.
on that, so we know, like, here's the current.
Yeah.
It's going the right direction.
and I think this is good inputs also, we look at TSP in later years on this, but I think these are input that be valuable.
How are we doing on time?
We need to get to the next section.
So, yeah, so if we could go to the airport, the main thing is, this is the staff, this is almost like I'm glad this stuff here, because for Stephanie and I, this is the kind of staff needs council to say, airport needs to either, we're gonna subsidize it through the budget process, or it's a self-sufficient function out there, go figure out. So here's the answer, go figure out the question.
I mean, Matt Stewart made it sound like that would be a really big lift. And they get sued and blah, 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 blah.
What?
So I don't know anything about
It-
this,
it
so I'm
would-
just
it
like
would-
bringing.
Well, no, we keep looking at other
Channeling
things,
Master.
and Stephanie can chime in too, it's like, there's only so much we can do with the leases on the hangars, we have new developments going out there that provides new opportunities for funding. We also have fees, I mean, there's landing fees, it's technology related, but there, we know with the tower coming on, there is even more of a gap at the airport for operational.
As the airport or the air traffic control tower becomes operational, there are expenses on the city side that will take to operate that. And so we have limited mechanisms to increase revenue. But at council's direction, we would like to explore those in minimizing the general.
Yeah.
But it'll make our first conversation with the users of the airport saying, you've already asked the question, council said no, so we need to figure this out.
And we'd like to work with
Yes.
airport users to come up with solutions.
Yeah.
So I think that's the biggest thing at the airport, and we're gonna, if you go to economic development, we have land out there that we can develop, and put out there, so we might capture that over there.
Is the usership, like, is it primarily private? Like, what
Yeah.
else?
Yeah,
It's all private.
yeah, we have
There's
heavy.
people that pay more fees.
Well, there's flight schools, there's flight schools.
The flight school, a lot of private use, and then there's a medical transport that goes through the airport.
So is there an outcome related to airport?
Self-sustaining.
Self-sustaining.
That is the outcome.
I think it's, yeah, deliver the tower and cut self-sustaining.
Okay, great.
And the last one is just on this kind of the future of water, not necessarily the city, but it's more of Avion, and as we expand our part, kind of like expanding into Avion territory, making sure that we've got clear ideas of their models and we're ready to have those conversations. Going back on what happened during the 100-acre project is, oh, there's some dependencies in there, for future expansion, and so we wanna, we wanna make sure when we go into the discussions on where to expand, we know what the limitations are around infrastructure, especially with stuff that we don't try to control.
Or that we get ahead of it so that we can not have that limitation.
Right.
I mean, that's what I would like to see, the proactive, let's get ahead of this. So
It's
that,
part of the public facilities planning, right?
It is for us, Avion and Rhodes, the other water suppliers, they operate under regulations from PUC, which don't go into sometimes the detail that we do with our system to answer some of these questions.
Can we pull them into our growth plan?
We can have conversations with them, but we don't have direct control of how they do their modeling, what information they give us for, like, literally, sometimes they will give us like a 1-page, yep, we'll serve you, but you don't know what those improvements are until you.
That's why I put the will serve letters, because their will serve letters almost don't mean anything. They just like write it blanket. and then-
Ian, our rights of way, the right of way code. Could there be some language that we insert in that to put more accountability on the providers, on more of the plastic, on our partners? Around master planning and service. Yeah, there probably could be some things that we leverage through our franchise agreements.
So it sounds like we want an outcome of having clear information from our water partners about future infrastructure needs and growth services. And so maybe that's the outcome, and however it takes to get there, but giving that better information.
like, where are the pinch points? And if there's a real pinch point, like, we need to expand an area in a relatively short time frame. What are we doing to get, is it like, what's been taking over some of the service territory, and seriously, I think you have to look at this, right?
I think one of the other options to Eric's question is, do we want to, just an idea, do we want to consider more specific criteria for development? In other words, where do we want to put the burden? Do we want to put it on an applicant for development to get more from a water service provider? There are different ways we interact with
To
them.
get that information, yeah.
Okay, this may give me some of those yellow questions too. I have a question about, so the collection systems master plan. Isn't there also a water system master plan, or is that?
The water system estimate just got updated, so that just approved collection system, master plans under process right now.
And are those master plans assuming that we are building at the density that we are supposed to be building according to CPAC and?
Yeah, they're looking at, and those are the kind of those assumptions that go in there. Then we'll refine it again through the growth plan, so when we actually start saying, okay, how are we gonna layer in the next 20 years of growth, and where we wanna see the density, we'll be rerunning some models again. But it does have those basic assumptions of kind of overall density and where other areas could develop. And as we're learning as we go through this process too, that's always going to be refined. But the main thing is we have a good foundation to ask these questions. We get a good model that has been calibrated to real world conditions, and now we can test different scenarios a lot easier.
Okay, so the outcome I heard was clear or improved information from our water partners.
And so that we can understand capacity for growth.
Okay.
You don't have to write all that. You can put better information in that.
And some of that could go into the other one that is around the growth. We can actually put it in
Right.
a plan to put more of an emphasis on it.
Do we still have like reflecting legislative, like funding requests, like as we grow? You know,
Yeah,
we
it's
consider
our
that part of it.
legislative agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
You good with this area?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move to public safety, because we're right here. Forever, a short walk.
This is a big one.
This is a big.
This is a good one. See, this relates to the other one, on the Army traffic enforcement.
Kate, why don't you give us the rundown of our themes here?
Some alignment around wanting more wildfire resilience through hardening of the building code. And then sort of related efforts more centered around like how do we get community awareness and engagement higher? So through the use of Firewise, connecting with residents or neighborhoods to get more, emergency planning, I guess, I don't know what that.
We have an
call that.
inspection program too, maybe.
At
we-
Kima?
Yeah, so
At
we,
Kima,
we
yeah.
have both a code enforcement side of it, if things are happening, and we have the more proactive, where folks can just call in and get an assessment of their property, so.
So is this like,
We can look at,
I think increased community participation.
In
Yes.
emergency
In
management
emergency management and
preparedness.
wildfires.
yeah,
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 See, I feel like it's not enough to wait for the people who are already opting in and are interested. I would love to find out if there's a way to, whether it's targeting certain neighborhoods or working with neighborhood districts to reach out rather than wait till you get the phone call to do those assessments.
yeah.
and that top one. About exploring other ways to incentivize it, not just
Yeah.
waiting for the phone call.
So maybe Sarah, the word like partner, it's more than just engaging, what you're saying, Ari, it's like more of a partnership approach where the neighborhood is kind of, can be a conduit to help.
Yeah.
us
Yeah,
get more
exactly.
There's some neighborhoods who are doing that and doing it very
Yeah.
well, so I think some models that
Modeling.
we could
Yeah.
replicate citywide.
and I think you can measure, how much contact we've had, how many assessments we've done, right, that kind of thing.
Baseline that and see how it's growing,
And
right?
see it year over year,
Yeah.
and
Okay,
the,
right, somebody that goes out and says like, do you time zones right now?
yes.
I guess I want a better sense of like, if the city thinks that there are certain areas that are especially vulnerable or need more attention. I don't wanna wait for those areas to unilaterally come to the city for help. I wanna be able to
Yeah.
But I
identify,
also,
we have to reach out
panic.
to this area.
Right.
or like, why are you there and not here? I'm
And we
just
do that
dangerous.
through the,
You
so
know,
we prompt through the rural district and the county forester, the Firewise community. So the ones that are already, we've kind of done exactly that, say, these are the highest risk, let's go out and
Yeah,
like.
the reason like
Click
Concord
this.
is like very
Yes.
high.
Yeah, so we have, but there's always more to be done, sure, yeah.
Okay, where are we at next?
There's some themes around, community-based policing, kind of continuing community engagement, like using the right tool to respond, and I think maintaining sort of a community trust, with our public safety team, and then the livability team, like, idea. They seem to kind of relate to one another. I don't know, you want to talk about that?
So what's the outcome?
My safety data thing might be
Yeah,
kind of related, there's a lot of incidents that happen on our roads that don't get reported to police because there's not property damage or, personal injury. That's worth reporting because they don't want their insurance companies to know, right? So there's a lot of like not volunteering data, but they end up in like the emergency room at the hospital, for example, or to their doctor the next day. And Emerson Levy, one of our local representatives, was kind of collecting that data when she put her name out there on Trenton's Law. And I kind of wondered if there's a way for the city, and I don't know if it's police department or if it's EMS or like who it is, to try to like work on that data, like that's other useful data for us to have in our community to help us make sure our intersections are safe.
That actually.
It kind of goes back to there.
Maybe it does. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know if police, if that was
Travel.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
transportation for others.
transportation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's safety and almost travel, right?
Yeah.
That's the safety data.
Enforcement may be a component of it.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. So,
oh yeah, so.
Well,
what's
on
the
the,
outcome?
when I put the livability team, that's not necessarily like, data or engagement, it's more like literally, like we're focusing on Second Street.
Yeah.
And we're trying to respond proactively in problem areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I put including traffic safety, so if we're seeing problem areas of traffic safety, I want that to be considered part of livability. And that's where the speeding and like, this is probably an action or something, but making sure we have the automated enforcement within a year, right? So for me, that's more of like, something for the department to focus on operationally, right? So I don't know what the outcome there is, other than that we're creating that team and that team is reducing amounts of calls and reducing crime, right? In certain areas.
Yeah.
So.
okay,
So
Yeah, how would you?
It's a preventative approach, right?
Yes.
To
More
say, We're
preventative,
trying
yes.
to, well, there's a problem that's happening, and instead of just reacting to the problem, we're gonna try to stop it from happening in the first place, which is a different approach, because police are just responding to calls.
Yeah.
So you take people sort of off the
Yeah.
line, off the beat, basically,
Yeah.
and work with other agencies to problem solve,
Yes.
it's not just the police.
Right,
Typically, that's
exactly,
the police.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Did I capture that?
Yeah,
So
more
it's that.
proactive livability team created or something like that.
And that's what community is
Right.
policing is.
That's what
That's the definition of it,
Yeah.
basically, is your being
So, but
proactive.
the outcome, like the result of the why behind that is you were saying reducing crime through preventative measures, right?
Preventive, proactive.
Yeah, maybe proactive.
See, if it takes me long enough to write.
Well, add a word.
Fine.
Always add more words.
It's good, it's good.
And I know it says crime, but I just wanna, again, say, you know, traffic tickets aren't crimes, but I think of that the same way, like,
Crime and safety.
Crime and
yeah,
safety,
yeah.
Reduce crime, increase safety. We don't want to reduce.
We don't reduce
anything.
safety,
Yeah.
All of which increases.
Yes.
Anyway, I have added room on that.
Oh, it's-
Work with that.
And the last thing is also agreement just on the long-term funding.
For fire.
Yeah.
Why? What's the outcome here?
So we have.
Well, we just, well.
To maintain the quality of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wanna maintain it.
But my smart ears.
They are,
High quality fire and EMS service.
Yeah.
okay.
Response.
Because Chief Raleigh does say that if you dramatically increase the height of the density, that does have an impact on what he invests in.
Absolutely.
On some level too, and that would affect the. Being all a density guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Or
taller.
maybe that they were.
The ladder trucks,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
So is it funding? The funding to maintain. Consolidation.
Yeah, through a long-term funding plan.
Well,
Through long-term. living.
long-term, that's by adoption.
And then,
And then I'm assuming that there is general support, right, for the, continuing to focus on alternative, response
Yeah.
methods and supporting the stuff that gets us there with the crisis response team. And I guess it's, you know, it's what's on the bullet, it's already.
Yeah, reduce calls for service.
Yeah.
Addiction recovery, mental health, Disney partnership. That's.
That was what I had in mind, so it's a tool for response.
Yeah.
These two bullets together, that's an
Yep.
important thing for us to continue.
Yeah, this one, yeah. And I'm gonna say. It's very important to me, gun safety policies, I don't see this. As needing to be in our public safety goals, I think we need to take it on as advocates, as council. So I would like to add it to our legislative agenda, but I don't think this needs to be a bullet.
Yeah.
Because really, we're not
Yeah,
we're
what's the
asking staff
data?
to do it, we're
Yeah.
not, you know, and the outcomes are sort of based on politics.
Yeah.
But.
And we have one specific thought around the opioid settlement fund and exploring the possibility of effectively using it, including potential for transitional housing.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, yeah, and if that wasn't possible, like if it could go towards like helping house police, fire, like staff, I mean. Just some, I mean, I think it's probably best because it seems that there's that mental health. Like connection.
If
and
it's
stuff.
housing related to treatment, I think it's
Right.
supportive housing related to treatment is in
Yeah.
there, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
So is that another outcome or is it already something that's?
I think we can kind of put it like,
Is it prioritize the use?
Yes.
it's like, the idea is, really also the outcome really is that we are using our resources wisely. And so you kind of mentioned right service and the right call kind of thing. It's a version of that, of saying, might not be us, it might be leveraging our resources to put more preventative measures in place so we don't have to deal with the call. It's kind of trying to reduce the pipeline of things coming in.
Moving upstream.
Yes.
That's not already captured here. This would be above, or is it?
Kind of is.
We have that, right?
I think it's just over here, do we just need to be a little different in our language on the?
It's right here, identify the appropriate alternative response.
So maybe-
right response, right
So
thing.
this is flagged for refinement, so maybe
That's what that.
this informs the refinement of that. Okay, all right.
And in the military, we call that being like people who. No, seriously, we do, so beforehand.
before the crisis, you mitigate beforehand, so prevent the boom.
That fits nicely on a green card, you could put. at least-
Prevent the
To the
boom.
left, to the left, to the left of the
The
boom.
left of the boom, yes, that was that.
Prevent the boom. Do you want me to put it up there?
No.
No.
Nothing that says boom on any of
Yeah.
it.
Alright. You guys have the sentiment in mind.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, are we good with public safety?
After all that conversation about reducing crime and all that stuff, I
Okay,
really
it's
want
back
my,
over.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I really do want the police to have a role in collecting safety data on our streets that maybe doesn't get reported to them, but ends up in our hospitals or our doctor's offices or things like that.
So not having that over here, you want it over here.
Well, I think it has to be a collaborative effort. I think it has to be a collaborative effort between police and.
But is it, does it fit, yeah, because it's reduced crime and increase, I mean, I guess.
You guys, I mean,
don't quite
I think the
understand.
hard part about some of the goal areas is that there's overlap
It's an
Yeah.
efficient
between them.
diagram.
And like, you need to figure out that it's gonna, it needs to live somewhere, even though you know that it impacts outcomes in both areas.
Right.
Like, it's gonna reduce, it's gonna make things safer for all modes of transportation, but it's also gonna make, what did we say over here?
How
It's
is
gonna
that-
reduce crime and increase
I
safety
guess
over
I
here,
don't
so
understand.
you could put a dagger place.
Okay, my question to you, Gina, is, are you thinking only like hospitalizations? Because maybe St. Charles has some aggregate data that might also serve that purpose, that wouldn't be an additional burden on police department.
Oh, maybe so.
Right, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, what brought you in here today? Kind of
yeah,
from the, all right.
right.
So we have, what are, I guess, like, what's the end goal, is what I'm trying to understand, we have all this.
Whenever people say like, oh, these intersections feel unsafe, someone looks at the dot diagram, right, and says, oh, there's no there's no accidents that
gotcha.
ever happened there, but then if you talk to emergency doctors,
And by
they've
the-
actually got people who.
Gotcha, okay,
So-
that makes
You
sense.
sometimes hear about horrifying crashes
Yeah.
that don't get any media attention, that families may not be willing to talk about because they don't want the media attention. But nevertheless, our problem and go underreported, I would say. So finding a way, I mean, I've always thought of that, like talking in sort of an aggregate way to make sure that we uphold all the privacy requirements, but still finding a way to say, this is still a problem.
Is this part of better understanding the problem instead of a solution? It's kind of what I'm thinking of on this is how do we make sure that we understand the dynamic situation so that we know what is the problem we're trying to solve and what are the strategies and actions that we implement to address it. So it wouldn't necessarily, it's not necessarily the infrastructure, it's also the enforcement of it. And by having better data sources, we can better understand what that looks like.
Yeah, for me, that fits over here.
Or just be
think
taking care of
I'm
the
gonna-
decision making.
Oh, yeah,
bring it-
Yeah.
Bring it back home,
Yeah.
but you guys put this outcome over here.
Mhm.
And it really ties into that, based on what
Absolutely.
Stephanie said, is you have to gather the data first before you would know what the thing you would do in the realm of enforcement, right?
Yeah, so maybe this is part of
Are you okay with that?
making sure we're understanding underreported data or something like that.
Yeah.
You mind just putting that on that, just so we don't
Yeah.
capture that, just underreported data on that yellow.
Yeah. maybe
Underreported
maybe
data,
it's right,
yeah.
underreported. Okay.
And then can you just add a note around, connection with public safety?
Yeah. Because as you guys continue to refine these, some stuff will get moved around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on how the dialogue continues to unfold, the work unfolds, so. Cool. Okay, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, you guys are doing great. You need a little stretch, you need a song?
No, let's do one more.
Okay.
You need to push it
Council
in.
dance breaks.
Just.
All right.
You look great.
I'd take a seat.
Yeah, the cookies are right there, some water, caffeine, tea, whatever you need.
There's cookies here.
All right, Stephanie, or no, Renee, you did.
That's you. Okay.
Tell us about the themes that came out of the accessible and effective city government.
Okay. Well, the biggest
Discussions.
theme, of course, is around community engagement. Specifically, look at partnerships with community-based organizations.
So not so much about going to where people are. But building trusting relationships, so when we're working with different organizations, they have trust in us to learn from them and to do the work.
And what was, I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was the overarching theme here?
Community engagement around partnerships,
Oh,
building
okay,
bridges with
okay.
community-based
I got it.
organizations.
Okay, say more.
So specifically, with youth, there's some groups identified, youth, BIPOC, tribes. And then also engagement with our advisory groups. So Art, do you want to speak to that?
Well, this was something that I thought I could do as an individual, but I wanted to bring it up because hearing some of the feedback back from the advisory summit. I felt like if I had pledged to meet with the advisory boards for which I am liaison to, outside of a public meeting, I could get to know the members better. I could hear what their goals for service are, what their concerns are, and I feel like that would enhance the public meetings too. So obviously it's more work, but I wanted to put it out there because it seemed like it would hit a lot of the concerns that were in that summary of the advisory summit. So that was something that I thought, I'm not asking you to do this, I'm gonna say this is something that I can do, and I thought it was worth at least.
Yeah, I wonder if we want something around, we have the intentional connections, and I think that fits under there.
Yeah.
And around just evolving the council liaison role a little bit to set expectations and to provide support to the committees, and a lot of, starting to talk about one idea was like every agenda should have one spot at the top, and that's the counselor's turn to update their side, right? The liaison update. Start with that,
I
right?
could tie into the council rules refresh.
And that could also be, part of our council rules and how they talk about. our
What's
liaison
the
roles.
outcome here? Because you guys are kind of overlapping, I feel like a couple things maybe. There's something about community partnerships and then there's.
Yeah, there's two
something
different
about-
things here. There's one to the
Okay.
committee groups.
So I'm not crazy. I'm
No,
like-
no,
I'm
I
like,
think it's-
I'm hearing,
I
I'm
think
hearing
it's
two
improved-
separate tracks. Hold on, I want to hear from council.
Improved communication between council and the advisory groups, including through the liaison,
Yes.
right? And the engagement side is different.
I think overall there's a protocol in how we handle community engagement. And then related to that is also, what are we measuring? So we all say we want engagement. What does that mean? Is it how many events we
How do we know
have?
what we
Is it
want?
how many people would come? Is it because they give us good input and we get back to them? I mean, what are the metrics
Do we have
around?
something in our survey around?
That's not.
No, I'm just saying something that we already measure that we could benchmark against. Again, I
Yeah,
forget if we already
We do ask in our community survey, just like, what's the form of, which form you get information.
We do that, but we don't really do like how engaged you feel, right? Okay.
Well, there was that new engagement. It was the first time we've ever asked it.
Oh,
Like, here,
how
How are you engaging? We did ask that question.
Yeah, I'm wondering more like,
Yeah.
do you feel like measuring how you feel connected to your government, but I don't think we asked that question before.
I wanna, can I just stop you guys for a second on proving, I'm just wondering like how. Feels a little vague. Like if somebody were to be like, go implement that, I would be like.
Okay,
great.
update our council
Or it's
rules,
not better, for
require the, update our council rules and have a conversation about what the.
But like, what's the why?
So that-
What, we wanna improve it, like why? Why do we care about improving it?
Like going back to some of the feedback that came up at the advisory body summit about making it. Wanting to feel valued, making that feedback loop around when input's provided, understanding how it was considered in the decisions that were made,
So it's that's like an improved feedback loop between the council and the advice, and that just feels a little, that feels a little more clear. I don't know. Yeah,
That's what I mean by communication, I guess.
Okay. An improved feedback loop.
It's building trust with people who are very engaged with our government and can be truth tellers and representatives out in the community with other people around what we're doing and why we're doing it. So the more we can improve that relationship, I think the better we'll have those kind of ambassadors.
But also
And attract,
utilizing their expertise. I think it's
and
important,
learning
not just
more,
us
yeah.
telling them, like, here's what we're doing, but actually utilizing. Right.
getting good information, good outcomes,
Yeah,
good
why they're
recommendations.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
That to me is.
Yeah.
Part of it.
And then here, these were specific program or actions. Fully implement language access plan and then form coalition to stand against hate. Community safety plan.
Yeah.
the outcome there, or is there already something over here that it connects with?
Those are the, I mean, that is.
Some of these things we're gonna have to be okay with not having like a real quantitative metric or outcome.
That's why I
Or
put-
just like,
Implement the plan is like.
Yeah.
We can know when we have implemented it, right?
These are specifically related to, the commitment to equity, right? These are
Mhm.
actions
Mhm.
underneath. So I guess maybe.
Oh, so
if-
this
if
is
that-
just a refinement, you guys.
This is a refinement
the-
of the
I mean,
action.
this is
Yeah.
implement the plan, you developed it.
Yeah. And we
Yeah.
can put a, and we can, I put it on the other one, but we can put a end date on that too. Because I'll tell you, I'm slightly frustrated that we've talking about language access for years and years and years.
100%.
And so I'd like it to, I know it takes a long time to put into place. I'd like to be like, let's get it. Let's get it done.
Need prioritization.
Okay, are you guys okay with me just flagging this as a refinement?
Yeah.
You would just update your language there?
Yeah.
And the coalition.
The coalition.
I don't know that it's on the old ones. It was over on
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
the new.
So this is really kind of essentially.
I mean, we're
that's
supposed to be
a
doing
new
that
action.
anyway, and we kind of are.
It sort of evolved out of the
Yeah.
other one around reporting bias incidents
Yeah.
into this idea instead, but yeah, again, because I think it's a priority, I called it out specifically to make sure we keep doing that work, and the council is invested in doing that.
So are you saying you want the city to form a coalition and invite members of the community? Like, I'm used to something like that coming from organically from the community, not from top down from government.
Yeah, and there is a partner that has come forward that's willing to take that space.
Like a nonprofit, yeah, no, I think what we learned in the bias reporting work was like, we're not the best place to hold that stuff, so it would be in partnership with community organizations, but there is value in sort of gathering our other government partners
And
to speak
leading.
together,
Yes, so
and someone
we
has to
used
start it.
Right,
Meaning, like,
Yeah,
and funding, so the idea is that I think the goal is to have a nonprofit do that work. The institutions help sort of fund the capacity needed in that nonprofit.
So this doesn't feel like an outcome in and of itself. You guys have it up here. Tell me if I'm misunderstanding.
No, we don't. It would be-
And it would be like another action.
It's another
strategy.
action.
Yeah.
It would be like a suggested action strategy.
yeah,
I mean,
This is already there, but this.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put this over here for additional discussion as you guys get into it. Okay?
And this is around process, use civic assemblies as part of our growth plan, so use their process related to
Yeah, I
growth.
mean, I put that on there. I really like the civic assembly model. I think we should be trying it a time or two, but it should be done. For us to be, for it to be effective for us, it needs to answer questions that we have influence and control over. In the youth homelessness one is a little bit bigger than that. So I just think it's a really great way to build more trust in government.
So it's this process, but using their model related to the specific.
Yeah, and I
And then
think,
where does this go? Is this an economic development thing?
No, I think it is part of this idea of trying new ways.
new ways.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
this is
New
a specific example of new ways.
Okay.
But it's a really big, costly effort, so it's kind of for growth plan, not for everyday
Right,
project
right.
management or
I
stuff.
think it's
Right.
following like the model of how we conduct engagement specifically for that.
And maybe the growth plan's not the right answer, but it seems like there's gonna be. a
Yeah,
pretty-
I think it's
Actually,
Yeah.
we are saying we wanted to look into that.
yeah, we can.
Okay, so this aligns with an existing outcome. It goes here, okay.
Okay, Megan has recommended we rename the equity department to Office of Community Prosperity and tying in with growth, geography, and marginalized communities. Process and data of goals and strategies rooted in communities we serve. Right?
Sure.
I like it, I get why.
Yes.
That's just because of the national political.
And I think, but I think we need to go beyond just. Yeah, we need to just go beyond, talking about, we just talked about community prosperity as a whole and maybe engage more people. That kind of thing.
And I think there are reasons completely independent of that.
Yes.
To consider this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that
So
serve
this is like a
that need
suggested-
though too?
Who knows?
Suggested for the
Maybe.
top.
Don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, and I also have worries about it, so.
Well, I think maybe it's related to this, giving Atrix a body of work like other committees.
That's just a small thing that I meant that was specific, but the main thing, an
No, no,
outcome I would like,
specific.
yeah, specific. An outcome I would like to see is that our advisory body should, represent the diversity of our community. And we do not. Correct. That's an outcome I would like to see.
One thing I would like to do for all, once we have the goals and work plan is to really be intentional about assigning actions to committees, so it's really much more clear.
Exactly, that's
Right.
something we heard during the summit.
Yeah.
What body is, give me a body of work.
Yeah, they want more direction from the council
Yeah.
about what they're supposed to be doing. And they want to know how we dealt with what they provided back to us.
Okay, so you guys have some stuff over here related to your advisory boards.
Yeah.
Is this?
It's kind of that, it's like a
it goes-
governance.
It's involved from that, yeah.
I'm gonna put this over here then.
Is a tricky one. There's
Yeah,
there's lots, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, so this could be related to better engagement with youth, but it's more specific on collaborating with them within school district to increase youth involvement, community service hours, interns.
It is very specific, I will acknowledge that, so if it's too specific, but I just think that we're not. I think it's really important, I wanna engage our youth, other efforts to do it haven't really been successful. This seemed, we had a class or two come out. I thought that was great, we could even get more specific,
I would like to,
Is there another outcome here about youth engagement?
I'd like to develop, I don't know if we wanna do this, make a program, but like. I'm gonna be honest, I am not hot on a youth advisory committee. I've been on boards that have youth members, it is incredibly hard to get them, and these are high achieving high school students, incredibly hard to get them to show up, they graduate in 2 years, you gotta get someone else. It's really, really hard, so I want youth engagement to be called out as something to work on, so I don't know, and I think collaborating with the school board, who already has kind of a youth group, or with high schools that can allow us to come in to their high school, or even younger kids, which, you know, we get kind of one-off opportunities to do, but we don't have a program of how we do it. Or holding a youth summit,
yeah.
things like
Cities
that,
doing
that are
something.
not necessarily a standing committee, but I don't know how to capture that in a goal of like, let's
What's the
explore
out-
that.
What's
The outcome is
that
we
you're
have
just-
better input from our youth on a more regular and consistent basis, right?
And have them engaged with their.
And they feel engaged with their city.
Is there support across the board for that? Does that kind of get at what an outcome
Yeah,
that you
I'm
want
fine
also?
with,
Yeah.
I
I mean, I saw some really good examples of youth advisory stuff when I was at the OC event this hearing. But I agree, I mean, I've had the same experience that you have, boards with younger members. That is a little different, I think, than what we're asking for here, because they're generally sitting with a whole bunch of adults all the time, there's 1 or 2 youth versus.
Yeah,
a youth
right.
Group, I think, I'm not sure what the status of Campfire is. More recently, but I think a partner like that already works with youth
Mhm.
across the communities and outside of a particular jurisdiction that's just focused on schools. Would be more effective, so maybe it's figuring out what the right partnership
Yeah.
model is. It doesn't have to be an advisory.
yeah,
But if we could have, a couple things we're trying.
One thing
Yeah.
that I'm really curious about, and Renee spoke about it earlier, and kind of fits with this topic, is instead of the city trying to do capacity building, having an intermediary, so like, talk about neighborhoods, maybe that's Envision that, you talk about youth, Campfire. There might be a broader goal around building capacity within.
Talking about the coalition.
Yeah, and the coalition against hate and discrimination, I think there's ways so that we're not delivering.
right, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that probably all fits, and I think, so back to your question about status, I'm kind of waiting to see how this goes. The Campfire does have a request for sponsorship fund, which is kind of like bridging fund. And I want to make sure that, I don't want to just go to a flat, if you're not really fully committed to this moving forward in your goals. So this is sort of an important conversation to determine if we are gonna kickstart them with some sponsorship.
Well, as well as neighborhood.
And same thing with neighborhoods, they're the same boat.
It's interesting to me, that it did not come up at all, neighborhoods. I'd like to just take note of that.
Yeah.
Okay, but what can we, before we like
Because we're all in
shift into-
agreement.
You guys are in, I'm hearing consensus
But we-
around the youth engagement, and it's not just increasing it. You said something about consistent or ongoing.
Yeah, that we're getting consistent engagement from the youth community, so it's not one-offs, it's not, I happen to get asked to come into a class. right? Then we have a consistent way to
Program.
get that
I
engagement.
mean, there's so many different ways that our local government can work with students, like there's CTE programs, which are totally different than policy and government. You
Yeah.
know, that the city has probably a lot of
Yeah, to
facilities that
engage.
could, you know,
Yeah.
support CTE.
Yeah.
That's idea.
Okay.
So, but neighborhoods, neighborhoods give really important feedback on localized traffic safety issues that, and I'm not gonna stop talking about that, so. So we need to kind of keep those communication lines open.
Yeah,
on that
our,
subject.
what was that called? Safety
Neighborhood
roundtable?
street.
That was so good.
No, I think
was
we
great.
need to continue the goal and evolve the goal up here that was around roundtables
That was really.
on specific topics. I think
Yeah.
that's super helpful.
Yep.
I think we have a bigger conversation to have about how much we are holding the organization of neighborhood districts and the funding for them. Some of our neighborhood districts are their own nonprofits, some are not, right? And if we really want it to be grassroots coming from neighborhoods, there's some tension with the city being the one that holds that stuff. So I like the idea of exploring a community nonprofit partnership to help to administer the NDs at this point.
Inherently inequity in these districts.
I think that
Right.
answers it. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I don't know if that's what everyone thinks, but,
Yes.
okay,
So that's
sounds like there's alignment on that.
the challenges of inequity to all students for nonprofits. I mean, how do we expect them to be a little bit better than the city does?
And
Because-
it's not necessarily doing it better, I think it's there's always gonna be structural issues when you do a geographic and people that can participate, I think there is. But there is some value in having, because that those issues like that are happening in front of your street. So that is easier to connect with the people that have that common set of shared things that a neighbor, like a geographic base kind of organization has, so. I think investing in it is okay, but in terms of trying to make, I think it should be the only box that you connect from a public engagement. I think that's what cities are learning. If that is your only box of engagement, you're probably missing the mark. Okay, you need,
But you're,
Saying
how are you
vision
how are we
better
gonna
than
avoid
do
trouble?
better than wording.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
yeah.
saying?
Well, I'm thinking about things like with the creation of parking benefit districts. One of the first steps we tell residents is talk to your neighborhood district because we're gonna be working with them more closely
Yeah.
to staff will help decide if this meets certain criteria and stuff. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, is this saying a nonprofit is gonna handle something that the city has
No,
traditionally?
no.
Or what is?
So maybe just to be really clear, I think what I would, whether it's Envision or not, other nonprofit, they're more about just helping to provide the capacity, really technical assistance, not the.
How to do your website. how
So
to
the
send your
city would
newsletter,
have,
how
the
to-
city would still have that direct,
Put
if
your-
we're gonna do it, that would be city staff, I wouldn't relegate that to a nonprofit, because that's in our. that's
Yeah,
our-
that's a good question.
Yeah, it's really.
Or training.
Okay, so what I captured over here is you guys have, I flagged this so that whoever's gonna work on refining this language, you guys have the roundtable program that's in there, and then I added just the note about the community nonprofit partnership related to neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And you think it's neighborhood and
Well, we have a whole separate one for you. here.
And with partnerships.
Yeah, and I just added a couple of things you guys noted over partnerships. I heard CET from.
CTE,
CTE,
yeah, not
thank you.
CTE.
So many acronyms.
Different agencies.
Trying-
Yeah.
I think my brain heard CTE, I don't.
Construction, Trades.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
What's the E? No, it's,
technology, not
Career
construction.
technology.
Career
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 tech.
tech.
Here, I'm gonna write it up
Just,
here.
yeah, really, you know.
And then I also,
Not
you
to
know,
be confused with like construction exit.
Yeah. But, to me, when I think about the engagement with youth community, yeah, I think of high school kids, but I think of 18 to 24.
Yes.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say colleges, you know,
Yes.
Kids.
Yeah.
Really important.
College kids.
well, that's what I was trying to get at. I mean, Ari and I started having that
Right
conversation with
here,
the
we can
interns.
engage with them.
Cause we've had a couple of like,
Yeah.
college students want to intern for like
Yeah.
the city. And
Well,
so,
and we are starting that,
Good, yeah.
with, Cascades. So we have money in the budget, we're gonna do internship programs with various departments as a pipeline.
Amazing.
That's more internal though.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, so that's great.
Okay.
Here's,
All right,
these are all,
last one
budget.
on this.
these are all budget related, so, budget transparency. I think this is more around communicating with folks, on a high level, this is what we're spending money on.
Yeah.
And how it's improving.
what you're getting for
What you're
it.
getting for your money, basically, so.
I like that.
I don't know where that
Yeah.
Thank you. This is, budget reserves. Are we prepared for the next recession?
Just my
Counselor
global
Riley.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had these discussions about reserves
Yeah,
before.
this is-
And are we
Prepared for.
Some of these are
Some of
budget
these other
committee
things.
questions.
Yeah, they are
Coming
budget
our
committee,
way.
but,
Yeah.
you know, there's, one of our guiding principles is this fiscal responsibility stuff.
Do we need to
Somehow,
have
I'm
something
sure.
in here that the outcome is, we pass a budget that's fiscally responsible and prepares us for, I don't want to say future, but like,
Contingencies,
Yes.
yes.
I think
maybe we have an item that that's the outcome.
To me, that's more of, that's like. a-
That's what
that's
the
how
budget
you're-
committee does.
That's-
Yeah.
That's a bigger.
That's over to your
So
guidance.
that's more over there.
stewardship.
Yeah, so maybe that's.
You can just articulate that one.
Yeah, and maybe when we look at the guiding principles about fiscal stewardship, we could bring in this communication piece,
Yes.
right? That our community understands what we're doing.
Yes.
You guys
Where
wanna
it's
be spent.
Take
Yeah,
those-
perfect. That is
Perfect.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Just-
those
Two,
two,
put them over there.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
You guys are already getting ahead of your work tomorrow.
So-
We're just overachievers. Okay.
Yeah.
This last one, I think, yeah, I can ours, it's around, well, I'm reading them. Do we have a philanthropic arm of the city where we can accept donations to go, like, say, towards repair a googly eyes statue, for example? Totally rats.
Would you guys be offended if for your prioritization docs, where
Yes.
I bring, Googly eyes?
Oh, believe me.
Okay, almost got him.
I really want to do it,
The
so.
city manager of Eugene was so, and she's like, I would love to have the Google, I'm like, you're gonna have that. It was like
You're gonna
begging
have
for
it.
it.
It's getting weird now.
Yeah, now it's
Okay.
getting Well, next question.
Is this, Eric, is
Digress.
this something in the next biennium?
Because we talked
Yeah.
about. we talked
Capacity
about a
for-
foundation.
Is
Yeah.
there
We talked about
capacity in the
the-
next 2 years on
Um,
this? That's my question. I think it's a great idea. I'm
I
not
think-
sure.
To me, it's,
Yeah, well,
it's an action, so to maybe, if I had access to the power of the green dots, I would have a thing that says partnership capacity building to improve engagement. And this would be underneath that, as well as like the envision bend and the youth
Oh,
action.
yeah.
It would
Yeah,
be
it's
more-
coming in the partnership area.
the
Yeah.
place where this shows up is, you know, I mean, we've done stuff at the environmental center, I'm gonna take that, put that hat on. Where we've raised money in the private sector from local community and from national foundations to tie with city money to get work done. I mean, that's how we hired a sustainability staff person the first time. There's a variety of things that we might be able to do on our stuff across the community. There could be other ways for resources to flow for partnerships with Campfire to do youth engagement. I mean, but we don't have a mechanism. And it's really clunky, and frankly, it takes a lot of extra time and effort out in the community to make this stuff happen. And so some kind of mechanism for receiving funds, you know, maybe for a set of kind of purposes that are sometimes one step removed from core services, but are important to the livability of my community. Yeah. That's.
So maybe just put like little sub bullets on that.
Yeah.
Engagement, because climate, art.
Private art.
And how does
everything.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of things, but it's kind of what I'm trying to do is capture what Mike is saying, is there's like this intersection of stuff and community issues
Yeah.
that we have a piece of that we would love for the community to get, it's gonna be much more fruitful for them to write checks to a nonprofit to help with that can be leveraged and actually address things that are this.
Yeah.
You know, the school district has one, the park district has something like this. And we don't have like a city.
And that's where that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sophisticated, isn't it?
Well, we
Okay.
did during the centennial celebration, there was this, there is something that does exist as a framework that could be.
Okay. How are you guys feeling about this area? You've got a lot of suggestions that.
Yeah, I
will
think we
feed
just have
into
to
the
work it a little
actions.
more, but I
Yeah,
think
it
it's
needs, it needs more discussion for sure, but the main pieces are there. You
From
guys
what people
feel-
put up, I think. we
You guys
captured
feel
it.
very aligned about this? Any tension? Okay. Great.
My intention is, do we have capacity in the next 2
Yeah,
years to build a
right.
foundation?
Yeah, no,
But
Not us build a foundation, I think this is gonna be where somebody has to raise their hand on the
Yeah.
other stuff. On the-
even leading on that is.
But wasn't it just simple like code language, like wasn't it some like the way that
We can get into that, but yeah.
Okay, how's,
Yeah, if there's a code obstacle.
how is our energy level? Can we, do you guys wanna tackle this and then take a break?
Can we do
Take a break,
break,
let's
shake
take a
the
break
one.
and then tackle this.
Yeah.
You wanna jump over there?
No break.
Break.
Break time.
Feeling it, break. All right, 10 minutes. 10 minutes and then you have 2 more to tackle. It's gonna be.
Good job.
Okay, so now.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a group that-
No fist fights yet.
No.
But wait, just wait.
Wait, really?
Eyes.
Dave, you know, here's what we're all gonna do, we're all gonna stew tonight.
I'm gonna.
So what's it, we get- When we finish this part, we're going to have them work in small groups with staff to actually work on their refinements and like do some massaging. of the lights.
Yeah, this is this sort of national that may
You guys wanna refine?
disengage from the economy and show how important we are. I just don't know if we're gonna get much out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, right.
But also need to know what they're gonna do, or you don't.
And then tomorrow they're.
Prioritization
To me,
tomorrow.
There's a lot of.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah.
We're gonna get into the action, but we do need, we need just to make sure
It's just
we're,
the flyer.
we're clear and there's not overlap with the different outcomes and that you guys have a clear set of outcomes. The actions that are coming off the list, you should cross them off the list. And the other things are like data points that you guys can. And you could have them prioritize, if you want them to do prioritization.
Yeah, you might, that's the work that. We could all work with this one-on-one. Or five. Well, we do that, I just feel like it's gonna be too much of a shift over. Today, I feel like we can kind of synthesize this stuff and then have them react to the synthesized information tomorrow, that's just how I'm. Really, it's like really important in the house. Each one of us kind of like write this down and have like basically a framework to react.
Okay.
That's just an idea.
I like where you're going.
Yeah.
Strategies and actions and consideration, I feel like a lot of that.
My sister helps secure a bunch of those.
Yeah, that's right, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to give you guys a chance to talk to these small
Yeah.
steps. And I want to give them a clear direction.
And, so they'll partner with.
Do we methodically do it? The other sort of, I'm saying, okay, so, right, you're really saying that what sustainability leads to so much roots. Just go through this, just this thing, right, so.
Just clean that out.
Just clean it out.
I do think you guys need to do that, and I think, but I do
And
think.
then
some
we
of
can
the
sort of say,
dialogue or some of the other-
we're gonna, yeah.
Is there anything unnecessary list of definitions that he said?
It's safer. I think the question is, where the green dots are, and we basically sort of like say, this, and this are now percent. And this is the outstanding stuff that you didn't want to talk about.
Yeah, so then you have partners with the community.
So yeah, maybe there's.
Fine, we were just do it once Yeah, and we just had to do all the same stuff.
And
Work.
I'm thinking.
And the administrative work has
We
to
have
happen.
3 small groups, staff.
And I think.
And each
so
group
goals,
tackles 2 topics today.
You know, some of
To do
these.
this cleanup.
So we don't have to rotate everybody through.
No.
You just pick 2 that
You
you
pick
clean
2
up.
topics.
That you.
To help us get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Validate, it's almost more about strategy level, and then still relevant actions or. Again, we don't want any.
I think it's cross reference to say that the greens just make it dots, right? To say, look at these strategies.
No.
I think that is. Strategies for the.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some.
And then maybe there's some.
I think it comes.
They're done.
And then maybe sort of group.
And that's what came to mind when we were talking about it.
It's like, wait,
It's like a
it's
section.
a group.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yellow cities and municipal weeks so that you have that to inform them.
Yeah.
I think what's missing is we have.
The way that I understand that.
We were so focused on their strategies that we thought that.
They have so in mind, it's called the goals will be, you will. No, my sister does sometimes, but like that. It's worth for energy, like how she is always. It was always. Oh, it's essentially, they're like, all the, they sound Hawaii, like, I don't think that.
Oh, it's staff.
We're not starting without us.
But like.
Yeah.
Okay, so, matches.
So, just because I was there, I'm
somebody-
my name is to be.
Yeah,
yeah.
What they're trying to do is-
Yeah, she's supposed to get.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so.
Some kind of.
Right, right.
Right.
Because it's,
Yeah. No, it's because all the area of shit, always just.
Accomplishments.
I know. Publishers go off the page.
I think. Brad and Louise are guys usually work together with the students, I mean, that was really
So part of the, I mean, this is what.
That's
So
okay.
we're gonna be dots there. We're gonna do strategies and just do a cross reference and here's what we have.
So.
If this green dot covers these areas, we're gonna.
Yeah.
Or this
Maybe
just
someone took
is not relevant, staying at the strategy level, not necessarily the actions.
Yeah.
And I feel if there's actions that are related, we have to those green.
Well, I mean, that's no group, I mean, that works. Clearly says. Right,
We're trying to do something.
Right. Yeah, I like it.
High level.
Yeah, I just got a good idea.
You got a good idea?
Oh, yeah, I like it.
Too, I don't know.
Yeah.
Are they colluding? There's a lot of colluding today.
What you said, so tell Megan, tell Megan what
No
your
collusion,
idea.
no
I like
collusion.
your idea.
Ways to
Your
address
ideas,
it.
specific ideas,
Is everyone in transportation.
and.
So like, you got the last thing, oh, use this code to park. But there's a cost associated with that, that's subsidy. So if you just said, let's. give it all to $5, And then you charge. You can do whatever you want with $5, and grocery, whatever else.
Or beverage.
Or
What you said.
Rich, I did. For the bike riders, dress is one of the biggest concerns with. Gas, else you say, here's your.
Or 4 more minutes.
Use it however you want. Rather than, we're gonna try to identify, like, make allowance days, or here, you get this for free and. It, we follow that.
I like that. I like that.
Down.
No.
So, I think.
It's too there.
With the big, action later.
The way Ashland does it is uninitial, and then the gas company has to tell you how much gas goes to every house. That would be every year. But verify. Oh, Ashland's doing their fee.
They're carbon fee, they're making the gas
So-
company tell them that?
Yep.
How much are they gonna charge me?
I don't know.
Administrative.
I don't know. Annual reporting requirements for fossil fuel utilities. Any utility providing fossil fuels operating within the city right away must submit an annual report detailing total residential and commercial fossil fuel consumption. Metered fuel fossil fuel services, the report must include the total number of operational meters separated into residential and commercial accounts. That should be provided in the same schedule as the payments to the city for the right of way use. Chair. Yeah.
Whoa, that is,
That's a
very
weird
strange.
chair.
It's like a lecture, it's like, it seems like a.
It's too tall.
Like a
It's a bar
professor.
chair.
Imagine that.
Ask my dad, should we go make the secret today property? And ask my dad, don't, do it, and now my mom's texting me like, okay, where are we going? There's a reason that I texted you, dad, and I'm not, but is.
Is it one better drive route or?
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna back check everything.
Okay, you guys have 2 more minutes and then we'll get started.
Yeah, we, he's bad, I will not let my kids in my car with. Yeah. Terrifying.
By the way,
Seriously, the thing from Winona, Minnesota right now. Still the flip phone. Nothing.
Oh, wait. That's the guy that's having cars all over. Oh, is that, you know, I don't think that is, you guys know the sign, it's not turned on. Well, yeah. Oh, there you go. It helps. It's like, where's my computer at? It's like, oh, wait. Okay, yeah, that's why. Good. The chat picture of him. Just. He's much younger. Basically kind of same. Yeah. Figured out how to get this.
Fix me out, I never.
Oh,
Nope, I don't know.
It's getting
Maybe
better.
it's just-
Starting to-
They know it's like to look at it first, have to download it, name it, it's like, yeah, I don't like, I totally agree. Well, that's probably what it is on the copier, but. Yeah, when they're scanning it,
That one,
when we just get the printer sending it to, I never don't.
It looks like it's spam.
I don't like it, it needs to rename it.
Oh, yeah, right, not even.
I don't.
Gonna do a little preview thing to look at.
Yeah, they,
Yeah.
like somebody.
I don't like it.
And then we'll end with the easy one. That way we'll make sure it stays easy.
I'm trying to use the words.
Okay, are you guys ready to wrap it up? Let's do it. This next one I know is a meaty one, and so I'm gonna put some time constraints around it, because otherwise I feel like we could burn a lot of time talking about this. So let's say 12 minutes.
Well,
We can do it. It's,
You still have to come into little smaller groups and try to work on wording and everything.
yes.
We'll send that today too. So, yeah.
We can do it. We can do it. We've got a solid game plan for what that looks like, and I feel like we can do this.
Okay.
Okay. And it's gonna make tomorrow so much easier. Okay, so 12 minutes on the clock.
All right. I think there's quite a bit of online, if you just my general statement, and I'll go through the categories, they kind of fit within these rows. So a lot of like, there's people just saying, yep. Starting from the top, small development, identify barriers to small development, so there's this kind of like unlocking infill here, and I think that's really a big part of that theme of like, if there's some small infill lot. How do we continue to remove barriers? Some of that's gonna be in this code package that we have coming in the spring, but I think there's more refinement to do. And I mentioned that pro housing grant too of the form-based code. That was another one that I think gets a lot of points. Right here, shows up in a couple of different places. Secure housing, emergency housing. So there's this theme kind of emerging around the continuum and goals, right? So not just housing production units, or housing units total, but also like detailing that out. The Oregon Housing Board Analysis is doing some of that for income, but we have to keep going further for emergency. That stops at housing types for people that are experiencing homelessness.
Can I ask that the infill and like the unlocking the infill and the small development, does that align with a current strategy, or is that, do we need to talk about a new outcome for that? For the middle.
It's a consideration, right here. It's a new, and it, it kind of is under this strategy, but I think it's the first one.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you guys, while we're on that, do you wanna talk about what the outcome is for that? Is everybody aligned around that idea?
Yeah, it'd be more middle housing.
Yeah, increase,
Outcome.
making it easier to develop inside the small lots, so maybe it's.
Removing code and infrastructure barriers for infill developments is kind of the.
I think it should be.
But the outcome is
More,
more middle housing.
more middle housing. yeah.
Ideally, it's more middle housing and neighborhood.
Yes.
And I think it is pretty important to say, like, this is the housing that we want, so that it's not just about removing barriers, because I think. So there's actually
More middle housing and neighborhood commercial retail.
Well, I wonder if that can come down here to the complete neighborhoods idea,
Yeah.
because that's where I was thinking about, making sure we're talking about commercial mix.
So more middle housing and neighborhoods.
Well, I wouldn't say everything.
No,
Yeah, so more middle housing. More middle housing.
It's the smaller scale, more incremental changes that I think we struggle with. We hear people say, you know, we do a lot for the really big side development. What are we doing for the smaller ones?
Maybe small development,
Small development, more middle housing and small development.
create.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm watching Megan's face.
No, I'm just.
She's
processing
processing and I'm just seeing if there's
Yes.
something else. Yeah, that feels okay for you right now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about infill though.
More middle housing and small development.
And you're trying to do your 120. Yeah.
In one, go back to three.
Well, and on that note, I think there was like this, there's a lot of the word complete neighborhoods, so just stepping way back here, so hold on for a minute.
Okay.
That as we look at rebranding this, there's this talk of, should it be economic development and housing? Or should it be economic development and complete neighborhoods, and maybe some of the transportation stuff and the land, like all come together?
Yeah,
There's
so.
kind of different thoughts about how to.
So recommendation on this, I think for this next exercise that I'm gonna have you guys do of refining this, I think you should extract out economic development and see what outcomes emerge. And then if we wanna group things back together, as we get towards the end of your goals, you can, but I think for purposes of your discussion, it's feeling a little too, this area is feeling a little too crazy.
Yeah.
And
It's
it
a
might
bit of a
just-
grab bag.
It might just give you a little more clarity on the outcomes that you're driving towards if you separate these for a moment. You guys
Okay.
okay with that?
I also think that having one talked about goal around affordable housing really aligns well with what we, it is telling us is most important. We don't want to bury them.
Right.
It really remains that they were probably the one priority for a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, going back to the survey.
Yeah.
Right,
yes.
and I think as we've been talking about as counselors too, you know,
Okay,
so I don't want.
okay, so with that in mind, we will have like a separate goal area of economic development that you all will work on. And so let's stay with the housing piece for a moment. And then we'll get into the outcomes that you're interested in related to economic development.
Okay, so I already mentioned form-based code, that kind of is. Well, these three things, there is a housing lens from an institutional perspective, just kind of the. Looking at things not from just a policy perspective, but more from a.
Is that a different outcome than this more middle housing?
Yeah, I think that's an outcome around our internal processes with permit times and just continuing to improve the way that we
Yeah.
are.
It could go- it could- I mean,
supporting housing.
To me, it could be a bigger thing than just.
I understood it as a bigger goal,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that every, like a lot of decisions like that aren't necessarily housing related are looked at with that. Carry from.
I don't understand that outcome of that.
Yeah, okay, so what's the outcome that we're driving towards? What's the wider thing?
Make sure that we're not adding more barriers as we're taking them away. We take away barriers in code and in our processes. Putting policies in place like that. That's what we're here for housing.
What do you mean? I don't know, something, an example in mind.
What's something that like,
Well, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't followed the electrification policy, but that's the one that comes up. Because we're saying we want all housing to be all electric.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
So for me, I don't understand this again as a goal. I understand it as an approach or principle. And I would agree, but I told you I was asking for this, as personally, think about this a lot. Is it worth formalizing it somewhere? I don't know. That's why, when you were talking about it, we linked it down to like an actual, like, permitting time or something, but if it's gonna be broader than that, it seems like more of a principle that.
Like in council guiding.
It could be a
principle.
guiding
You guys could put it over there.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk about it in that context.
Yeah, okay.
Does that make sense?
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then this next, is. There was a lot, I would say one of the strongest areas of agreement is this idea of establishing a funding work group. To look at all the things, like financing, bonds, public-private partnerships. So we have just different versions of that, but it's that.
What's the outcome?
The outcome is a funding strategy that aligns with our housing goals.
Or housing.
Like a holistic funding strategy.
Holistic or comprehensive or, yeah, bigger than just, we have pieces of it, but it's like, there's some missing gaps.
And funding strategy that aligns with our housing goals.
To achieve our housing goals.
Yeah, which, yeah, so yours.
I mean, I'd like to see it, say something. I think. You know, it should be looking at in service provision, for example.
Yeah.
And that's why I've got that in the top right, let's have the capacity for folks that are sitting outside every night, you know, pretty much.
I'd like to see it have a short term, like what can we do in the first 1 to 2 years?
Right.
And what should we be doing in 3 to 5 years?
Yeah.
Be very clear about what we're.
I'd love to see the first 100 days.
But, I mean, that always starts.
In addition to
Okay.
2 years and 5 years.
Okay,
Yeah, there's a variety of like, quick, well, this is more on the funding and financing, I think, than it is, just to be clear.
It's not
Right.
policy.
Yeah, it's not policy.
Yeah.
It's a funding.
okay.
And this kind of like complete neighborhoods. Some of that ties into that form-based code, some of it ties in incentivizing commercial development in areas.
Are those different outcomes, or does that align with, are those all ideas that align with some of our current strategies?
Well, I think it's sort of updating this one. It was about feedback, and maybe we can find a way to update that around the work we want to do.
This is
for
more,
neighborhoods.
yeah, this is very like state driven. And more, you know, the people are gonna identify with this language, they would identify with complete neighborhoods.
So we see complete, if you're looking towards the growth, because there's two
Yeah,
things, there's the
comp plan.
today, and then there's what are we planning for the future, so.
Yeah, so is there a different, I guess is there a different outcome that we're driving towards with looking at some of these
I
actions?
think it's more about accelerate, because we have complete, that's everywhere in our complex, we have, it's not like we don't have that, it's more of actualizing it. And finding tools to get there, so it's.
Well, here's an example. So do we want to do something like in Sunbury commercial unit? Do we want to allow neighborhoods to change incrementally? Someone to put a coffee shop in their garage or in a structure. That's like a specific project. You know, and so that for me, those kind of specific things in the code plus the larger comp plan is where we can achieve this. So I don't know how to capture those kind of things, but allowing us to be less prescriptive and more permissive is a bigger way to then get into these little ideas of little things.
Yeah, if we use that word accelerate in communities, is that
Exactly.
broad enough that it
If
helps?
we can
to-
work in some smaller actions, because the comp plan takes a long time, right? So if there's some smaller actions before then keeping an eye on the comp plan.
Both on the, so what I'm hearing, both on the funding and financing side as well as on the policy side, you want short, medium, long-term actions, but you want to advance in both areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were complete neighborhoods and that.
Okay.
That sounds really.
And I think that does what's getting at what I'm trying to say.
Right.
On small scale, housing developments and small scale commercial.
Yeah, I think you guys have some intersection here, but Bill clean this up in the next section.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm seeing these are the two big drivers. This might be one of that.
Yeah, there's a connection there.
May-
Again, you guys are gonna need to do this, you're gonna have to do a little cleanup work on this.
If there is something, for me anyway, like there around specific outcomes related. That are not specifically articulated, I agree, tend to get very.
And
Okay,
even the housing metric that I think Norris wrote on the.
it is, I think it's captured here, actually, this optimized housing continuum. That's the
Update that
concept,
area.
it's sort of updating this with real goals and numbers, so kind of to your point of. The idea is where people are moving through that continuum, they're not just staying stuck in a shelter, they're progressing.
So this is about updating with,
Yeah.
this needs something related to updating with metrics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's safe parking.
Yeah, it was
Again,
go around safe parking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a lot of agreement to talk about that.
So that's measurable, increase.
And something that's in our control.
Yeah, we can also-
Guys, we already flew through our 12 minutes, can you believe it?
Oh,
No, wait, can I have one more?
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to cut it off, yeah, so update metrics with update with metrics, include safe parking, and what else?
Just to also include in the conversation, well, to ask, I guess, what do you think about anything, we don't have a tenants organization locally. I feel like we encourage lots of market rate rentals, and then we sort of just, we have state rules around rent increases, but are there things that we can do locally that would support people who are either applying for rentals or dealing with landlords that are hiding fees or?
We could buy rent control to come into G's for multifamily housing. Okay, but under optimizing housing continuum, we have this note over here about renters. Do you want to add a note about like opportunities for, some more?
I'm gonna express caution around this area because for me, landlord tenant stuff, it needs to come from the state. And it's gonna be difficult for us to step into it, but
What is our ability to do?
it's
But we can
limited.
explore, that's what I'm saying, like, we can explore.
But what I would like to connect this to is the changes we make to AHAC into more of a housing committee, and I would like to, for instance, dictate that a couple people have to be renters on that committee, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's important.
And things like that to help get that voice and then maybe have them help us to explore some of these ideas, not to do a deep legal dive. But to even, I mean, we don't even have basic rental data that's from, we have to go to Zillow, it's not great. Even just getting data would be a start, right? So, but I would caution around rent control, fees.
And we talked about with the data, because I know we talked about rental data, where it was one of more, maybe the more specific actions that we had, but I remember that was like something that we were going to work towards.
Well, I think maybe as part of the grant, the original $10 million pro housing grant, and we had some ideas around that.
Right.
Why are we, back to the outcome, what's the
Well,
purpose?
I think we want to have more real-time data so that we can make better policy decisions about housing.
Or how that population runs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess for me, I feel like it's painful for someone who is feeling the pain of increased rent. To feel like all of our solutions are like, 3 to 7 years from now, you might benefit from some of these mostly market driven solutions. And I just want to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity to do things that we still might make some real headway on locally. So that we are doing the best that we can to support what I think.
And I just want to take a moment, just acknowledge and appreciate how that you guys are driving so hard, but also to recognize that Bend is the number one by far in this whole state on housing produced per capita than anywhere else. So I mean, you're doing good work, right? I mean, there's always more work to be done. Megan was on a call we did with the Milken Institute on the best performing small cities. Bend got number 4 in the country on 250 metros. And one of the reasons why we got so high was because we went from 210th for housing price affordability down to 117th. We're in the middle, and that was because of multi-family housing. So the stats that get linked into that metric, 64% of our housing units have been multi-family the last couple of years. So that is driving that down. So I just want to I know you guys are just, because we're like that too. We just want to keep driving, but we've done a lot.
I think there's definitely something to the renter voice, right? Because I would like to have these issues elevated to me, and I sort of hear it through friends around some of the junk fees, around some of the property management stuff. And, I can't do the landlord tenant stuff for you, right? So you can't regulate a lot in that area, but if we can maybe get more of that data and more of that voice, then we can be advocates, or we can explore what we can do. I just don't want to commit us to doing anything that, stepping into that regulation area, yes, I would like to get the basis, the information and everything that was first.
So I highlighted here, data-driven, the outcome is like data-driven policy decisions for housing, and a couple notes there for consideration for maybe actions is rental housing data options, the AHAC renter representation, and then, okay.
So we did a lot of growth or housing, not much on economic development, what we put here, I think more of your focus is there. I just want to raise that flag because we're hearing a lot from the business community that there isn't a focus around job creation. And so I just want to flag that.
Well, that's what we were talking about. Let's talk about that topic now.
Yes,
Everyone in there.
but none of this, I guess, none of the sticky, notes. It's just like.
Well, all
Mine are.
down there, yeah.
Budget renewal.
And these are from VDA, from Cyrus, from the community, these are some of the things that, they're talking about, yeah. Some, and most of them were actually sort of in line, but, yeah. But, 70, like for the small business one, 79% of our businesses are small businesses, so if we need to start investing in small business programs and things like that.
So are there outcomes that the council is interested in related to economic development?
To me, I'd like to see us take a more leadership and intentional role as defining what our
Yes,
goals
yes.
are versus what we have now is
Yes.
just we let the partners define it
Yes.
for us.
Yeah, city leads economic development.
Yes. Yes.
That ties with with our inputs, which is the target sector analysis.
Yeah.
So we've done a lot of data. Now we need to take that data, develop a plan and lead with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've asked us specifically to develop an economic development plan, right? And come up with some goals and targets that are about that. And, it seems like that's maybe.
So the outcome is to have what clear goals around what the city
Yeah,
wants,
develop a clear plan.
an economic development plan.
Yeah.
That is a thing. And you would do that because you want to plan because you want clear goals.
To
Or
me,
you
it
want-
should be about
or
creating
standards
higher
city
wage jobs,
Yeah.
right? Where,
Creating more and better jobs.
yeah. Because we're not gonna get out of our housing crisis if we also don't focus on income. It's not. Yeah, but
Also, is it also about diversifying your tax base, or is that part of this?
Well, I mean, I think maybe we could have something about wanting, our targeted sectors that we want to achieve, attracting the targets here, right? Like, but those are all in service of creating better jobs.
Okay, this is the primary outcome.
Yeah.
Okay, are you guys, how do you guys feel about that?
higher wage jobs.
I mean, yeah, pretty much higher wage jobs, totally, but, yeah, but yeah, I think it's also about like, guiding the city's investment around, infrastructure, housing, and kind of, for the greater economic growth of our community.
Maybe another little green dot to say, because this targeted sector analysis is really kind of where our strengths are.
Yeah.
And that can be used to then guide the infrastructure investments and kind of the more tactical things too, so. It is. Leverage the target sector analysis for. Public investment.
In a sense.
Throwing something, I don't know if it's the right thing.
Well, I think I've heard that also the sort of fee structure is sometimes the target growth as well, based on, what are the impacts to starting the business.
Yeah.
And out with the infrastructure.
And I think there's a lot of, we have these emerging targeted sectors and things, that's the kind of stuff we want, that's kind of our strength. And this is where we want to go, so if we're gonna have a reduction in fees, if we're going to look at this one policy that's kind of preventing that industry from, we're gonna do that, it's a way to focus economic development.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm trying to say with that green dot, is we've got some data, and now we want to put that into an action plan, including incentives, infrastructure investment, all that stuff.
What our business community, instead of saying creating higher wage jobs, well, again, I feel like I'm support with that, strengthening our workforce and making sure that there are actually skilled trained workers available
I like
for
that too.
the businesses that are.
I think that's a separate one. the
Yeah,
workforce one.
workforce development, yeah.
Strengthen our workforce.
I think what we're trying to do on this one though is.
That ties back towards the
It's new, it's more new, yeah.
I feel like seven days about, I have some misgivings about hideaway shop, because I feel like it depends on if we're attracting people from out of the area who maybe are working from home or maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends, and now we have a problem where there's, increased demand at higher level prices, and that could actually undermine some of our other goals. Whereas I really like workforce development efforts because that's more
Yes.
organic, that kind of creates an environment where other entrepreneurs can take advantage of a, a skilled, educated workforce and have some success. So I guess that's just where I am. I just worry a little bit about trying to be too specific, saying we're gonna target this because there could be some unintended.
Well, and I wrote hospitality tourism focus because I mean, if you look at the target sector analysis and then you also, look at the type of community that what we still are in Bend, these are people that are not working, they're not in high paid jobs, right? And so,
So
what
we
can
want
we do
to
to?
living wage jobs instead of.
No,
Not many of them.
I think higher wage job, I mean, I think you need to create a continuum where folks don't have to stay in a lower paying hospitality job and they can go over to the biotech sector, but that will take an entry level and it's much better paying. I'll create those opportunities.
For the short time, I want to put a note here that there could be some unintended consequences and you guys can workshop this more. Actually, work through.
The strength in our workforce saying something about aligned with the target sector.
Maybe a little red thing.
Yeah.
Saying target sector analysis for all
Yeah,
of
just
this.
the target sector.
I don't target sector.
Well,
Oh, that was
We as a council haven't really, started to get
yeah, it's all, it's making its way. Heard of it right now.
But even, I mean, I'll use an example, I was talking to a local contractor, just strengthening our workforce, he was even kind of linking to the middle housing, saying, we need to keep our trades busy because we don't want them to leave.
Yeah.
So when you think of
It's
incentives,
construction workforce.
it's because when it comes back, it takes us a long time to get this.
Yeah, that's why that conversion is really important to take projects that are sitting there because of high interest rates or whatever. Get them across the finish line so we can keep our
Okay.
trades.
I think we went 24 minutes.
Are we doing the owner numbers or can we?
Yeah, we'll talk about the metrics.
ONA numbers kind of come in funding strategy.
Yeah, it's right here.
Right.
Well, there's one day, ONA numbers will help inform the growth plan. They're also going to help us determine the funding.
But I think we're talking about for the community, right? And it's something that we've heard a lot, like the community wants, right, to understand. Because they're like, why are you building that neighborhood? Why are you building this? Like, what are you, like, why is this coming? Like, if we have these goals that people, I think, like to have, to understand goals from emergency shelter all the way up to market rate, I think that's something that we're all kind of talking about.
Dashboard, like.
Dashboards,
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
we gotta grow 2,000 in this sector in the next 5 years.
Yes.
This is how far.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanna commit to updating the dashboard with the owner numbers, but we will.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But also like have the, like, not just the dashboard, but like, how many times did we say 500 shelter beds, 500 shelter beds, like,
Right.
so and then the community understood like, okay, we're trying to get to 500 shelter beds. We
Okay.
get it.
This is I'm gonna group it with the data-driven policy decisions around housing. You guys can workshop it some more. Okay, we can do it. One more.
That's what I'm hearing, a data-driven guiding principle.
I am too, Stephanie. We are hearing. so
Stephanie
much.
loves
I love it. It's my heart. Okay, around environment and climate, first, I will say there was some conversation about, consider revisiting this being titled, whether it's environment and climate, whether it's sustainability, whether it is resiliency. That was a very for discussion. Most of what was discussed is aligned with the existing strategies. It's just an evolution of them. So that's advancing the community climate action plan to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and then expecting water sheds. On the first one, around community action supported. So we are seeing some priorities emerge out of the update to the CPAP. There were also some suggestions around how do we weave wildfire into that. Support for the energy navigator position. And then a lot around sort of electrification. So the electrification, the city walking the talk by converting more of the fleet to electric. The electrification policy that is in front of council, let's speak to that in just a second. But then also how do we have clean energy? So working with partners, community solar. Steve, you want to talk a little bit about your comment around the electrification?
I mean, how seriously do we want to consider, that we asked to do developments? And I know you talked about it, kind of kicked it because it's a topic. It would be a big step and, probably a legally emotional one. So.
Did you say legally emotional?
That's not.
Yes.
Let's go together.
And the question is, do you want your attorney, you know,
Here's-
right?
here's
so you
what-
want to-
No attorney.
You know, so that would be a big statement. Do you want to go there?
Well, I think I don't wanna put in our goals that we're getting. that.
Yeah.
But I do wanna commit to continuing that process and making decisions. Which I think we did. We've done an initial part of that, we gotta keep going. And
Yeah,
that
we
needs to be a
keep
question
going.
in front of us.
Yeah, and that's why.
I still
back
want to
up
put it in
there.
our goals that we're going to do X, Y, Z.
No.
Right now, because we're still exploring it. But
Fair
yes,
enough, but that's why I put
it's
it
on
up
the
there.
table.
Yeah.
So continuing around electrification, and then there was a new strategy or area that emerged around reducing or mitigating air pollution, as well as noise pollution. So that ties into some interest in exploring regulation of leaf blowers, and then wildfire smoke. That's something that came up through conversation too, is where does this wildfire community resiliency live? Is it is part of environment and climate, or is it more on the public safety side? So something.
I make a case for bringing some of that over here. And connecting wildfire to climate, and especially when we're talking about the community efforts, resiliency and hardening and things, maybe that could come over
Yeah.
here. It's not an evacuation plan or that.
Yeah, and the health effects.
And the health effects,
Yeah.
right, so that was just my pitch to kind of. do that over here.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask on the, I'm hearing maybe a new outcome on the reduce, mitigate, air and noise pollution. Is everybody in favor of that? Does everybody support that outcome?
Yes.
Noise pollution. How would we? What do you mean, gas leak farmers?
What do you
Besides gas
guys?
leak
That's what I'm talking about.
Saturday morning at 7 a.m.
Exactly. I would like everyone to know that I held back from any light pollution on there.
And then is it noise pollution,
Dark
or
skies?
is it air pollution, because
Oh.
you're using gas?
Well, I haven't.
So I guess I forgot.
I think you guys can work that out in your small group.
Yeah, there's not gonna-
That's our favorite word.
Good, work that out. That's what we're gonna do. You guys got this.
Sarah's had enough of them.
You guys are just, it's keeping to keep.
Another one where we identified a clear strategy is climate adaptation and resiliency around urban tree canopies. We're gonna program around that.
Yeah.
Is that an outcome, or is that like a something over here? Is this part of your climate action plan? And
I don't
encouraging
know that they
sustainable
did make it, did anything about that make it to
the tree canopy?
I don't think so.
No, we just had to look at the tree code in the last.
And then we said that we would come back late 2025 with an update.
I mean, I would like to have an outcome of, you know. I don't wanna say necessarily increased urban tree canopy, but a better understanding of our data around where our trees are, and then a plan for the future of it.
Yeah.
Right, so maybe eventually a
We're-
urban
I'm
canopy
reflecting-
master plan.
Yeah.
I'm reflecting in on another city's goal setting session about tree canopies, and they landed on like protect and plan for, or plan something around protect and plan for the city.
You did the protect, I think we need to do a plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to do the plan, so I don't know what that looks
I
like.
mean, there was, the tree code committee had an entire parking lot of things that
Yes,
were
exactly.
did not fall under the city council directive
Right,
at that time, so.
So step one is we're getting the urban forester.
Right, and so what is that person gonna do, and I think.
He's gonna, he or she's gonna do that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Green dots, right? You guys just, what goes on the green dot? Oh, I get the green dot.
I think it's planning for the future of our urban tree canopy.
Everybody,
That gets to
That sounds good, yeah.
Development plan. for-
We can fit a lot of things into that.
Yes, we can.
okay.
So, and this is a big area for me right here, but I want to acknowledge that steps we take here might impact our housing production over there, and I want to be open and honest about that. This potentially shapes the type of housing we do over there in a very real way. And that probably remains most important to our community, even if this is most important to me.
Yeah. And it goes the other way too, because if we have a farm-based code, if we don't have, if we allow, density and cottage streams and all that to improve our ADUs, then maybe we're saving more trees, right? So I think there's an interplay between both.
And then on the protecting watershed and conservation and water stewardship, continued tribal partnership on water conservation enhancements and implementation of a rate and structure methodology and some of the incentive programs, and then prioritize water conservation.
So those will align with this.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other new outcomes that we're driving towards here?
I mean, gray water would be a new outcome. I don't think the city's done anything on that front, and that's kind of looking in the future on what to do
On what water?
on water conservation.
Water
Gray
reuse,
Gray water.
we set water Pronghorn, right now. And we can start to look at it as part of the facility plan. We just don't have the infrastructure coming back to the town for gray water. And would you want to develop a development code to incentivize that, gray water use?
Yeah, I mean, I just got back from San Francisco and don't drink the toilet water because they flush it with gray water, which seems like common sense, but I know, right? But it is drinking water.
I think that fits under
So-
the conservation.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not as like an outcome necessarily, it's more.
Megan,
action.
The point of working with other partners for water sourcing over here. Well, are you talking in a building
It could be building scale or it could be neighborhood
or
scale.
reuse scale? Do you want them connecting at all? No?
I don't think so. I think that's more of an infrastructure thing.
Yeah, there's two components. Gray water is something you can do in the house with the water that is in the house before it gets in the sewer. Reuse is we treat it at the plant, we bring it back in the community, we use it for fields and parks.
And there's package systems now for commercial buildings so that you can actually reuse it in the building. And it doesn't get it to drinking water scale, but we're a desert community that has a limited water resource, and I think it's a good thing to look at for our community. I mean, we're not gonna see buildings putting gray water for the next 2 years, but it's like getting ahead of.
A little bit, we can let us explore. Like we looked at a system here.
I have the note, it's here. Anything else?
And I don't wanna skip over this one, this was developer incentives for sustainable living practices that could, I think, under to where the, just abstract pieces, but also it sort of transcends both water conservation.
That's what we can do this.
Okay. Cool. You guys ready for your next instruction? This will be our last activity of the day. You will get about 45 minutes to do it so that we have 15 minutes to kind of see where we are and wrap up at the end. What's going to happen is you will take what we've mapped out here. You have all of this context, you have the suggested refinements, you have some new outcomes to consider. And what you'll do with these new outcomes is you'll say, now, are these new? Or do these replace like what's here? Is there alignment between what's already here and we want to refine these strategies? Or are these new things? And these strategies ultimately are going to inform the goal language that we develop for your goal, okay? You're not really messing with the actions too much, other than to clean it up. If there's something that's ready to be removed, you can remove it. And then you can make sure that the ideas that you've suggested here are appropriately grouped under the strategies that you are designing, okay? Is everybody following? Okay, sort of. So this is basically a cleanup effort of all of the brainstorming and discussion and dialogue that we've had today. And staff will be able to take your ideas, and after today, we'll have some clear strategies and we'll do a review and again, additional refinement if needed tomorrow. And then they'll be able to take all of the ideas for the action discussions that you've had and be able to work on the next evolution of your work plan. Does that make sense? So how we'll do this is we will just again, we need to have a efficient way to move through this. So we're gonna group, you guys are gonna work in 3 groups. Each group, it will have 2 areas. So one group will work on economic development and housing. One group will work on environment and climate and accessible, now I can't see the other word, effective, thank you, city government. And then the other group will work on transportation infrastructure and public safety. And so if you have a strong, I haven't divided you up yet, if you have a strong preference for where you go, this is a time, I will do my best to accommodate it, but you all need to be kind of equally, we need to have a group of two counselors, and 3 counselors. Okay? All right. Anybody have a strong preference for wanting to work on housing and economic development? I have 2. Okay, you wanna go 3, okay? Who wants to work on environment and climate and accessible and effective city government? 1, 2, okay, and then transportation infrastructure, public safety. Who do we have left then? Great, excellent. Okay, you guys have 45 minutes to do your cleanup effort. I think we'll come around with some literature. We're gonna to help you. We're gonna make sure.
Yeah, we need a new poster.
Like,
Yeah, I think that's.
I think.
You're going, yeah.
All right. I think, yes, Steve and I are environment. This one seems easier in terms of like, there's no more aligned.
That back in there.
Yeah, so
Like the,
Our
those are special, they're just like the ones that are.
All right,
Perfect for
first-
facilitation, and so. I almost, no, you're. There's lots of stuff and you don't get it.
Okay, let me explain what. We're saying, do we need to carry these forward or just some of the new green dots? Strategy statement.
Oh, here it is.
the best.
Recognizing. So the first one is,
Everyone has to.
Oh,
she.
It's a lot of things. I think.
You got it.
This is my page.
And then. Here's some extra paper for you guys. What is your sticky up one? And then there's one that's behind.
It's a review, this is kind of like a worksheet. As an example. And is there anything?
You know, I start with mine, accelerate for mine, right behind the stuff that would fall under that, would be right on, maybe, and then you take it off, and it's like. It's all that. Yeah, I'm not very happy.
Yes.
So now. We take
Unlocking
fill there.
Yeah.
Compare them to, there's more middle school than one of these here, so.
Yeah, exactly.
This could be kind of.
So the title, that was.
But let's just keep them adjacent
So
there.
there was some conversation.
And this goes here.
Environment.
Okay, so start.
I think the idea was that for middle housing, like other.
So that, I think that was.
Those were.
I was gonna cut you.
Oh, you said.
We're trying to move on.
Right.
Yeah. So this is, central housing or just not?
Housing.
No.
Okay, so we like this.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that.
This is, I mean, just go back to this. This is already part of the.
Yeah.
That, this, this is just a narrative statement about legislative advocacy. I don't think it's.
Climate resiliency and us solving.
And it would be.
Yeah.
Sustainability, I'm trying to figure out, it's all.
Either going in our.
I mean, I'm not hating, I'm just trying to figure out how. Sustainability, how I put it, this is,
So that's this room.
yeah. So, but when we think this is.
Permitting, some of that lands over there. I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on here with this. We're not trying to, just to go over there.
Yeah.
Increase the design.
It seems like we're. The CCAP is being updated, so that one is.
The economic development and then the housing continuum. Is it gonna be around houselessness? or
Right, and then we've
is-
got, it's like.
No, no,
That's
that's
not
not
here, but there was-
but
That's
I think
Can we talk about?
That's
keeping this housing?
So it's just.
You wanna keep that, but it's data driven?
Further
Because I
clarify.
have like the same stuff.
In this concept.
So maybe kind of just put this, kind of goes here,
So it hasn't worked
and then
out.
there's another kind of homeless.
Because we're just like, here.
I feel like I need another green dot.
We need a green
You need a green?
So how do we rewrite this?
To incorporate. Why don't we just say, here, more things we want you to focus on.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Bring those to us,
It's right here.
you know, and then.
Oh, no, okay.
Leveraging.
And those are the priorities, and these priorities were developed in collaboration. Leverage and explore, yeah.
Yeah.
I think those are all. I think that's all right.
So it's really just a replacement.
Yeah, and I think from a public standpoint too.
And then, so I was trying to do this where they,
I think we don't.
right,
You know, that
and
we're saying.
Yeah, so what does that say?
And all this kind of stuff. I think.
So that it also has some data.
So what we need here is.
Behind it.
Well, another council, this is.
So it's, because I think that's come up in transportation side. More data driven to that.
Like,
So
like your home.
Yeah.
it could be- Is it more?
So maybe it's not that.
There is the
conversation
on
fire.
It's gonna hang on, look for
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
But that's, I mean, we did the tree code.
Right, so this is.
We also, I just like that, because it's a, make sure what do you.
It's not without in. We're keeping.
This one here.
Climate action. Encourage sustainable development. After this. Yeah.
In the shower.
I mean, it's feasible, like, but, we're talking about.
RFP's out right now. And that's resilient. I don't.
So the only, so the only.
This is the.
Trying to get it, but I keep telling myself.
Well, that.
It's always so, it's always really. Is that fine?
You don't need to develop.
I can't think
This is,
Yeah.
this is maybe.
I mean, it's important, that's what I want.
Calling this out.
I agree.
Yes, it's,
And equity lens.
yes.
Yeah.
It was something that the code committee did.
I don't know, these feel like.
Yeah.
This is like slowly,
Or,
these are.
no, or either way, they think that, I mean, my mind, you know, it's kind of like housing. But basically, all of it, people creative planning, and we're not 20 years back, what's that here?
And some of these.
I agree that it's very.
There is the versus stuff.
This is actually.
Well, not that, like those costs, like,
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, what we put, you know, it's like, we're gonna build this.
Yeah, it is.
Incorporate it. We're talking volcanoes.
Yeah, because it's kind of.
Maybe it is just my consideration that. I mean, that's something not that.
There is a.
Build it, without an outward manage it. Build it,
Kind of is.
We're not- Yes, we're really synthesizing it down. Like,
Literally, the worst thing.
It feels like that.
I can't think of it.
First thing is to be useful to the board.
So again, it's.
Why is it open?
And it's not good.
So.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Let's forget.
I think it goes down here.
Yeah.
We all-
Not the one I have.
Part of this housing.
And the other response.
So that-
Yeah, all three of these.
Yeah, I would like to read it.
And then it's really. Like, I need to,
But yeah, it could.
We're going to 3:30, Sarah, right?
It's 3:45.
This to me is.
Oh, are you guys like that?
So we have, no, well.
Very efficient. That's okay.
Priority, and then this is
I mean, this is.
It's the electrification and that is already. That's part of
Does it need to be on?
Yeah, I think we can start putting it together.
Like, this is reflected here.
To get it-
What?
Over here.
That is kind of an effort to just mitigation plan.
Yes.
I think everyone.
Yeah.
We'll spend all of our time
And we
arguing
don't,
about it.
and we don't, we haven't,
I
I think the 7 of us have never said, and then maybe we want to do that.
I agree, it's just, but the real thing is, let's not make it there. Because it's, you know, we didn't have it.
Yeah, this is like, well, we don't even have.
Yeah.
You better.
Yeah, no, I get
So
it.
now that you have your department, it's like there's something.
Well, really, no, I'm saying that you're also better.
But I actually think conversation.
I'm saying it's a-
She's one.
Oh, of course.
Potentially acceptable.
Yeah.
Of course.
Fair enough. And. Clock's ticking. No, I'm not talking, I'm talking about math, or thinking about ticking. Such that if we wait for everybody else to build in, also building. Your son's living in a place.
Okay, we got this.
Want to get lunch?
Well, yeah, I feel like it's not that much easier to understand. but it's-
No, it is for us.
As long as you got it.
Yeah, it's time.
It's just group communications plans.
And,
You know, there's a lot of some.
and these are kind of maybe the.
Probably does.
It's more stuff.
Right, so this strategy, I mean, it's that
Yeah.
strategy.
It's for my kids, and your kids. Your kids. I know we
So, because you
And
like,
that all-
use them.
Little thing.
Like,
Came, I mean, it was. It was over like, and.
All right, so let's just start. It's good. Do you think anything? Or is this what we'll have to do?
Years, or we're gonna start back in, or whatever, yes, my. And I know we have to. Along, however. Which. You joined.
Let's go through this. These are- I'm gonna go back.
Okay, well, now we got it. Sure, look, now you're just gonna move forward with essentially use of Ashland.
Oh, yeah.
And launch regulation, we will understand, while we're working with. the towns and while we're working with the- and
All is like the transparency.
See areas of alignment with that. Well, we're not in a conversation now.
That's your face.
We're gonna take regulation off the table. It's there, it's definitely like
So that is.
third on the list, but it's there.
It's a
So I just-
reminder,
I think it's-
in the middle, it's a little bit of a,
Yeah.
that will play out
Yes.
now, it's.
I know.
We just don't know what those options are right now.
And I just don't want to, I don't want to throw it out as.
Where do we want to draw that line, where like.
That's,
someone has to go through a process.
and yet I understand you've been around, you've seen a lot more than me. I get it. You've got. I mean, it's-
Yeah,
but I-
Stacey and I, sometimes, we go for the. Maybe we have to, we have to.
That makes sense to.
Well, they have to, like, make sure I feel like even the.
Yeah. By not telling me that what we just.
Some trying to.
Yes, it's still a policy that we should.
Well, it's so are we okay,
Yeah,
do we
talking
talk
through like what the agenda is, like.
So-
Maybe the agenda.
Some kind of that.
I think the city free.
And housing.
Housing.
Yeah.
That's.
And it's already shooting.
So this kind of- We're gonna talk about not development separate. They're like, we replace.
She's really.
That's you probably appreciate it.
So the data driven is the how we do this.
Yeah.
Just say the agenda is not gonna be final yet.
Yeah.
I am.
This is all I can.
Yeah.
now make sure.
There is the growth.
And then lastly, reducing or mitigating
Yeah.
areas of noise or
Has to be
pollution.
done. It has to be done.
Solar.
It's gonna be-
For me, I'm gonna.
You know what, you put it like,
Wow,
Well,
Yeah.
air pollution.
It won't know.
Yeah, but air pollution was.
It's sort of taking this one and splitting out.
And
It's kind of like infill work, and then the growth plan is like.
Well, I think
We're not-
that's
I feel like you've got this kind of.
I would say.
Theoretical side. And in fact, if you were the limitation of one of them.
Signals that are ready.
But that wasn't true. I know.
So
So I just wanna make sure that we're not. We're gonna.
Then watch the.
Well, then you got the general and the general.
Why are you just?
Mitigation pieces, so there's progress on mitigation, are there in-home best practices?
I think so say, I think we should say, growth plans, you got.
That's
Info
that's-
like seniors, vision
Or
zero.
like all the.
One more green dot.
Another green dot.
Another green dot?
We're adding green dots.
Yes.
Adding green dots, that's okay.
Okay.
But I would.
You are.
So can I ask a question?
When
We're not proposing, the growth plan is really battery. But
No.
No.
we're still seeing, I'm trying to. Greenhouse gas emissions, several years ago. Doesn't that tie back to still have to fall out? Read the growth
Because we
plan
have-
several years ago. So, maybe almost like a strategy. Should be environmental outcomes, which are very often action is a growth plan.
People not sitting on line for.
Also about. So.
Yes.
I mean,
I think it's sure. This is
maybe then there is an action.
Water. It's really helpful.
I almost put this airport, maybe this has this nuance, where it's saying, telling this right here, it's kind of a big thing. But it's not its own thing, it's everything here, what this means is, it's an action, like it's calling it what it is, but by having it being green dotted, it focuses part of it. I don't have shit.
There you go. Okay.
It's something to think about, it's more than just some hidden action, it's a curve. So, yes, I kind of like these strategies. No, go ahead, if you want to versus cluttering it with.
That would be really good. Okay.
Yeah.
You could have I
I'm not too soon in
Which I will need down, so that's my idea.
One way to do that.
All right.
No, that's fine.
Steph, we're putting airport funding over to the government.
It is. It's the-
Or I do.
Well,
Especially if we want. the
I
info
do,
The growth plan takes 3 to 5 years.
hey,
And then there's multiple years.
you're letting you go.
I don't know. If it comes to our
Not surprised you don't ask our. I mean, you'd be there too.
What's the, much like we just.
Probably. Just for.
Under the budget.
Yeah, started over.
Maybe.
All right, that's not pure like, from an archaeology or sociology. Oh, yeah, I would totally, I go, yeah, I go. Maybe.
So.
And then the growth plan, yeah, it's like.
And I want to make sure, yeah.
That's right, yeah, we don't get any more public space.
I mean, again, same.
One thing that,
And-
especially on the conversion, right, so if you really get to
And-
the neighborhood, you need to get projects.
Yeah.
Go, it's just making it short, it's like, we already did that. When we take those all, so that you don't. Think what was introduced, fatigue the community, saying, oh, this week for growth plan,
Yeah.
we're gonna solve all the problems. So it's like, it's happening in the back. Staff, like, we let things get in order, and it's messy. These big things and doing these other things at the same time. We can figure it out. It's like, we're always gonna
And then.
be leading with the big plans.
Yes.
No, I'm good, it's like, it's what it is, because I'm trying to, it helps us figure out. what's action, this stuff.
That's quicker than a.
I think part of what we're all saying. I think it's kind of what you said, that growth plan's great, but we're having to see more. Scale.
That's basically what the process is.
That's a big, so for me,
I think that's
question of how do we-
Yeah.
And if
I
it's
think
finding-
She can't make it work, I'll just do it tomorrow.
And it probably goes to a writing.
I don't want, I don't need this. I don't think we make it.
So I want to.
About this.
It's just $50 a point. We want more stuff to happen.
Here's what I put, implement
We have to get up
transfer
this
program
way.
to remind us of total funding and our
Okay,
safety.
well, there's one
So I think having this here allows us to have the conversation.
Because we're really
Taking
focused on.
that,
yeah.
The transportation control.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah, the development.
So it is- we are doing it, but we're gonna be, work that they'll be-
Yeah.
Right. There's gonna be a road.
Created. policy.
Yeah, well, this whole road will- are two parts of that. Part of that, yeah.
It's gonna be done,
And then more middle housing.
Okay.
Give me an example.
Okay, just to give you guys some time check, you have about 25 minutes remaining.
This, I don't see this. I think we should do that as a thought.
I think yeah, I mean, you're more focused in here, probably, when we come back.
So we now have.
Well, I think.
The focus of that. Really.
I think I still want to.
But it's really, I mean, we're so great. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. So, okay, so we go, what the letting of phase one, and then phase two.
I'm not gonna.
Allows us to.
So those two things are really.
So we like to do right. Like, so we like to kind of. Do a prior.
Worry about
Right, yeah, do we have to attribute to, so the next three about development program. This one. If you're not gonna respond,
I want to hear.
this one.
What's a driver in the strategy?
I want to, to change
We like,
Well,
this is the kind of emerging strategies here.
yes.
You want to leave this in, you like this.
Yeah, so like an example I use, we're gonna, right now we have the money to go, right, and manage the program. And do a little.
I mean,
then we'll say,
we
okay,
could
first
strengthen
thing
our
we do is like,
workforce and
what do you need to
here's
do?
the job.
Then we'll come back to you and say, hey, we got $30 million.
I'm just gonna start grouping stuff.
At our current, something like.
As long as.
They kind of go.
Or what else would you like to do in the system? That would lead into what are the tools?
Yes, I like, I mean.
and things
you
that
have
you
a
want.
nice discussion. I thought that
That's how I'm thinking about it, but if you want to approach
We
it
did not do that.
differently, the more things like
Right.
that would be connected. There was a. In your community adopted phase one, which I before phase three discussion of it. Yeah, we can broaden that. Yeah, I'm almost like development.
we are now
This-
the right place to.
Community needs and or their.
Position to do it. Anything from like DOJ, and that, you know, because.
It's also this.
For, you know,
So
whatever.
those are together.
Capital I.
I don't understand some of it. Other people do it. Schools, under much work. What does that mean?
This
language.
this basically.
Program.
Conservation.
Just like get the stuff on the ground. That's it.
Right.
So I feel like, so here's.
Deliver.
That's what I get, is like, what what's on the ground?
Not just that, that we know what it would look like, that we have a staff for it.
Deliver.
Job growth.
Because I don't feel.
And then, now deliver, we need to talk about.
Are you talking about
what I hear?
outreach?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Deliver.
No, I think, I should ask you, I should just like writing it.
That's what I was thinking of, I could say this here, that's part of the growth is the team.
Workforce development.
And then
Yeah.
this, this one, I would.
And I read the policy and-
Mobility helps come tied together.
And it's really about.
I think all is good.
So you have these three hanging out here. Until we adjourn.
I mean, they're all captured, I think we got the data driven.
So having.
I don't know if this is applied, but it's also time that.
What about this? Next public safety data?
And that was just after the target second house is also like our housing units.
Is that good?
All right, you got a clear board over there.
I
I know, I feel
So
like you
where
guys
we
are
don't get
anticipating what is that target sector analysis.
Yeah.
Coming to you, this kind of.
But I.
You know, we talked about that,
Or
like,
in a navigator, right?
my water bill, I don't know what to do with that.
I guess I don't know if that should apply, but there's.
Right, and I think,
Right.
but I guess from your perspective, is success of having one person in that role, or is it?
I would call it something
Consider it.
Policy. These might answer, there's a lot of all of our advisors, jobs.
And how the program can someone for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's working with all of their.
So maybe a tie in recognition of how, still people. I didn't hear a lot of support for this.
I was
Coaching all.
many barriers that are.
That's what it is. Are you, do you want
Maybe not even after that, maybe whether that person was like.
That's what that was.
Whatever is how I. What come to my mind.
The other funding pools. Before you pull the lever.
And when you think of that, I think it's just a, how we all process.
Because we were planning to go, I'm more phase two this year, and we're just gonna go like phase three.
Yeah.
How many people are.
My bias, yes, because I mean, sometimes people.
Our internal documents.
Other people need livability needs, I don't want.
I guess that's what I'm saying.
You can watch the
Right, that's it. That's my huge by the state.
But that's the problem with economic development too, is like, you know, it's just, we're so big.
And the discussion is.
Right, who's those services?
Wait.
But you told the community you were gonna
We're
go.
gonna talk about it, I
It could be a simple work session. Love the other way.
yeah,
Right.
and I don't wanna, I don't.
Development. I wouldn't want us to say, you know.
Yeah, staff can while we're talking about this, we are addressing it.
No,
this kind of. The money
Right.
is really.
Because we can both-
Let us know.
we can both-
Somehow to understand that in all the
Yes.
Yes. All the program, running after launch the group is a capacity. Yes. All of that.
Well, none of this stuff. Cool.
Yes.
You understand what I'm?
Yes.
You're on there.
Yes. Just so I can see that you're gonna really look at the big kind of transformation.
What we do around infrastructure,
How many
housing.
strategies?
That's.
How about using the.
And
Yeah.
safety.
So what else are we?
And I don't know.
That's your evolution.
Safety.
Incubators away.
Yeah.
This is every partnership.
Okay.
It
Here's
is.
like,
Do we want to keep saying?
separate strategy.
Also cutting, removing barriers, removing barriers.
Yes.
Community
prosperity.
The opposite. Stop this code and say, let's have a economic development strategy that multiple partners get on, not. So I'm not.
I kind of feel like, well, we maintain like there's
We're
transportation.
talking about Jewish Cascade, we have a left to. With us.
Well, I think we're gonna get to that.
Basically, co-working space for entrepreneurs.
So maybe the
It's so much
transportation.
small
Safety.
this, that we're not.
Yeah,
saying,
like
I
partnerships.
don't think, I'm not dedicated to the city stuff. Correctly.
I mean, where's that?
Providing a landscape.
Let us
work with partners to engage in. But we have to have that strategy. I think we have some ideas for this target sector analysis. I think we have some ideas through that.
Yeah.
But we really
That
most of our
that don't, but.
jobs here is still pretty 90% are business. We're really small.
Yeah.
Right? And so this traded sector thing, it's important. That's what EDCO does. But I think we're missing the boat.
Relying on you, remember everything we just.
Target sector. is different.
Is it analyzing? This is absolutely
Opportunity.
I can remember.
You can underline that.
I think that's something.
The target
It's
sector.
all
Is
that time.
someone who,
40%.
is will work on this?
It's like doubling some.
Yeah.
So that's, which is interesting, it's sort of like, it's right? But it's also like, it shows that
Is it,
people want to be here because of their lifestyle, but they're not
Well, is
necessarily.
this, is this back to advisory groups?
No, this is-
Is that back?
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
You know, but, or is it with our?
It's overarching.
Right now.
Yes.
Yes, I need.
Which is accessible, yeah, so I mean, I wonder also if maybe.
Yeah, city leadership.
There's some more partners. Or partners. That's the same stuff.
It's like brainstorm.
Yeah.
Figure out the.
Yes.
Because I think there's ways to save this down here.
Right. Right.
Protecting a little bit.
Or is it part of the engagement plan and economic development, reaching new voices?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
The plan is in there, but it's more on, it is like. That's part of the program. So it's that target sector analysis will inform, these are the sectors that the EOA is how much land you need. So if our targeted sectors are kind of more. They're not huge land, some of these are 10 more 50-acre sites.
Right.
They're not really the place to be focused. That's what state of Brooks, never gonna be interactive.
Yeah.
That's,
Like more.
it is for everything, it's for everything.
I've heard that show up in the.
No, yeah.
Oh, it is.
No. Oh, we don't know why.
They got out.
Your mind's already made up.
Yes.
And then it's.
So yes, what could be just business development? Or
Maybe entrepreneurs, I think that's another thing. Yeah. To me, it's always something to think about small business.
And people are bring them back to us. These are the creator entrepreneurship. I wonder if we also want to-
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, bring us all this together.
No, well.
We should have fire.
Yeah, I think it's.
New partners.
How do we take our
Whether
limited
that
funds,
falls
deploy them,
under.
recognizing with broader.
You guys have 14 minutes left.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Oh, no.
Maybe that's. China.
diversity, you know, and so we're one trying to.
Yeah.
Advisory bodies.
To me, it's like partners. And then this is like, it's a way that you can like.
When I lived in California, I used to get a first show. I'm like, no, I don't get it.
It doesn't fit.
Yeah, like. The partner already doing work right now.
It's not, I know, it makes you feel old that it's been around for so long. Yeah, all for.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe,
Yeah,
I think this is.
And I think some of this, there's a tie-in with the housing. We
And
have
you guys
to
asked about the
want to
process.
express
Most of it so far.
how we're having.
Pretty easy to. They were all over it. That's great.
So if we.
Well, the workforce,
I mean, I don't, I'm
I'm
curious.
And if there's any companies development, I think that all this feel like, so we don't.
I wonder if we want.
And I do think it helps, like, that you have an established framework.
Stewardship.
Well,
That's where we put.
Yeah, I think we're just, we want to.
And the.
It's just not very-
We were gonna. We were reaching new voices.
Maybe you should say that.
No.
You plan for the situation.
Fiscal, yeah.
Housing needs that.
We're saying we don't, Swan was a dumping ground and it just worked. We're trying to fit in.
I know, and I don't know, that's a good.
So we're gonna talk about the feedback loop.
Yeah, but
Part
there's
of
like
this.
so many parts, like, oh, do that, do this, like, where do you get that? We're all gonna have our. Because it is under affected.
I want you guys to be there, you got it, but I've
You don't
also.
want to use it. We're bringing it back.
Well, maybe
It's a part, because we're gonna.
We're gonna take that up.
I don't want people to think that we're like.
This point,
And then add this here and then put this up here. Have the advisory board stuff in here.
Is that's really when you're gonna get a sense
So.
What do you think about rephrasing the term?
I think you have to-
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, we can achieve stewardship, yeah.
And you can still do all that stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe consultation about.
Right,
And I
it is.
think.
Yeah.
I think that made us.
So partners, maybe, I like that, I like it better than
Implementing, I'm sorry, sidewalks.
So where's this is going to, improve transparency and stewardship of public, public resources. Yeah, public resources.
No.
Yeah.
As opposed to like.
I know, it's just a lot of fun with that.
I wanna make sure.
I don't think it's not like it's 90%.
Yeah.
So get rid of that and improve.
Corporate.
As a goal.
Strategy.
But I guess what.
Improve
I'm
transparency
doing
and-
this is sort of showing that economic is mobile area.
I don't know, I'm not around when you guys.
Now, is that,
Follow
is that, maybe that job, like it worked,
No, but we can say.
it all, it can't.
I don't kind of get sure.
Just
Enhance our work. Yeah.
Okay.
We're up in our gate. Yep, we're above.
Uplift.
Yeah, strategies and build.
Okay, so why don't you go to the-
And it, we
That's
did
a little bit of the
that.
what. People
Yes,
vote,
yes, and if there's an opportunity, just.
do something around housing with the standalone.
Yeah.
This framework has.
Maybe a little bit of a.
Maybe that.
So they're trying to-
Yeah, right, so then that's my next.
No,
one.
no, I was just saying that.
Neighborhoods, voices.
Well, the whole purpose of.
I mean, as I was saying earlier, you could take some of the things.
Then I'm gonna be here.
You're on the side. You could go back to where they are, but I'm going to.
That's what I'm saying, like, I don't know what happens after I leave. Like, you don't work on it.
Yeah.
Are giving us feedback on.
You have to, I can always call it pretty broad. You could.
For this for all three.
Maybe it's.
Yeah.
You're right.
Renee had a brilliant words the other day.
It's good to get in the front.
I like words.
Okay, with those, we've got, we have to be very, you can get a free material instead.
Yeah, really clear. So.
Got you.
I how to do that.
But a calendar. Sign the document. Thank you.
And maybe if we ultimately decided Johnson was a great thing too, but like.
We sort of feeling like that. Yeah.
Connecting with. So we have a couple strategies.
People were using
Okay, we're starting to.
Okay.
Okay, so neighborhoods.
This is, that's the hard part.
And
I'm not
again,
getting-
What did you just say?
It's like, I just have.
Things are putting on your-
The lines going everywhere. Well, you need to start getting.
They've been coming over and getting.
I know.
Yeah.
That's you right now, Eric.
Totally, I'm like, trying to get it all in.
You guys have 6 minutes.
These are the strategies.
Right, these are.
Oh my God.
Yes, instead of
Why is everybody
this,
asking about this?
want to talk about,
There's probably something.
I think we replace it with
So I guess
a
it's
community
just a
partnership.
question. Does the plan need to address things like entrepreneurial workforce development?
I
sitting.
And then plan, we should give a like.
Not the plan that has the-
How do I respond to 10 people now?
But is this,
A particular person in
people
high
can get a
school
little.
that they, I mean, just. I urge you to intervene, any action from your office, whether it's inquiring about a status, asking for reviews or entering.
Yeah.
Consideration between the difference between.
So-
Yeah.
That was the idea of that first.
I have no idea, someone told me already.
We've got partnerships.
And then we're gonna. But then we don't wanna.
There's a P3 is a little bit more,
Yeah.
the partnerships are like, it's a little rate support service, P3s are actually like.
Yeah.
I almost feel like P3 to be its own, no, its own kind of, I don't know if it's a force, but it's sort of like a mindset, right?
It was, yeah.
I think
Come here.
it's like.
On the street. We're on the street.
And we're worth.
So like.
Right, right, yeah.
Right,
yeah. Is it, because if. there's like a building in your city
It's a
hall,
strong statement and that means
so
that
you're
you're actually.
one element of like, how do we
Yes,
do
that's
that?
actually.
Maybe we're not, if somebody knows it for us.
Continue to nurture, like, sure.
Or we're gonna ask other elements.
People
to
want
share
to
our
see-
community space, like, you know,
Have-
performing arts center, like, that's gonna be our. council meeting.
Okay.
So, to incubate things, we just have to get like.
They wanna see
Like,
it.
I love the idea of like innovation and P3s and all that
And
stuff.
I don't know.
Is a focus for economic development beyond just organized these sessions.
Right.
I don't, P3 is just the measure of this.
Yes, I'm getting money, but like. Yeah, I don't know.
Here's, we just need to look at the.
History here, the rest is not pretty much.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that first statement and that, like, I do think with economic.
Yes.
You guys report. I'm not even really gonna update. So that's our urban renewal.
Yeah, right, that's our, we're gonna get that up there.
This is kind of like, still, this is like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
This, what we heard from the summit in the piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, super committee.
Conversation then.
I'm gonna go over there.
Yeah, keeping this, this here's. So you can't say.
What would be here then besides that?
I think some of this around,
See, I feel like that all is all over there. It's not actually.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of wondering.
Is it one?
it was called.
You know.
That one.
Yeah,
I mean,
so I'm gonna, is there harm in having?
Kind of have to do
It
it
twice.
separate. That's what we're transportation.
We take it out.
To be incorporated into.
It also reflects, I think generally.
I mean, this is just, right now, it just says we will be responsible for and accountable for everything with resources, like, that's basically saying.
And checking in with.
So.
Ever miss a appointment, KBB search for record.
But we really need it.
We try to push them all together.
I mean, technically. This is all done through.
I mean, I heard that.
Housing is.
Yeah.
One bucket. Housing.
Where's all the money from?
Yeah.
Housing is, and like, I think that the strategy. Complete neighborhoods, and so.
Should I tell her?
Yeah.
Well, they can't, I don't think that's a great.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, they were gonna be actually.
Because
Is that
it's
a-
not
I do.
just to have these people that are should come in and help on something that they care a lot about.
Well, they're asking me to be directly, and I was like,
You're feeling exactly how we were like.
There, getting this like. They were like, you should just ask questions. I'm like, There's nothing.
I kind of appreciated the distinction.
Conversation, or is there value in having a time?
I know.
No, I think there's, yeah.
I think that repetition is powerful. I mean, in this regard, it's a recurring focus.
And then.
At least this,
And like-
it's my work.
A lot of other students don't have
I'm good. Really good.
Really funded strategy.
The executive director is good.
Sustainable
And
funding
they have
sources
actual
for
direction
for city operation.
And it has.
Again, I think we have to-
PowerPoint and it has like.
Goals.
Yeah.
These things, you know, we are never gonna be.
Very good. Yeah.
Although I would.
I never loved one.
Right now, I have Lean Six Sigma, you know.
Have it opposite our space.
Here, the
Clean,
Yeah.
So that people who are.
So-
You know, so that people who are.
Right.
Transportation, I know you're.
Lean Six Sigma, it's always very, you know, well, it's so beneficially, exactly. And we don't really get it. So actually, they take up the. Oh, yeah, can I-
So she was.
I see that. Metro does a really good job of that. Metro Regional Government. They do, like, they have their.
So yes, do we need
six-
the funding?
Muddle with that one.
Yes.
That's okay. Let's see some working.
Okay, guys, it's time to wrap up your conversation. How'd we do?
Good.
Good?
To me, the rings-
This group's still wrapping it up.
Yeah. Each to their own.
How did you guys do over here? Did you get your vote?
Yeah, I think we got as far as we can today.
Okay.
Very specific outcome.
More dialogue to have.
But I think we generally,
This goes
like,
behind.
in general, agree about that, right?
Great, okay, good.
Is that?
And you're gonna.
Doesn't care about housing or, you know.
We're gonna do our best.
Drop that
We're
maybe
gonna-
Or 11 doesn't care about.
Hey, I was just seeing all day.
That
Yeah.
actually.
It's already done.
Yeah.
Yes, we will do our best to.
Diversity and track.
Yes. That's about to happen. Let me check on them. Hey, are you guys, how we do over here?
So this is all.
We're done.
Good, are you guys done?
Yes.
Good
We're done.
discussion, you're tired? Okay, well, checking in tomorrow, you guys can stay wherever you are, or just have a seat, or relax, or pour yourself a drink, I don't know what you do in this hour of the day, but, I know you worked hard today, lots of really good dialogue. I feel like it was a good process, the pieces are coming together, how are you guys feeling about it?
Yeah.
Good? Okay, so tomorrow, what we have planned, just checking in. We have your arrival and refreshments are at 11:30. Is it lunch or is it just?
Lunch.
It's lunch, okay, lunch, just so you know what to expect, and then, we'll do just a quick warm up, we'll recap, and we have some work to do with the stuff that you've charted out here in this last exercise tonight. To prepare for tomorrow, so we'll kind of recap where we were today, what we did, and then how we synthesized it. And do a quick check-in with our agenda, and then we've got like the majority of the day blocked for you guys to have additional discussion, refinement discussion where it's needed, so it's like goal discussion and development, so we'll be previewing all of the refined areas and going through one by one until we make sure we're clear on the outcomes and the strategies, and that we've got all of your ideas noted for staff to use as they get into working on the actions. Hopefully through that process, we'll be able to get everything really clearly dialed in so that you can do a prioritization exercise of strategies.
Cool.
Okay. And then, after that, we'll shift into the review of your guiding principles. So we've got some notes up here already. Feel free to take a look at these tonight and jot down the other notes you have. And just know that that'll be coming tomorrow as far as just thinking about how are these used? Stephanie alluded today, staff uses them in the development of the work plan. How do you want to use them and how do they need to be refined? Those are kind of your things to reflect on as you prepare for that discussion tomorrow. And then we'll make sure that we talk about next steps and do a reflection to think about how this process is gonna help you guys be better leaders in your head. So that's the game plan for tomorrow, as of right now. Do we need to adjust anything? Does that feel okay?
That's good.
Good.
I'm a little worried that we're gonna get to the guidelines thing and we won't have much time. So I just wanna be conscious of that. That kind of happened to us last cycle.
Good.
And I think these are really important, and I think there's some sort of desire to change and adjust some of them, so I wanna make sure we get to that, so just. For everyone to think about that tomorrow, and maybe we get to a point where we say, okay, no matter what we're doing at this time, we're gonna pause and do these and then come back, or whatever we wanna do, but. Just make sure we can discuss those in this group.
Is there
Yes.
a reason not to do them first thing if there's something we haven't talked to at all yet? Or
The only thing that I feel like through your discussion, we've highlighted where there, like, just for example, the data-driven thing, there may be other things that rise up and that you see a lot of synergy as you talk about all the goal areas, which would be good conversation for your guiding principles. So that would be the reason maybe to wait
That makes sense.
towards the
but-
end.
yeah.
It's just
As
the
long as
time,
we're conscious of
it's
it,
just
yeah.
the time management thing. I'll have to be a little more strict perhaps with you tomorrow if you just are very
Well, there was
engaged.
a lot of.
You're a
work
very
already done
engaged
today.
group. It's not a bad thing. I love that, but at some point, you're gonna have to just keep it moving. So use of maybe audible timers to help,
Sure.
alert you, scare you, scare you.
And bring that scary sound.
Oh my god, I don't like that being sound.
You sound that.
Terrible.
We'll keep it friendly.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be your
We'll just go
playlist.
out.
I'm not sure, but something we keep it moving and alert. Okay, well, that's all we have for today. And I hope you guys have a nice evening where you can relax and clear your mind and be centered and ready to jump back in tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right,
Very
thank you.
Thanks.
Middle school basketball team. Third grade basketball.
Oh, wow. Well done.